Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 1TD. Chapter 1. Romance Dawn. In the party bar in Fuchsia Village, a group of pirates could be seen drinking and having a good time. Sitting at the bar is a young 7-year-old boy named Monkey D. Luffy, and next to him is a red-haired man with a straw hat eating a plate of food. Hey, you have to take me with you on your next adventure, Shanks. I want to be a pirate just like you, Luffy said with a huge smile on his face while looking at the red-haired man now named Shanks. Shanks looked up from his food and turned towards Luffy and started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Right, as if you could ever be a pirate, Shanks said. Why couldn't I? Luffy asked. A large man eating a piece of meat answered his question. Listen, Luffy, you may be a good swimmer and all, but that doesn't mean you will make a good pirate, said Lucky Roo while eating his meat. But I'm a great fighter too, my punches are like 2 pistols, he said as he held out his fist for them to see. It was an amusing sight to see for everyone else in the bar. Are they now? Said Shanks with a mouth full of food. What's that supposed to mean? Luffy yelled. Lucky Roo laughed and spoke. He means you are too much of a kid, he said. And he is right, you know, I got boys older than you, said Usopp. A tick mark formed on Luffy's forehead before he starting to yell at them. I'm not a kid, I'm a grown-up, he screamed at the top of the lungs. He was brought out of his screaming by Shanks' voice. Here, have some juice and clam down, Shanks said as she slid a glass of what appears to be orange juice over to Luffy. Luffy's eyes lit up and he got a huge smile on his face. Wow, thanks, Shanks, he said as he began to drink the juice. As he started drinking, Shanks starting laughing at him while hitting the bar counter. I don't know one pirate who drinks juice, Shanks said while laughing. That's a dirty trick, Luffy screamed, causing everyone at the bar to burst out laughing. Stop laughing. That was a cheap shot, he screamed at the rest of the pirates. While all of this is going on, the owner of the bar, Makino, is watching the interaction between Luffy and the pirates with a warm smile on her face. Suddenly the doors of the bar were kicked off of its hinges and came flying into the bar. Excuse us, said the tall man standing in front of the door. At this point, the entire bar was silent while looking at the door. The man who was leading the group of other men into the bar was a tall, dark-skinned man with black hair, a black goatee, and an X-shaped scar above his right eye. He wore a long red coat over a white shirt, black trousers, and a golden necklace. So these are what passes for pirates around these parts. Looks rather sad, to be honest, he said as he walked up to the bar counter and stood next to Shanks. Welcome, gentlemen, what can I do for you? Asked Makino. We're mountain bandits, but we didn't come here to tear your place apart. All we want is some sake. Let's say 10 barrels should do, he said to Makino. I'm sorry, but actually we are fresh out of sake right now, Makino said. After the mountain bandit had said he didn't come to terrorize the bar, Luffy and tuned out and turned his attention elsewhere because in his opinion a mountain bandit ordering sake was boring. So, he turned to his right at the chest sitting on the counter of the bar. He knew it belonged Shanks because he saw when they brought it in with them. His mind immediately began to race with ideas after ideas about what may be inside of the chest. So, he decided to satisfy his curiosity and look inside. It was somewhat disappointing because inside of the chest wasn't any treasure like Luffy had hoped it would be, instead it was a strange-looking fruit. It was a light blue fruit shaped like a really big pear with darker blue swirls on it. At that very same time, Luffy's stomach growled, so he decided to eat the fruit. Luffy being Luffy, instead of taking a small bit of the fruit to see what it tastes like, he places the entire thing in his mouth and bit down. He instantly regretted it. That was the most disgusting thing Luffy had ever eaten. However, he did not spit it out, instead he swallowed. At the same time, he was startled when something large fell beside him. He looked over to see Shanks laying on the ground while the mountain bandit was screaming some nonsense about being worth 8 million belly. Luffy immediately jumped up on the bar stool that he was sitting on and screamed at the bandits. Leave Shanks alone, He screamed at the bandit while unconsciously releasing a wave of unknown power. When Luffy did this, the strangest thing happened. One by one the mountain bandits started passing out along with a few weaker members of Shanks' crew. Shanks and the rest of the crew that were awake had their eyes widened while the leader of the mountain bandits was shaking in his boots. What did you do, brat? He yelled, asked Luffy. Luffy for his part looked shocked and confused about what had just happened. There is no doubt about it. That was the Conqueror's spirit. Shanks' first mate Ben Beckman thought to himself before making eye contact with his captain, who nodded to him. Before anyone could have reacted, the mountain bandit leader took out his sword and swung it to chop Luffy in half while screaming at the top of his voice. I am going to kill you, brat. He yelled as the sword began to descend towards Luffy. Shanks, who was still on the ground, couldn't react fast enough even though he tried, but stopped halfway because of what happened next. The sword cut through Luffy's shoulder and made its way to his chest, but stopped there when sparks of lightning came from Luffy's body and electrocuted the bandit. The sword fell out of Luffy's chest when the bandit began to fall to the ground as well. Everyone in the bar started at Luffy as the huge cut from his shoulder to his chest began to come together again with the sight of lighting present in the gap. No one said a word. They all stared at the small 7-year-old boy. Everyone was brought out of their staring by Shanks' voice. Luffy, did you eat the fruit that was inside of the chest? He asked, to which Luffy nodded. Shanks then tried to grab Luffy by the shoulder only to have his hand pass right through Luffy and get a serious electric shock at the same time. Shanks immediately pulled his hand back. He then looked at Luffy before he spoke. Luffy, you just ate the rumble fruit, part of a group called the Devil Fruits. Eating any of them takes away your ability to swim for the rest of your life, but the one you ate is a Logia class Devil Fruit, meaning now you can turn your body into lightning and become lightning. Shanks yelled. Luffy for his part had stars in his eyes at the idea of becoming lightning. Does this mean I can come with you now? Asked a very hopeful Luffy. Shanks went to take his seat at the bar again before he was joined by his first mate, who signaled Makino to join them before they began whispering so Luffy couldn't hear. Captain, he just ate a Logia class Devil Fruit, and one of the more powerful ones at that, said Ben Beckman, plus Conqueror's Hawkeye. If he doesn't learn how to control his powers, he could seriously hurt someone. He finished while Shanks took on a serious look and Makino a more worried one. Is he going to be alright? As a worried Makino, Shanks looked at her and smiled before speaking. Yea, he will, don't worry. The three of them were brought out of they whispering when Luffy screamed at them. Hey, stop whispering, I can't hear what you are saying. Luffy yelled, causing them to break apart. He then turned to Shanks before speaking again. So, can I come with you guys, Shanks? He asked again, making Shanks turn to look at him before speaking. I will decide if I will take after you answer 2 questions. Okay, said Shanks, to which Luffy nodded. The first question, do you know what you did to knock out those bandits? Shanks asked, causing everyone in the bar to quiet down to hear Luffy's answer. No, I don't know how I did it. It usually just happens when Grandpa is training me, said Luffy, to which Shanks nodded with his eyes closed before his eyes shot open in surprise. You mean you used it before? He asked in surprise. Luffy just nodded. Yea, against some monkeys Grandpa had me fight during my training, said casually as though it was noting while everyone else looked at him wide-eyed except for Makino. Who has a 7-year-old fight monkey as a part of training? Every pirate thought to themselves. Shanks then turned towards Makino and asked her a question. Who is Luffy's grandpa? Shanks asked, to which Makino took on a sinister look before she spoke. Monkey D. Garp, she said, causing the entire bar to freeze and looked at her with their eyes widen. You mean Garp, the fist, is his grandfather? Shanks yelled out, to causing Makino to giggle before nodding. Shanks began to calm himself down before turning back towards Luffy, who was picking his nose, causing everyone to sweat drop. Okay, Luffy, second question. Shanks said, getting Luffy's attention. What's your dream? Shanks asked, to which Luffy took on a huge smile before he stood up on the stool and yelled out at the top of his lungs. My dream is to be king of pirates. He yelled. And why king of the pirates? Shanks asked. Because the king of the pirates is the man with the most freedom, said Luffy, surprising everyone. Just you wait, I am going to have the greatest adventure and find the One Piece and become king of the pirates. Luffy said with a lot of determination in his voice, causing everyone to smile and Shanks to see an image of his old captain Galdi. Roger behind Luffy. Well, Luffy, Shanks said, getting Luffy's attention. Welcome to the crew. He said, causing everyone to begin cheering and Luffy to start crying. A week had passed since Shanks agreed to take Luffy with them. Currently, the entire village was at the docks to say goodbye to Luffy and the pirates. At first, the mayor did not agree to Luffy leaving, but after Ben and Shanks explained to him how dangerous it will if Luffy doesn't learn how to control his powers, he understood and agreed, but made it clear that Makino would be the one to tell Garp when he comes back to the village. Another thing that happened during the week was that Shanks had sent one of his crew member who didn't have a bounty on his head to cash in the bounty of the mountain bandits and give it to Luffy. Luffy, who was currently on Shanks's ship Red Force, waving goodbye to the villagers before he screamed out. "Bye, Makino. I'll come back before I set out on my own," he yells as the ship sailed further away from the island. With the island now out of sight, Shanks began giving orders to the crew. "Okay guys, no stop. We have enough supplies to last us, so set a course for the Grand Line," he said. "Aye, Captain," replied everyone. Shanks then turned towards Luffy, who was looking around with a huge smile on his face, causing Shanks to chuckle. "Luffy," yelled Shanks, getting Luffy's attention. "Come with me," he said as he began walking towards what appears to be the sleeping quarters. "This is where you will sleep," Shanks said, indicating to the room with a single bed, desk, and closet inside. It wasn't a big room, but at the same time, it was big enough for one adult person. Luffy looked around and noticed his stuff was already in there waiting for him. He stepped inside and smiled. "I love it," he said, causing Shanks to smile. "Okay, Luffy, let me tell you how things are going to happen once we enter the Grand Line," Shanks said, getting Luffy's attention. Luffy also noticed that Ben, Roo, and Usopp were standing by the doorway. "First thing that will happen is Lucy Roo is going to teach you how to control that devil fruit of yours a bit. Then from there every day in the morning Ben is going to teach you navigation and history along with battle strategy and anything else he comes up with. That will be for about 3 hours a day every day. The rest of the day is either spend with me teaching you hockey or Usopp teaching you how to shoot. Whatever extra time you have you will train to master your devil fruit powers, or you can do that after you either master hockey or sharp shooting." "Understood?" asked Shanks, to which Luffy nodded and spoke. "Yep. Now I have one question," he said, to which Shanks nodded for him to proceed. "Do you have any meat?" he said, causing the four of them to comically fall over. After Shanks had explained everything to Luffy again to make sure he understood, he began to explain to Luffy what hockey was and how it may be useful in combat. To say that Luffy liked the idea was an understatement. Luffy kept begging Shanks over and over to start his training until Shanks finally caved and started teaching him observation hockey. It had been 3 days since the crew left Dawn Island and the entrance to the Grand Line was in sight. Luffy was excited at the thought of sailing up a mountain. As the ship began ascending the mountain and peak was becoming visible, Luffy dashed to the front of the ship and began climbing to stand on the figurehead. Everyone saw this and began to get scared when Luffy finally stood on the figurehead. As the ship reached the peak and began descending into the Grand Line, Luffy stretched out his arms and screamed to the heavens. "I am going to be the king of the pirates," he screamed, causing everyone on board to smile at the determination in the young 7-year-old. Chapter 2. Farewells and Kobe. Timeskip. 10 years later, on an island in the New World. On a small island in the New World, a pirate ship could be seen docked close to the island. On the shores of the island, a large group of people could be seen standing with their backs towards the sea while looking at a man standing in front of them. This man was the now 17-year-old Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy was now 6 feet 5 and well built. He was wearing long black pants with a pair of steel-tipped boots and a crimson-red dress shirt with the top 3 buttons opened, revealing a necklace with a lightning bolt pendant. Strapped with a black cloth around his waist was a katana with a black and white diamond pattern handle hanging off the left side of his hip. And to top everything off was the thing he treasures more than his own life resting on his head, the straw hat that Shanks gave to him. Everyone from the red-haired pirates was gathered on the shore today to see Luffy off to start his own adventure. I want to thank you guys for all you have done for me over the past 10 years, and I am truly grateful for all you have taught me, said Luffy while looking at everyone. Ah, don't sweat it, Luffy, said Lucky Roo, who was walking over to Luffy carrying 2 large barrels on his shoulder while somehow able to hold a piece of meat in his hands as well. Here, got you something for the trip, he said as he placed the barrels down. There should be enough meat and booze in there to last you the trip to the East Blue. He finished. Luffy smiled at him and thanked him for the food. As Lucky Roo was walking back to stand with the rest of the crew, Usopp began walking towards Luffy. Hey Lu, I got a bit of a going away present here for you, Usopp said as he pulled out a medium box from his coat and handed it to Luffy. Luffy took it and looked at the nice wrapping around the box before he spoke. Usopp, you really didn't have to do this. You guys have done way more for me than anyone ever had, Luffy said. Nonsense, kid. We're a family and you can never do too much for your family, Usopp said while patting Luffy on the back. Luffy smiled and opened the box to see a black and red flintlock pistol. It is Doflamingo's gun, only black and red instead of black and gold. Luffy held the gun in his hand and looked in the box to see the holster. He strapped the holster around the waist so the gun would be on his right side. Luffy then took on a puzzled look on his face. He had a gun and a holster, but no ammo. He looked over to Usopp and spoke. I don't see any ammo in the box and there is none loaded into the gun. Am I going to have to buy some? Luffy asked, genuinely confused. He looked around to see everyone else confused just as he was. He then looked at Usopp to see him with a wide smile on his face. No, you don't have to buy ammo for this gun. Never will, he said, adding to the confusion of Luffy and everyone else there. This is a special gun made especially for you. I always wanted one, but even if I bought one for myself I won't be able to use it. You see, this gun is powered by your devil fruit, and in your case, it will not fire regular bullets but instead, it will fire your lightning as bullets. Usopp said, surprising everyone there and causing Luffy's eyes to widen. I never knew they made weapons like this, Luffy said as he looked at the gun in his hand. He was brought out of his admiring by Usopp's voice. Before you can use it you need it to register your devil fruit. So, channel some of your lightning into the gun, he said. Luffy held out the gun and began channeling his lightning powers into the gun, and soon the entire gun was covered with lighting. He then looked to Usopp, who nodded to him to stop with he did, only to see the excess lightning get absorbed into the gun. There, that should do it. Try shooting this, he said as he pulled out an empty sake bottle and tossed it into the air. Luffy held the gun in his right hand, aimed it at the bottle, and pulled the trigger. Out of the gun came a bolt of lightning that moved faster than anyone other than Luffy could see, racing towards the empty bottle in the air. Upon impact, the bolt of lightning didn't just shatter the bottle and continue on its path as everyone expected. It hit the bottle and exploded. Everyone was stunned at what they just witnessed. Luffy, wanting to test something out, he aimed the gun at a nearby tree, compress his lightning, and then he pulled the trigger. Like before, a bolt of lightning raced out of the gun towards the tree. However, this time it pierced through the tree before doing the same to 5 more trees behind it before it finally exploded, destroying the last tree in the process. What did you do differently there, Luffy, to make it pierce through all those trees? Asked Shanks. Luffy placed the pistol in the holster and turned towards Shanks before speaking. I simply compressed the lightning a bit more this time, but I didn't expect it to do that much damage, he said before turning towards Usopp and continue. Thanks, Usopp, I love it, Luffy said with a huge grin on his face. Usopp smiled at him and patted him on the back before leaving to go stand with the rest of the crew. While he was walking back, Shanks started walking towards Luffy with a parcel in his hands. He didn't say anything, he just handed it to Luffy and stood there. Luffy looked at it with a smile on his face before he opened the wrapping to see a coat folded inside. He took the coat out to examine it to see that it was a black and gold captain's coat. Think Gold Roger's coat, only black instead of red. Luffy then took the coat and placed it on. He wore it the way he saw every other captain of a pirate crew wearing theirs, just resting on his shoulders. Luffy looked at Shanks and spoke. Thanks, Shanks, I love it. It fits perfect, he said with a smile. Shanks smiled at him and replied. It's nothing, Anchor. If you are going to be captain of your own crew, might as well look the part. Shanks said with a chuckle. Again, thank you guys for everything. Without you guys, I don't know where I would be, or if I would have learned the things I learned with you guys over the past 10 years. Luffy said as he looked at everyone, a bit teary eyes. He then wiped his eyes and took on a more serious look on his face as he looked to the sky and began concentrating. In the sky above, everyone could see a thundercloud starting to form. It then started to increase in size, getting bigger and bigger until everyone realized something. It wasn't getting bigger, it was getting closer to them. Everyone was wondering what in the world was Luffy doing. The cloud finally came down and hovered just about a half of a foot above the ground. It was a dark thundercloud about the size of a small 6-person boat. Luffy then walked over to the 2 barrels he got from Lucky Roo, picked them up and placed them on the cloud. They sank down a few inches before staying in place. Everyone's eyes were wide. That's your ride, they all screamed. Luffy looked at them and gave them a wide grin. You betcha, he said with giving them a thumbs up. He then placed the rest of his stuff on the cloud. He then began concentrating on the cloud once more, and from the cloud, a lounge chair began to form. Luffy then climbs onto the cloud and sat on the chair before turning towards the group to speak. I should re-enter the Grand Line by the end of the month. When I see you guys again, I'll be a famous pirate, said Luffy smiling. Everyone gave him a warm smile. I'll be looking out for you, Anchor, said Shanks. We all will, said Ben. Luffy then waved at them and began speaking. Bye guys. Thanks for everything again, he said. As he said that, the cloud he was riding on began ascending into the air before it shot forward and began climbing to higher altitude. Everyone just stared at the flying Luffy and waved. I'm going to miss that kid, said Usopp. Everyone just nodded their heads in agreement. Luffy, who was laying in his lounge chair made out of clouds, was just relaxing and enjoying the scenery of the world below him. He was traveling at about 65 miles per hour and was about 20,000 feet in the air. At first, it was a bit hard to breathe, but after a couple of minutes, Luffy got used to the thin oxygen that was present that high up. On his journey, Luffy could see various small sky islands with people on them. Some waved at him he waved back, while others were wary of him, so they ran into their homes and hid. Luffy didn't really care. All he did was continue on his journey to the East Blue. It would take him about 1 day to reach the East Blue, or less than a day if he decides he wants to go faster. For now, Luffy is just enjoying the relaxing ride. So, this is the Holy Land Mariajoy, Luffy said as he stopped the cloud and have it hover high over the capital of the world government, where no one will be able to see him. He had been traveling for about 6 hours now and finally reached the Red Line. Seeing as how he can fly with the cloud, he didn't need to go down to Fishman Island, he could just fly over the Red Line. Luffy couldn't help but admire the city. Even though he didn't like the bastards in the world government, he couldn't deny it was a beautiful city with amazing architecture. Well, I am not here to admire the sights, I have places to be, Luffy said as he narrowed his eyes forward and concentrated on the lightning in the thundercloud before blasting off a lot faster than which he was moving at first. Luffy now entered paradise, traveling at a speed of 100 miles per hour. He had taken off his straw hat because he didn't want it getting blown away. At this speed, Luffy is estimated to arrive in the East Blue in about 3 hours. Timeskip. 3 hours later. Luffy is now in the East Blue after being gone for 10 years. He immediately slowed the cloud down to only about 40 miles per hour and lowered the altitude to just about enough so he could see the world below him quite clearly. Feels good to be back home. First stop Makino Nichan, then off to find a crew, Luffy said as he began traveling towards Dawn Island. After traveling for about an hour, Luffy finally arrived at a familiar island where he flew his cloud onto the docks before stepping off. As Luffy stepped off, he turned to the cloud and it began to hover higher and higher until it finally disappears into the other clouds present in the sky. Luffy then turned around to see that he had attracted a crowd. The man standing in front of the crowd was someone Luffy remembered quite vividly. He was Mayor Whoop Slap. He has a cleft chin, wears oval glasses, has a mustache and a beard, and held a cane on his hand. Luffy smiled at the man and began walking towards the crowd. Who are you? Are you a pirate? Asked the mayor while pointing his cane at Luffy. Luffy took on an amused look on his face before he answered. Yes, I am a pirate, Luffy said, doing very little to hide his amusement. However, you can relax, Mayor, I mean you no harm. I am just here to see my older sister, Luffy said, confusing everyone there who was wondering who was his sister. Before they could have questioned him, Luffy began walking towards Makino's bar, knowing full well he had a crowd following him. As he reached the bar, he walked inside and sat in the same seat he sat in 10 years ago when Shanks was there. Makino was not by the bar, so he assumed she was in the back. He was a few minutes before she finally came out. When she saw a young man sitting at the counter, she went to him and spoke. Good afternoon, sir, is there anything I can help you with? Makino said. Luffy gave her his famous grin before answering. Yes, a large tub of meat and some sake. Makino Nichan, Luffy said while grinning. As he said they, he heard gasps from behind him and one from Makino, as well as he covered her mouth with her hand and started tearing up before she launched herself over the counter, surprising Luffy and the crowd that followed him. As she launched herself, she screamed at the top of her voice. LLUUFFYY. She screamed as she crashed into Luffy, knocking him off the stool before hugging him and crying into his chest. Luffy, you came back like you said. I missed you, she said as she sniffled a bit. She finally got off of him and helped him up before she ran into the back and came back out with a large tub of meat and a bottle of sake. She set it down in front of where he sat at the counter before she went around the counter and sat next to him before speaking. Tell me, how was your trip with Shanks? Where did you go? What did you see? Tell me everything, Makino said excitedly. Luffy chuckled at her antics and was about to answer, but before he could, the entire crowd that followed him into the bar screamed out. Luffy's back. They screamed as they all pulled out mugs of booze from what appears out of nowhere and began sitting around the bar to hear Luffy's stories. Luffy chuckled and began telling them stories of his time with Shanks. Luffy stayed in Fuchsia village for 3 days before he decided to set out to find a crew. Currently, Luffy was standing at the same docks where he arrived at, with the entire village standing there to see him off. Luffy was currently looking up into the sky, calling the thundercloud that had all of his stuff. Soon out of the clouds everyone saw a single thundercloud come out and began descending towards Luffy. The cloud then pulled up beside the dock as if it were a ship docking there, and Luffy stepped on it. Luffy then turned towards the group of villagers and spoke. Bye guys. I will see you guys when I am king of the pirates, Luffy said as he waved with a huge smile on his as the cloud began to pull away. Be safe, Luffy. I'll be checking the newspaper every day to see what you've been up to. Makino shouted as Luffy was pulling away. Luffy gave her a thumbs up before dashing away. He kept the cloud just 10 feet above the water and had it sailed at a slow speed of 25 miles per hour. While sailing, a Sea King rose from the water and tried to attack Luffy, but Luffy simply sent a blast of Conqueror's Hawkeye and knocked the beat out before continuing his way. Luffy now shifted his chair into a throne with lightning sparks occasionally coming off of it, and his face took on a more serious, impassive look. Gone was the happy-go-lucky Luffy. This was Captain Luffy. Luffy then spoke in a tone that would send chills down his enemy's spine. Time to turn this world upside down, he said. After traveling for about 10 minutes, Luffy was startled by the sounds of cannon fire coming from the starboard side of the cloud. He looked to see who was shooting at what, and that's when he saw the ugliest pirate ship he had ever seen in his life. The ship was a large pink ship, with 4 sails, one higher than the other 3. Each sail has a pink heart, and the ship herself has 2 hearts on each side. The figurehead is a duck, and the Jolly Roger of a skull is depicted from the side and has a pink heart on it. The ship was currently attacking a civilian vessel. I wonder if anyone there has a bounty on their heads. Luffy wondered as he turned the cloud and head towards the pirate ship. As the cloud pulled up beside the pink ship, Luffy had it stay hidden just off the side before he stood up and turned his body into lighting before teleporting to the deck of the ship. All the pirates and civilians saw was lightning struck the ship while a loud thunder sounded in the clear blue sky, and now standing in the spot where the lightning had struck is a man with a captain's coat hung on his shoulders and a straw hat on his head. Everything about the man radiated power, his gaze if cold enough to freeze the sun, and his aura was strong enough to make seasoned fighters cower in fear. No one said a word. They all just stared at the man in fear. The silence lasted about 2 minutes before what appears to be a fat, ugly woman spoke. Who are you and why are you on my ship? She screamed at the man, trying to act bravely in front of her men on the outside while in the inside she was shaking her boots. I was simply wondering who was the captain of this hideous vessel, he said as he looked around while using his observation Hawkeye to sense around the ship. He sensed a girl in the lower levels robbing these pirates. He couldn't help but chuckle. He was brought out his observing when the fat lady spoke. Are you the pirate hunter Roronoa? She asked, which earned her a raised eyebrow from Luffy before he replied. No, can't say that I am. Who might you be? Luffy asked, genuinely curious about who she was and whether or not she had a bounty. I am the most beautiful woman of all the seas, she said as she placed her iron club on her shoulders before continuing, the one and only, iron club, Alvida. She said. When she said that, Luffy couldn't help but burst out laughing. You. The most beautiful woman of all the seas. Luffy said as he started rolling on the floor laughing. Sorry hag, but you ain't nowhere close to being the most beautiful woman of all the seas. Luffy said as he stood up and looked at the woman to see her fuming, but that meant very little to Luffy as he began speaking again. Do you by chance have a bounty on your head? Luffy asked. He saw the woman smirked before answering. Yes, I have a bounty of 5 million berry on my head, she said as Luffy simply sighed. Damn, was hoping it was a bit more. Anyway, time for business. Luffy said as he sent a wave of conquerors Hawkeye towards the pirates, effectively knocking out all of them except Alvida and surprisingly a short pink-haired boy who only fell to a knee. Luffy turned to the boy and spoke. You have a strong will to be able to withstand my Hawkeye like that kid, Luffy said with a smile that made the boy smile as well. Alvida turned to the boy and was about to speak, but never got a chance to, because she was hit square of the jaw by Luffy with a fist coated in lightning, effectively knocking her out. Luffy then placed his palm on her back and spoke. Bind, he said, and then all of a sudden from the palm of his hand 3 rope-like bolts of lightning came out and snaked itself around Alvida, binding her in place. The boy with the pink hair had his eyes popping out of its socket. How did you do that? He asked, screamed. Luffy smiled and answered. I ate a devil fruit, the rumble fruit to be exact. So, now I am a lightning man. Luffy said as he turned his entire right hand into lightning. By the way, what's your name? Luffy asked. Oh, I'm Kobe, sir, Kobe said as Luffy turned his hand back to normal. Nice to meet you, Kobe, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. And I am going to be king of the pirates. Chapter 3. The First Mate. Flying just above the water is Luffy and Kobe sitting in Luffy's thunder cloud. Luffy was sitting on his throne while Kobe was sitting on a small chair Luffy made for him. Following behind Luffy's cloud is a captured Alvida who was on a separate thunder cloud that Luffy summoned to transport her. They are currently headed to Shell's town to cash in the bounty on Alvida's head and also take Kobe there to join the Marines. Even though Kobe wanted to be a Marine, Luffy could honestly say he liked the kid. He had a good sense of justice, and even though he was a bit of a coward, with the right type of training he would become a fine Marine, and Luffy knew just a person to turn him into one. Luffy couldn't stop himself from chuckling at the thought of that man training Kobe. Luffy was brought out of his thought by Kobe's voice. Wow, I still can't believe I am sitting on a cloud, Kobe said happily as he ran his hand on the surface of the cloud. Luffy chuckled at his antics before he spoke. Yay, well, this is a thunder cloud. It is a lot more firm compared to regular clouds found on one of the Sky Islands, Luffy said, making Kobe whipped his head around and looked at Luffy with eyes the size of dinner plates. Why, you mean there are islands in the sky? Kobe asked with a voice of pure shock. Yes, is even a sea of clouds up there that your boats can sail on, Luffy said, surprising Kobe even more. However, I don't know if there is any here in the skies above the East Blue, but I know for a fact they are in the Grand Line. Luffy finished with a smile. Wow, was all Kobe could say. Luffy chuckled at Kobe's reaction before his face became serious as he spoke to Kobe. Hey, Kobe, Luffy said, getting Kobe's attention. Alvida mentioned Roronoa earlier and I was wondering who is her. Luffy asked, causing Kobe to turn pale. He is a great pirate hunter. He is a man who diced up his bounties like an animal bent on carnage, a bloodthirsty beast. He has been called nothing less than a living breathing demon in human form. Luffy couldn't help but sweat drop at that description. Recently I heard he was captured and is being held at the marine base in Shell's town, Kobe said, causing Luffy to grin. When Kobe saw the grin he immediately grew pale. Please don't tell me you are thinking about doing what I think you're thinking about doing. Kobe yelled, but Luffy simply chuckled and didn't reply, making Kobe even more scared. The two of them and an unconscious Alvida traveled for about 5 more minutes before they finally reached the marine base city. Luffy and Kobe exited the cloud before Luffy sent it up in the sky to wait for him to summon it back when ready. The cloud carrying Alvida followed closely behind Luffy and Kobe as they walked through the town, earning them odd looks from the civilians there. I want to see who this Roronoa Zoro is. Who knows, maybe I'll even have him join my crew. Luffy said with a serious look on his face as they walked through town. When Luffy said that, Kobe immediately began to beg Luffy to find someone else. Luffy, seriously, you are out of your mind if you think the right thing to do is get this guy to join you, said an extremely scared Kobe. Luffy just kept an emotionless look on his face as he spoke. I never said he was going to join my crew. I said maybe he will, Luffy said as he stopped by one of the local vendors that were selling apples and picked one up and bit down on it before flipping the vendor a belly. He then looked to the guy that sold him the apple and spoke, are they really keeping that Zoro guy here? Luffy asked. The moment Zoro's name left his mouth, everyone who was close enough to hear the question jumped back with a look of pure horror on their face. I'll take that as a yes, Luffy said before walking off with Kobe close behind. Maybe we shouldn't mention the name Zoro here, said Kobe in a low voice as he whispered to Luffy. Let us just head to the base. You did say you wanted to become a marine, right? Asked Luffy as they continue walking towards the marine base. Well, of course, I do, Luffy, but I don't feel as though I am ready yet. From what I've heard, the man in charge of this base is named Captain Morgan, said Kobe. Similar to the reaction of Zoro's name, everyone that was within range to hear Morgan's name jumped back and took on a look of pure horror. Luffy narrowed his eyes at this before thinking to himself. It seems this is one of those marine bases. Luffy thought to himself. He looked over to Kobe to see him having a puzzled look on his face. He then looked at Luffy and began to speak. That was odd. I mean, I can understand them being scared of Zoro and all, but why a marine captain? Asked Kobe. Luffy's face then took on a more sympathetic look as he looked at Kobe before he spoke. You will come to understand that in the world we live in you can't believe everything you are told. You must be able to try to see the world for yourself and come to your own conclusion. In my experience and from what I have seen, not all pirates are bad and not all marines are good. Luffy said, surprising Kobe, who looked like he didn't want to believe what was just told to him until Luffy spoke again. Remember, Kobe, power can turn good people bad. Luffy finished, allowing Kobe to think about what he just said. They walked in silence until they made it to the gates of the marine base, where Luffy told the guard posted there that they were there to cash in the bounty on Alvida's head. The guard then took them into the base to the cashier, who gave them odd looks after seeing Alvida laying on a thunder cloud with lightning binding her. After verifying that as was her, the cashier gave Luffy a bag with 5 million belly inside, to which Luffy tucked away in his coat. Luffy and Kobe began exiting the marine base when Luffy noticed something in the corner of his eye. As they were walking, Luffy looked to the left to see in the open courtyard as a man tied to a post. Luffy smiled to himself. So, that's Roronoa Zoro, he thought to himself before looking straight ahead as they were about to exit the base. As they exited the base, Kobe was about to say something to Luffy but never got the chance to, as Luffy turned left and began walking along the walls until he suddenly stopped in front one of the walls and started climbing it. Kobe started to panic and scream at Luffy. Luffy, what are you doing? Someone will see you, yelled a panicking Kobe, but instantly became silenced by the words that came out of Luffy's mouth next. So, there you are, Mr. Pirate Hunter, Luffy said as he looked at the man strapped to the cross. Kobe turned pale as he looked over the fence in hope that Luffy was mistaken someone else of the demon, but from one look of the man, Kobe instantly knew he was the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Zoro was a muscular young man of average height with lightly tanned skin and green hair. He has 3 identical gold earrings on his left earlobe and a green bandana tied around his head. He wore black trousers tucked inside black boots, a plain white shirt with 3 undone buttons at the collar and his green haramaki. The 2 of them were knocked out of their observation by Zoro's voice. "Hey, you two," he said, getting their attention, "you're an eyesore. Get lost," he said in a cold voice, making Kobe scream while Luffy just looked bored. "Luffy, let us just get out of here," Kobe said to Luffy, who simply ignored him. Then suddenly the 2 of them heard something hit the side of the wall to their left. When he looked to see what it was, they saw a little girl with a ladder climbing the wall. She then looked towards Luffy and Kobe before she placed her index finger to her lip, telling them to be quiet. Luffy could only stare at the girl as he threw a rope over the wall and climbed over. The little girl then began running towards Zoro with a huge smile on her face. She then reached in front of Zoro, who didn't look happy to see her. "What do you want?" he said to the girl in a harsh voice, trying to scare her, but the little girl just kept on smiling. "I thought you may be getting hungry now. So, I made you a couple of rice balls," she said as she looked at Zoro. "You got a death wish, kid. Scram," he said to her, but she didn't look like she was going to budge an inch. "But you haven't eaten anything the whole time you've been tied up. Here," she said as he held up 2 rice balls. "I never really made them before, but I did my best, so I think they're fine," she said, trying to convince Zoro to take the rice balls. "Listen, kid, I'm not hungry. Now stop irritating me and get lost," Zoro yelled at the girl. The little girl's smile vanished for the first time and was replaced with a frown before she spoke. "But," she began before Zoro interrupted her. "Do not make me kick your ass, little girl," Zoro yelled, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes at him. Suddenly the gates of the marine base began to open and 3 figures could be seen entering. Now, no one likes a bully," said the man in the middle of 2 marines. "Rornona, Zoro, you seem to be handling this well. Don't you agree?" Luffy narrowed his eyes at the group that just entered the base. For some reason, he didn't have a good feeling about them. "Looky here, some tasty rice balls," said the man in the middle as he snatched one of the little girl's rice balls. "That's not for you," the little girl screamed at the man. The bit down on the rice ball and the face he made soon after told Luffy that those rice balls did not taste good. He was right, as the man immediately spat it out. "Ah, too sweet. It's packed with sugar. You're supposed to use salt, you idiot, salt," the man screamed at the little girl. The little girl looked as though she had just had her heart broken. "But I thought it would taste better sweet," the little girl said sadly. The man then snatched the other rice ball from the girl and threw it on the floor before stomping on it, causing the little girl to cry. "It seems you haven't read the notice posted today. Anyone found aiding a criminal in any way will be executed. Signed, Marine Captain Morgan," the man said, causing the little girl to flinch when he mentioned Morgan's name. The man chuckled at her reaction before speaking again. "It seems even you know my dad's name." This got Luffy's attention. "So, he is Captain Morgan's son," Luffy said to himself, but loud enough for Kobe to hear. "Does that mean he isn't a Marine?" Kobe asked. "I don't know. However, I highly doubt it, seeing as he isn't in Marine uniform," Luffy said as he looked at Kobe. When he turned back to the courtyard, he saw one of the Marines that were there with Morgan's son pick the little girl up and tossed her over the fence, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. He quickly turned his body into lightning and teleported to catch the little girl. He caught her midair and landed with her in his arms safely. The little girl smiled at him before she spoke. "Wow, thank you, mister," she said happily. Kobe came rushing over to Luffy and the little girl. "Kobe, why don't you take this little girl home?" "There is something I have to do," said a serious Luffy as he turned his body into lightning and vanished. Zoro, who was still tied to the cross, was startled when lightning suddenly struck the ground and the man who had been on the fence earlier appeared in the spot that the lightning had struck. The only thing he could do was stare at the man with eyes the size of dinner plates. How did you do that?" Zoro asked. Luffy kept a serious look on his face as he spoke. "I ate a devil fruit," said Luffy. Zoro nodded to show that he understood. he had heard of devil fruits but never actually thought they existed. Zoro then looked at Luffy with a serious look before speaking. So, what do you want? He asked. Luffy didn't say anything for about a minute, he just stared at Zoro through narrowed eyes before speaking. Are you really as strong as people say? Luffy asked. Mind your own business. Zoro yelled, causing Luffy to sigh. 10 days, huh? I'll be back, said Luffy before he turned to leave but was stopped by Zoro's voice. Wait, hold on, he said, getting Luffy's attention. Could you pick that up for me? He asked while looking at the crushed rice balls on the ground. Luffy looked at him like he was crazy. You're going to eat this? Luffy asked as the bent down and picked up the squished rice ball. It's mostly mud, he said, causing Zoro to yell at him. Shut up and give it to me. Now, he yelled, causing Luffy's eye to twitch. Luffy then picked up the rice ball and fed it to him while doing his best not to stab a lightning-coated fist through Zoro's chest. After Zoro ate the muddy rice ball, he looked to meet the emotionless eyes of Luffy before speaking once more. Tell the little girl they were delicious, he said. Luffy didn't show any emotion on the outside but he smiled on the inside. He then turned his body into lighting and teleported to Kobe and the little girl. Time skip. 2 hours later. Zoro was looking up at the clouds in the sky as they passed by when suddenly out of the clear blue sky, Zoro saw a bolt of lighting coming towards him. His eyes widened and he started trying to get free of the ropes. The bolt of lighting then struck the same spot that it had struck 2 hours ago. And people said lightning doesn't strike the same place twice. Zoro thought jokingly to himself as he looked up to see the same man from before standing there with the same emotionless look on his face, but this time Zoro noticed something different about the man. He couldn't figure out what was different. He had the same straw hat on his head, the same captain's coat, the same sword on his side, along with the same gun. Everything was the same down to the emotionless look on his face, but it was at that very same time Zoro was able to get a look of the man's eyes. Before they lacked any ounce of emotion, they were the cold eyes of a man who would kill you without a second thought, but now, however, his eyes were filled with anger. Zoro didn't know what scared him more, the thought of this man being able to kill anyone without a second thought when he is going about his normal day, or the thought of that same man being angry. Zoro decided to swallow his fear and speak. You again, what do you want? Zoro asked. Luffy began walking forward until he stood only a few feet away from Zoro before he spoke. I have an offer for you. Luffy said, surprising Zoro. That idiot's son was never planning on following through on his end of the deal. He was going to have you executed tomorrow. Luffy said, causing Zoro's eyes to widen before he started thrashing around and yelling. That sniveling little bastard, he yelled. When I get my hands him, he is going to wish his daddy had flushed him down the toilet like he should have. Zoro said, causing Luffy to chuckle before he spoke. And how are you going to do all that tied up her? Luffy said with a smirk on his face before continuing. By the way, when I heard he was going to execute you tomorrow, I knocked a few teeth down his throat. So, there is a good chance your execution got moved up to today. Luffy said, causing Zoro's eyes to widen even further. Untie me so I can kick that bastard's ass. He yelled, causing Luffy to chuckle once more. This is where my offer comes in. I can untie you and let you live, but you're going to have to join my crew, Luffy said, causing Zoro to clam down a bit before speaking. What crew? He asked. I am putting together a pirate crew and I am looking for people to join up. So, what's your answer? Luffy asked. Zoro stayed silent for a minute before answering. Listen, that idiot's son took my swords. If you can get them back, I'll join your crew, Zoro said, causing Luffy to smile before turning his body into lighting and teleported away. Upon the roof of the marine base, every marine that was present on the base could be seen raising a giant statue of Captain Morgan made of stone. Standing off to the side looking at his men working was the captain in charge of the marine base, Axe Hand, Morgan. Morgan was a very tall and muscular, intimidating man with blonde hair and a steel jaw. His right hand is replaced by a huge steel axe, the handle of which seems to go right through his forearm. He wore a large, billowing coat like a cape. Laying on the ground behind Morgan the crying form of his son Helmeppo. Now stand it up, men. Display my greatness for the world to see. Morgan yelled at his men. As the Marines were in the process of pulling the giant statue upright, a bolt of lightning struck the center of the statue, causing everyone's eyes to widen. 10 Just when everyone thought things couldn't get any stranger, standing in the spot where the lightning had struck was Luffy, looking at everyone. What is this god-awful thing that I am standing on? Luffy asked as he started examining the statue. Before he spoke, no one will miss something this ugly, he said as he raised his right leg in the air and coated it with armament Hawkeye. He then stomped his leg on the statue, causing every Marine there to start sweating. At first, it looked like nothing happened, which caused a few Marines to release a sigh of relief, but after 5 seconds later the entire statue suddenly crumbled to dust. Morgan was shaking with rage before yelling out, "Kill him!" He yelled and every Marine drew their weapons. When everyone looked at the spot that Luffy was standing, they saw that he was gone from there and was now standing by the door with Helmeppo. I need you to show me where Zoro's swords are, Luffy said as he began walking through the door with Helmeppo over his shoulders. Luffy was calmly walking through the halls of the Marine base as though he didn't have a trouble in the world. Where are Zoro's swords? Luffy asked Helmeppo. They are in my room. It is the door coming up on your left, Helmeppo said. As they stood in front of the door, Luffy kicked it open before tossing Helmeppo inside. Luffy then sent a wave of Conqueror's Hawkeye towards him, making him pass out. Luffy looked around the room and noticed it was extremely girly. The walls were pink, the furniture was pink with flowers on them, everything about this room said it belonged to a girl. Luffy, though Helmeppo lied to him and took him to the wrong room, however, when Luffy saw the 3 swords braced against the wall, he knew he was in the right place. Luffy grabbed the swords and looked out the window to see something that made his eyes widen. Standing in the courtyard where Zoro was tied up was a very scared Kobe, surrounded by Marines along with Morgan himself. The Marines were beginning to take aim to fire on Zoro and Kobe. Luffy opened the window and immediately turned his body into lightning before teleporting to the courtyard. Kobe and Zoro stared as the Marines took aim and were prepared to fire their guns when all of a sudden Luffy appeared in front of them with his usual lightning strike, putting Kobe and Zoro at ease for a bit while startling the Marines. Fire at the kid with the straw hat, Morgan yelled at his men. Luffy immediately covered his body in armament Hawkeye and waited for the guns to fire. He didn't have to wait long because, seconds after Morgan gave the order, every Marine with a gun pulled the trigger. What happened next made everyone's eyes widen. The bullets that were fired at Luffy hit him but did no damage. They simply fell to the ground, squished as though they hit a metal wall. That won't work on me, Luffy said as he stared at them with the cold eyes of a killer. Just who are you? Zoro asked with eyes the size of dinner plates. Luffy turned him and used one of Zoro's swords to cut him free before speaking. The name is Monkey D. Luffy said as he handed the swords to Zoro, and I'm going to be king of the pirates. Before Zoro could say anything to Luffy, Morgan gave his men new orders. If bullets won't work, then use your swords. As he said that, all the Marines drew their swords and charged Luffy, Zoro, and Kobe. Before they could reach the Luffy and Kobe, they were intercepted by Zoro, who held off each of their swords with all 3 of his. Luffy was amazed by the fact he was using 3 swords. Zoro held 2 katanas in his hands while the third one he placed in his mouth. Luffy was brought out his observation by Zoro's voice. Make one move and you die, Zoro said to the Marines in a cold voice that made a few of them start crying. He then turned his attention towards Luffy before speaking again. Today I officially become a criminal because I fought against the Marines. So, I'll become a pirate, that I can promise you, but I want you to know one thing. While I am with you, I dedicate myself to fulfilling my ambition, he said. Luffy turned and looked at him before speaking. Which is? Luffy asked. Zoro smiled and spoke with a lot of determination. To become the world's greatest swordsman and nothing less, he said, acting Luffy smile before replying. The king of the pirates would have no less on his crew, Luffy said. Luffy and Zoro were once again interrupted by Morgan's voice. What are you waiting for, men? Kill them, he yelled. All of his men backed away from Zoro, allowing him to stand up before they spoke in a scared tone. Sir, we can't beat them, said one Marine. Yea, they're monsters, said another one. We will only die if we face them, said one more Marine. By now Morgan was shaking with rage. This is a direct order. Every Marine who is spouting weakness, pull out your gun and shoot yourself in the head, Morgan yelled. At first, Luffy thought he was crazy to give an order like that because no one was stupid enough to follow such an order, but Luffy was surprised when he saw the Marines actually brought their guns up to shoot themselves. What a bunch of idiots, Luffy thought to himself as he watches the Marines shakingly held up their guns to shoot themselves. Luffy quickly sent out a controlled blast of Conqueror's Hawkeye towards the Marines, making each of them pass out on the ground foaming at the mouth. Morgan's eyes widened when he saw his men passing out. He looked to see if it was Zoro who did something, but Zoro was just as much surprised as he was. He then looked towards Luffy only to see him calmly walking towards him. A leader who cares so little for the lives of his own men is nothing but scum, Luffy said in a tone that sent shivers up Morgan's spine. Morgan quickly caught himself and swallowed his fear before speaking. They were weaklings. All that matters in this world is power and titles. A weakling like you could never understand that, Morgan yelled before charging towards Luffy, but stopped dead in his tracks when Luffy spoke. That downwards chop from your right hand won't do anything, Luffy said, making Morgan's eyes grew wide as dinner plates. While Morgan was frozen in fear, Luffy never stopped once while walking towards him. Luffy then covered his palm in lighting before disappearing from everyone's sight. Luffy then appeared to Morgan's right, and with his lighting-coated palm he sliced off Morgan's right hand from his elbow. Morgan yelled out in pain and tried to jump back to put some distance between him and Luffy, but he didn't get to go far because Luffy was already behind him with his arm pulled back ready to strike. Chidori, he yelled as he stabbed his hand through Morgan's chest. Zoro and Kobe stared wide-eyed as they watched Luffy pulled her hand from Morgan's chest, letting his lifeless body lay there in a pool of his own blood. Luffy then pulled out a handkerchief from his coat and began wiping the blood off his hands. He then looked at the dead body of Morgan before speaking in a cold, emotionless voice. "Scum like you don't deserve to live," he said before he began walking back towards Zoro and Kobe. As he was walking back towards them, the Marine soldiers who were unconscious on the ground began to regain consciousness. When they woke up and saw the body of their dead captain on the ground instead of them trying to extract revenge on Luffy like he had expected, they began cheering and thanking Luffy for freeing them from Morgan's reign. "It seems they were all scared of Morgan before we showed up," said Kobe, getting Luffy's attention. Just as Luffy was about to reply, he heard something hit the ground next to him. When he looked over to see what it was, his first mate passed out on the ground. "Well, we better get him some food," said Luffy as he picked Zoro up and slung him over his shoulder before heading to the bar that the little girl from earlier, who he learned was named Rika, mother owned. Time skip. 15 minutes. "Oh, I am stuffed," said Zoro as he sat at the table with an empty plate in front of him. "Having not eaten in 3 weeks, I was ready to munch down on my boot's strap," he said, earning giggles from Rika and her mother. Luffy sat across from him with a bottle of whiskey and a glass half filled with whiskey. Luffy couldn't help but smile at his first mate antics. Zoro then turned towards Luffy and spoke. "So, how many others have you gathered for this crew beside me?" Zoro asked. Luffy took a sip of his whiskey before reply. "Just you," he replied before taking another sip of his whiskey. Zoro looked at Luffy like he was crazy. "So, you and I are what amounts to a pirate crew?" Zoro asked. "I can take on an entire fleet of Navy battleships by myself, and when I am done with you, you will be able to do the same," Luffy said in a serious voice. If anyone else had said something like that, Zoro would have thought they were crazy, but after meeting Luffy, Zoro doesn't think anything can surprise him anymore. Just as Zoro was about to say something, a group of Marines entered the bar and looked Luffy, who didn't look all that bothered by their presence. "Hey, you there, we heard you fellas are actually pirates. Is this rumor true?" A Marine who Luffy guessed was the highest ranking officer on the base after Morgan said. "Yay, we are," Luffy replied before taking a sip of his whiskey. "We appreciate everything you did to save our town from that horrible tyrant who terrorized us all for so long. However, now that we know you are pirates, as Marines we cannot sit idly by and watch you go about your business. Therefore, You and your crew will need to leave this town immediately, and out of respect for what you have done, we will not report you to headquarters, said the Marine, causing the people who were outside to begin to protest. Luffy then raised his hand, getting all of them to be quiet before he spoke. That's okay everyone, we were planning on leaving anyway. However, before we go, there is something I need to do, Luffy said before he reached into his coat, making all of the Marines there nervous. He then pulled out a transponder snail and placed it on the table before dialing a number. The snail began to ring for about 10 seconds before someone picked out. Hello, said a man on the other end of the transponder snail. Luffy smiled before replying. Is this Vice Admiral Garp? Luffy said, making every Marine and civilian's eyes to widen the size of dinner plates. This is him. Who is this? Garp asked. Luffy grinned before replying. Your grandson, Luffy said, making everyone's jaw dropped. Luffy chuckled at their reaction. Luffy. Garp yelled through the transponder snail. You brat, how dare you leave the island and join that red-haired bastard, huh? Garp said, making Luffy roll his eyes before replying. I miss you too, Grandpa. Luffy said with a smile, making Garp chuckle. Anyway, I called because I knew you always wanted me to join the Marines, but that's not going to happen. Luffy said, making Garp growl on the other end of the line. However, I found my replacement for you. Luffy said while looking at Kobe, making his eyes widen. Oh, and just who is this replacement? Garp asked. A kid named Kobe. He is a bit weak and a bit of a coward, but I think you'll like him. Luffy said. Garp didn't say anything for about 30 seconds before he sighed and replied. I'll take him, and just you watch, when I'm done with him he'll kick your ass up and down the Grand Line, Garp said, making Luffy chuckled. He is in Shell's Town in the East Blue. By the way, Shell's Town is going to need a new Marine captain. I had to kick Morgan's ass, Luffy said. I don't even want to know why, Garp said. Luffy smiled before speaking again. Well, I got to go, Gramps. I'm sure you and I are going to cross paths soon, so, until then. Luffy said, making Garm chuckle. Take care of yourself, brat, Garp said before hanging up. Luffy placed the snail back in his coat before standing up and walking over to Kobe. He reached in his coat and pulled out the bag of money he got from Alvida's bounty and handed it to Kobe before he spoke. Here, take this, you deserve it after all she put you through, Luffy said, making Kobe's eyes filled with tears. Kobe didn't get to say anything before Luffy turned towards Zoro and spoke. Get your things, we are leaving, he said. Zoro then grabbed his swords and stood up to leave. Luffy then turned to the Marines and spoke. Take care of Kobe until my grandfather shows up, will ya? He said as he and Zoro began walking out the door. The Marines could only nod their head dumbly. As they are walking down the road towards the docks, Luffy began summoning his thunder cloud. When they arrived, Zoro had his jaw on the ground at the sight of a thunder cloud. He almost passed out when Luffy got into the cloud. That's your ship, Zoro stuttered out. Luffy chuckled before speaking. It's temporary until we get a real one, he said as Zoro got in and sat in the seat that Kobe sat in while Luffy was on his throne. Well, Captain, where to next? Zoro asked as he sat his swords down in the cloud. Orangetown. I need to see a certain clown, Luffy said in a serious voice. Chapter 4. A chop man and a thief. Luffy and Zoro were traveling towards Orangetown at about 80 miles per hour, just about 20 feet above the water. Zoro was laying back in the cloud napping while Luffy was sitting on his throne with a glass of whiskey in his hand looking up at the sky. Luffy then turned to the sleeping form of Zoro and spoke. Oi! Wake up! Luffy said, causing Zoro to turn over on his side while mumbling something Luffy couldn't understand. Luffy then took on an evil smirk on his face before pointing his right index finger at Zoro. At the tip of Luffy's index finger, electric blue sparks could be seen building up before a small bolt of lightning shot out of Luffy's finger and slammed into Zoro's behind, causing him to yelp in pain. Zoro immediately sprang to his feet with all three swords drawn ready for an attack. Luffy had an amused look on his face as he looked at Zoro. He gave a small chuckle before speaking to his first mate. Relax, Zoro. It was me, Luffy said, making Zoro resheathed his swords before yelling at Luffy. Why the hell did you do that? Zoro asked, yelled. I tried waking you up the normal way, but you wouldn't wake up, so I had to get creative, Luffy said as he took a sip of his whiskey. He then tossed a cup towards Zoro before speaking again. The barrel on your right has food and the one on your left has booze, Luffy said while pointing at the two barrels that Lucky Roo gave to him. Zoro thanked him before taking some meat from the barrel to eat along with a cup of booze to drink. While Zoro was eating, Luffy thought it would be a good idea to let him know the plan going to Orangetown. We are going to arrive in Orangetown in about 30 minutes. The pirate who we are going there to see is Buggy, the clown. He has a 15 million belly on his head, Luffy said, making Zoro take on a serious look on his face before speaking. And why exactly are we going to meet him? Zoro asked with a raised eyebrow. Luffy took a sip of his whiskey before replying. I've heard a lot about him from my mentor. If he is as good a pirate as I expect him to be, I'll ask him to join the crew. If he is not, however, we kick his ass and cash in the bounty on him and his crew, Luffy said with a smirk. Zoro took a bite into the piece of meat he had in his hand before giving Luffy his opinion. And what if he is the pirate you expect him to be, but he doesn't want to join the crew? Zoro asked. Simple. We kick his ass and take his bounty, Luffy said, making Zoro chuckle. From now on, anyone with a bounty on their head we are going to cash in. In this cloud right now there is 800 million belly that I got from a few pirates in the Grand Line, Luffy said, making Zoro spit out all of the booze he had in his mouth and look at Luffy with eyes the size of dinner plates. 800.800 million belly? Zoro asked in a surprised voice, to which Luffy nodded before speaking. Yay. I plan on clearing out the big bounties in the East Blue before we head into the Grand Line. I highly doubt we will find a suitable ship that will survive the Grand Line. A lot of that money will be spent on first buying a ship, repairing it, and then eventually we are going to need a new one. However, if we are lucky to find one that could survive the Grand Line, then all we will need to worry about is the repairs, Luffy said, earning a nod from Zoro saying he understood. That being said, getting a ship and maintaining it is my responsibility as captain, so any opponent the crew face that has a bounty on their heads gets to keep the bounty for themselves. The treasure looted is divided among the crew equally, Luffy said. Zoro drank the last of his booze before speaking. That sounds good, Captain, Zoro said with a smile, making Luffy smile as well. The two of them traveled for about 10 more minutes before they reached the shores of the Orangetown, or what used to be Orangetown. The entire town looked like a tornado passed through it. Zoro and Luffy stepped out of the cloud and began walking into the town. While walking, Luffy sent a command to the cloud to stay in the skies about the island. When they reached the down, they realized that it was abandoned. There was not a soul in sight. The only thing there was a lot of destroyed houses and vandalized buildings. Luffy sighed and tilted his hand down a bit to cast a shadow over his eyes before he spoke in a cold, menacing tone. It would seem Buggy is not the man I thought he was, Luffy said as they continued to walk through the town. Seems we will be 15 million belly richer than we were a few minutes ago, Luffy said, causing Zoro to chuckle. Hopefully there is someone strong on his crew for me to face, said Zoro while placing his hand on his swords. Luffy and Zoro were brought out of their conversation by a group of people running towards them. It appeared to be 3 members of Buggy's crew were chasing a girl about Luffy's age. The girl had short hair with a particularly curled strand over the left side of her face, and she was about 5 feet 6 in height. She wore an orange mini skirt with 2 white rings on each side filled in with orange and a short sleeve white shirt with blue stripes. Zoro and Luffy looked at the group with a curious expression on their faces. As the group got closer, Luffy saw a rolled up paper in the girl's hand that was about to size to be a map of some kind. It was then Luffy understood why she was being chased. She must have stolen an important map from Buggy and now he is going to kill her. Oh well, that's none of my business, Luffy thought as they kept walking forward. When the group got even closer, Luffy noticed the evil smirk on the girl's face as she looked at him and Zoro and couldn't stop himself from sighing. This girl is going to involve us, isn't she? Luffy asked himself. The moment Luffy finished his thought, the girl stopped in front of him and spoke in a relieved tone. Oh hey, boss. Thanks for coming to save me, the girl said, earning a raised eyebrow from Zoro and Luffy as well as the 3 pirates that were chasing her. Before Luffy had the chance to say anything, the girl spoke again. "They're all yours now, boss. Have fun," she said before taking off running. Luffy sighed before he looked at Zoro and nodded. Before the three pirates knew what hit them, they were laying on the floor in a pool of their own blood while Zoro stood behind them resheathing his swords. "What a pain," Zoro said as he looked over at Luffy. "I thought you said I was the only member of your crew," Zoro said to Luffy. "You are," Luffy said as they looked up on the roof of one of the houses and just kept staring there. "Then who was that girl?" Zoro asked as he walked and stood next to Luffy and looked at the roof of the house to see what he was looking at. "No idea," Luffy said. As he said that, the girl from before popped her head over the roof to peep and see if Luffy and Zoro were dead yet. To her surprise, they were still alive and the three pirates that were previously chasing her were laying on the ground an inch away from death. She then looked over at Luffy and shivered when her eyes met the cold eyes of the boy in the straw hat. She then took another look at the three pirates before speaking. "You guys are really strong," she said as she jumped down from the roof and landed on the balcony of the house. "Even though you were outnumbered and they had sabers, you were able to beat them," the girl said. Luffy kept the emotionless look on his face before he spoke. "It's the girl who set us up a few minutes ago," Luffy said. "Who are you?" Luffy asked, causing the girl to put on a wide smile before replying. "I'm a talented thief who steals strictly from pirates, the name's Nami," she said happily. Luffy was about to speak, but before he could, the girl spoke again in an excited tone. "Hey, do you guys want to team up with me?" she asked, sounding very excited by the prospect. Luffy turned around preparing to walk away before he spoke. "Thanks for the offer, but I have no use for a thief, especially one who puts the lives to two innocent civilians in danger just to save her own skin," Luffy said before walking away with Zoro. Nami clenched her fist and looked down at the ground, feeling a bit ashamed when Luffy said that. She then looked up to see Luffy and Zoro walking away. These were two really strong guys who could really help her in achieving her goal, and she was not about to let an opportunity like this go to waste just because they saw a part of her that really wasn't her. She jumped off the balcony and yelled at them while running to catch up with them. "Wait. Hold on. I'm not like that," she yelled while running towards them. "At least think about my offer for a bit before you reject it," she said as she finally caught up to them. Luffy and Zoro stopped walking and turned towards her before Luffy spoke. "Listen, Nami, I'm sure you are a nice girl and all, but like I said before, I don't have any use for a thief. Unless you have some other skill that may be useful on the open sea, I don't see us working together," Luffy said with a sigh. He knew he couldn't judge her based on that first encounter. That wouldn't have been fair for her. Nami smiled widely, which told Luffy she had a skill that may be useful. "I am the most skilled navigator you will ever meet," Nami said proudly with a huge smile on her face. Luffy looked at her and smiled back before speaking. "A navigator. Now that is someone I am looking for," said Luffy, making Nami's smile grew wider, but her smile immediately vanished when Luffy spoke again. "How about you join my crew? I have been looking for a navigator," Luffy said. The moment he said that, Nami stopped smiling and yelled at Luffy. "No," she said, confusing Luffy. "I take it you two are pirates?" she asked, earning a nod from Luffy and Zoro. Nami clenched her fist and yelled at Luffy and Zoro. "There is nothing in this world I despise more than pirates. I only like money and tangerines," she yelled out, causing Luffy to look at her with sad eyes. It was obvious that pirates did something to her or someone close to her. That was the common occurrence in the world. Pirates raid a village and destroy the lives of many innocent people, causing them to develop a sense of hatred towards all pirates. Luffy placed his hand on her shoulder before he spoke to her in a more comforting voice instead of his usual cold, emotionless one. "You know, not all pirates are bad like the ones you met," Luffy said, causing her to look up at him with wide eyes. "How did you know I have met bad pirates?" she asked, yelled. Luffy sighed and looked around before he spoke. "Let us not talk in the open like this. I am sure you don't want Buggy's pirates to find you," Luffy said as he started walking towards one of the abandoned house. Zoro, who had remained silent throughout the whole ordeal, followed his captain into the house, and behind him, a very confused and angry Nami followed as well. The group entered the house that a family had abandoned in hope of getting away from Buggy. There were pictures on the wall of the family of four along with a well-stocked liquor cabinet to which Luffy decided to examine. While examining the cabinet, Luffy's eyes were as wide as dinner plates. Zoro noticed and decided to check on his captain. "You okay there, Captain?" Zoro asked. Luffy took a bottle out of the cabinet and showed it to Zoro before he spoke. "This is a bottle of Suntory Yamazaki 12-year-old single malt whiskey," Luffy said excitedly, causing Zoro and Nami to roll their eyes at his behavior. "Yay, so what? It's just whiskey," Nami said, earning a gasp from Luffy. "Just whiskey. Just whiskey," Luffy yelled out, startling Namir and Zoro. In the short time that Zoro knew Luffy, he rarely if ever saw Luffy express any emotion. So, to see him here right now without the impassive look on his face was something Zoro knew he wouldn't see again for a while. "This bottle of whiskey cost 250,000 billies," Luffy yelled out, making both of their eyes widen at the price. Nami's eyes turned into belly signs at the thought of selling that bottle. Luffy noticed the look in Nami's eyes and immediately shouted at her. "Don't you even think about it, Nami," he yelled, knocking her out of her thought. Luffy then walked over to the dining room table, sat down and poured some of the whiskey into a glass. He looked over to Zoro to see him with a bottle of sake in his hands as he sat down next to Luffy and guessed that Zoro prefers sake instead of whiskey. Luffy then looked at Nami, who didn't sit down next to them, opting to stand by the window and look out. Luffy took a sip of his drink and smiled at the taste. He was interrupted from his whiskey enjoyment by Nami's voice. "So, are you going to tell me how you knew I met a bad pirate?" she asked. Before Luffy could answer her question, she spoke once more again. "As far as I am concerned, all pirates are nothing more than scum. All they do is ruin the lives of innocent people and then leave happily," Nami said with a lot of anger and hate in her voice. Before she could speak again, Luffy decided to say something. "I'm guessing the pirates you've met were the scum of the earth and they hurt you or someone close to you. I can understand why you hate pirates so much, but you shouldn't judge all pirates based on your interaction with one," Luffy said as he looked at Nami from the corner of his eye. "It was 10 years ago a group of pirates came to my hometown. At first we were all scared of them and thought they were going to raid the village and kill everyone, but instead, they were nice guys who played with the kids and helped out around the village. They stayed there for about 2 months and when they left they took me with them and taught me everything I know," Luffy said, surprising both Nami and Zoro. Nami looked at Luffy with complete shock and jealousy written all over her face. "Why couldn't pirates like them come to our village instead of that monster?" Nami thought to herself angrily. She was brought out of her thought by Luffy's voice. "This straw hat was given to me by the captain of the pirate crew as a promise. A promise to meet each other again when I become king of the pirates," Luffy said as he held the straw hat in his hand while smiling fondly at it. "I cherish this hat more than my own life. It's my treasure," Luffy said as he places the straw hat back on his head and turned to Nami and spoke. "So Nami, join my crew and let's turn this whole world upside down," Luffy said with a huge grin on his face. Nami saw his smile and couldn't stop herself from smiling back at him. "I will never stoop so low as to become a pirate," Nami said, causing Luffy to frown. However, she continued, making Luffy's face brighten up once more in hope of her joining. "I don't see why we can't team up in order to achieve our common goal," Nami said, making Luffy smile widely at her before he looked to Zoro and raised his glass. "Here is to our new navigator," he said as him and Zoro drank what was left in their glasses. Luffy then stood up, took the expensive bottle of whiskey and placed it into his coat. Nami saw this and looked at him strangely. Luffy saw the way she was looking at him and spoke. "What? I'm a pirate," he said, causing her to shake her head. "So, what is the order, Captain?" Zoro asked as he stood up with his captain. Luffy dropped the smile on his face and took on his emotionless look once again before he spoke. "Let's see Buggy and kick his ass," he said as he began to walk out of the house. Zoro smiled at the chance of a fight while Nami looked absolutely terrified. "Be Buggy?" she asked in a scared voice. Luffy looked at her and spoke. "Yay, he is the reason we came here. I was going to ask him to join my crew, but after seeing what he has done here I am going to kick his ass, Luffy said as they continued to walk towards where Buggy and his crew were staying. The group walked for about 3 minutes when they finally arrived in front of a drinking pup which Buggy and his crew seemed to have occupied the roof of the place. Luffy looked up at the roof and yelled out, "BBUG." The music that was playing on the roof stopped and Luffy could see the silhouette of a group of people walking towards the edge of the roof. Finally, the group came into view and Luffy and the crew saw Buggy standing in the center of the group. Buggy was a slim, yet muscular blue-haired man with an appearance resembling that of a clown. He had a big red nose on his face which Luffy learned from Shanks is his real nose. Buggy's face was covered in makeup, he had crossbones going down his face forming an X. He also had 2 blue lines near both of his eyes, red lipstick and his Jolly Roger on his hat. In his pirate captain attire, he dons a striped white and red shirt with short sleeves, white gloves, a sash around his waist like many other pirates, and a pair of loose pants reaching to his calves, just above a pair of striped socks and pointy shoes. He also has a scarf around his neck. Hanging from his shoulders there is an orange, fur-lined captain's coat. On his head, he has an orange hat with his Jolly Roger on it, over a neckerchief with the same pattern of his shirt. "Who is that shouting the name of the great Captain Buggy?" Buggy asked as he stood on the edge of the building looking down at the group. "Wow, Shanks was right, you do have a big red nose," Luffy said pointing at Buggy's nose. Everyone on Buggy's crew started to sweat a bit and looked at Buggy with a fearful look in their eyes. "What did you say about my nose?" Buggy yelled while pointing at Luffy, "And how dare you mention that bastard's name in front of me?" Buggy asked again even angrier than before. "I said you have a big red nose," Luffy said making Buggy sake with rage, "and as for Shanks, I'm his apprentice," Luffy said proudly. Buggy stopped for a second before he started chucking making Luffy raise his eyebrow. "Men, prepare the Buggy ball," he yelled out to his men. His crew brought a cannon forward and aimed it at Luffy. Another crew member brought a red cannonball with Buggy's Jolly Roger on it and placed it into the cannon. "Now fire the Buggy ball," he yelled, causing one of his crew member to light the fuse. Zoro then stepped forward and spoke. "I got this, Captain," he said as he unsheathed one of his swords. As the cannon fired, the Buggy ball was racing towards the group but was intercepted by Zoro, who sliced it into 2 halves, causing it to miss Luffy and Nami and hit the 2 buildings behind them. Buggy looked like he was about to throw a fit about his precious Buggy ball being so easily cut, but Luffy spoke before he could. "You know, Zoro, I would like to avoid doing any more damages to this town. So, how about you let me handle the Buggy balls from now on?" "Okay," Luffy said as he stared at the houses destroyed by that one ball. Luffy then turned towards Buggy and spoke. "You know, Buggy, you are not what I had expected. From what Rayleigh and Shanks told me about you, I expected you to be some legendary pirate with a 500 million belly bounty on his head. But instead, here you are in the weakest sea of them all, terrorizing innocent civilians. And to think you were once a crew member on Gall D. Roger's crew," Luffy said in a disappointed tone while surprising everyone there, from the members of Buggy's crew to Zoro and Nami. Buggy took on a fearful look before yelling out at Luffy. "Hey, be quiet about that. The Navy will execute me for sure if they find out about that," Buggy said. Before Luffy could say anything, Buggy's crew shouted out in unison. "Captain, you were a member of the King of the Pirates ship." They all shouted out in unison, making Buggy almost want to kill them. Luffy raised his eyebrow at their reaction before speaking. "Didn't tell your own crew," Luffy said while walking forward. "You are a disgrace to call yourself a captain, Buggy," Luffy said as he stood next to Zoro. Buggy was beyond angry. Luffy could have sworn he saw steam come out of his ears. Buggy then turned towards his crew and yelled out an order. "Fire another Buggy ball," he yelled out, making a member of his crew load another one of the special cannonballs into the cannon and fire it at Luffy. Zoro was about to act, but Luffy put his hand up, making him stop to see what Luffy was going to do. Zoro then saw Luffy's forearm turn pitch black. Luffy then did something that made everyone present widen their eyes. He caught the cannonball with his bare hand before tossing it into the air for it to explode. Buggy's eyes were almost popping out of its sockets and his jaw was to the floor, but somehow he barely managed to stutter out something loud enough for everyone to hear. Hockey, he said, causing Luffy to smirk before he replied. Did I forget to mention I am from the New World? Asked smugly as he looked at Buggy's entire crew and sent a wave of conquerors hockey, knocking everyone out except for Buggy, a man on a unicycle and a man who was trying to wake the unconscious lion. Buggy stared at his men as they fell one by one, foaming at the mouth. The conqueror's spirit, Buggy thought to himself before turning towards the man on the unicycle and yelling out orders. Cabbage! Kill them! He yelled, and the man now named Cabbage jumped off the roof with his unicycle and charged towards Luffy's group. Luffy turned toward Zoro and nodded. Zoro then ran forward to meet him with all three swords drawn. Luffy stood back and watched as Zoro and Cabbage fought. Luffy immediately picked up that Cabbage wasn't a true swordsman, instead, he is a trickster who uses a sword. As the fight was going on, Luffy saw Buggy's hand was flying towards Zoro and quickly turned his body into lightning, surprising Nami and Buggy, and teleported just about Buggy's detached hand and stomped on it with his foot. He then looked up at Buggy and spoke in a voice that lacked any ounce of emotion. If you want to fight someone, I'll happily fight you, Luffy said. Nami was watching the whole encounter with eyes the size of dinner plates. First, Luffy catches a cannonball with his bare hands, then he makes everyone pass out by just looking at them, then Buggy's hand detached from his body and now Luffy turned his body into lighting. These people aren't human, she thought to herself before yelling out to the group. What are you people? He yelled, making Buggy and Luffy look at her. Luffy was the first to speak. I ate the rumble fruit. So, I'm a lightning man, Luffy said, surprising both Buggy and her. Buggy then cleared his throat and spoke. I ate the chop fruit. I'm a chop man, Buggy said proudly. Nami never thought devil fruits were real, she always thought they were just stories that the pirates told. Luffy seeing Nami's stressed out look and decided to have her think about something else. Hey, Nami, Luffy said, getting her attention, why don't you handle the guy trying to wake up his lion? Seeing as how badly he wants that lion to wake up, tell me the lion probably does more of the fighting than him, so it should be easy. Plus he is not paying attention, so sneak up on him or something, Luffy said, knocking her out of her worrying only to have her yell at him. And why should I do that? She said. Luffy smiled at her before speaking. Because, if you do, I will let you keep all the treasure we take from Buggy, Luffy said, making Nami's eyes turn into the belly sign before running off to the guy with the lion. Luffy then looked over at Zoro to see he had already beat his opponent and was now sitting against one of the buildings watching Luffy and Buggy. Help her if she needs it, he said, earning a nod from Zoro. Luffy then turned towards Buggy and unsheathed his sword, allowing Zoro to see it for the first time. It was a pitch-black katana with a thin line of sliver showing the sharpness of the blade. The katana looked like it could cut through gold like a hot knife through butter. Buggy saw the katana and smirked. The fool, didn't he hear me say I am a chop man? Swords don't work on me, he thought as he watched Luffy raise his foot, releasing his hand from under it before he turned his body into lighting and appeared in front of Buggy with his sword in the air. Instead of dodging the attack, Buggy stood there unmoving. Luffy noticed this and changed his swing to only nick Buggy's cheek. When Buggy felt blood running down his face, he immediately felt it, making sure he was cut and not just feeling things. He then looked at Luffy with a fearful look and spoke. How? He asked. Luffy smiled and spoke. Because I am a lightning man, I control lighting. There isn't a metal out there that can withstand my lightning and not melt. Well, there is only two, Luffy said, surprising Buggy and Zoro. Gold, which my sword is obviously not made from, and ... Luffy then took on a smirk on his face before continuing. See prism stone, Luffy said, making Buggy's eyes widen. Luffy then touched the tip of the sword to Buggy's chest, causing him to drop to the ground, feeling as though all the energy in his body just left him. Luffy then channeled his lighting through his sword, causing it to light up with electric blue sparks before he spoke. Bind, he said, causing 3 bolts of lighting to sprout from the tip of his sword and wrap itself around Buggy, holding him in place. He then walked over to Cabbage and did the same thing to him and the man who Nami fought. Luffy then looked over to Buggy, who was struggling to get free of the binds, and spoke. Don't try, he said, getting Buggy's attention. Those lighting are infused with Hawkeye, effectively neutralizing your devil fruit power, Luffy said, making Buggy's eyes widen in shock. He was about to scream, but Luffy spoke before he could. You see, I have an ability that other Logia users don't. I can infuse Hawkeye into my element without having it being connected to me, Luffy said, confusing Buggy. Luffy saw the confusion and decided to elaborate. For example, Navy Admiral Aokiji is an Ice Logia user and he can infuse Hawkeye into his ice, but he has to be touching his ice to do that, and the second he lets go of the ice, the Hawkeye is gone from the ice as well. Me, on the other hand, when I let go of my lighting, my Hawkeye is still there, Luffy said, surprising everyone there. Luffy then turned to his crew and spoke. We are going to cash in their bounty, then head to Gecko Island, Luffy said, earning a raised eyebrow from Zoro. Why are we going there? He asked. Luffy smiled and spoke. To pick up our sniper, he said. Chapter 5. A Liar and a Ship. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami are currently traveling on Luffy's Thunder Cloud towards Gecko Islands after cashing in the bounty on Buggy and his crew. Luffy had then split up the bounty between the three of them, with Zoro getting 8 million for defeating Kabaji, Nami getting another 8 million for defeating a man who Luffy learned was Moji the Beast Tamer, and Luffy got 15 million for defeating Buggy. Luffy had allowed Nami to keep half of the treasure she had found on Buggy's ship, while Luffy made her leave the other half behind for the townspeople. The group was about 2 miles off the northern shore of the island and were traveling at about 40 miles per hour. Soon as the island came into view, Zoro turned towards Luffy, who was sitting on his throne, and spoke. So remind me again, why are we going to this island? Zoro said, getting both Nami and Luffy's attention. Luffy looked at him and sighed before replying. Like I told you earlier, we are going to the island to hopefully pick up a sniper, Luffy said. Nami then looked at him with a raised eyebrow before she spoke. Hopefully, she asked. Luffy then nodded his head before speaking. I don't know if he is going to want to join. Hell, I am just hoping he is a sniper like his dad and want to be a pirate, Luffy said before he pulled out a glass and poured some whiskey in it and took a sip before he began to speak again. And we are going to try to get a ship on that island as well, Luffy said, causing Zoro to nod his head and trusting his captain, while Nami took on a disappointed look on her face. She then looked at Luffy and spoke. Why we need a ship? She asked. She ran her hands on the surface of the cloud. I mean, this cloud is way better, she said. Luffy looked at her with an impassive look on his face before he spoke in a monotone voice. You may feel it is way better because you aren't the one who is keeping it together and flying it, Luffy said. Nami didn't say anything else, she just turned and faced forward. After traveling for a few more minutes before they arrived on the shores of Gecko Island. As they stepped onto the shore, Luffy sensed 4 individuals hiding on the cliff above them. Be careful, we are being watched, he said, getting their attention. Zoro placed his hand on his swords while Nami placed her hand to her side, getting ready to pull out the staff she had folded and strapped to the inside of her thigh. Suddenly Luffy sensed an incoming attack and immediately pushed Nami and Zoro out of way, allowing the attack to simply pass right through him. Luffy then looked up to see a teenager standing at the top of the slope with his arms crossed. I am Usopp, leader of the invincible nation of pirates who rule over this island. You stand before a living legend, the most revered pirate who ever lived. I am the great Captain Usopp. The teenage boy said, causing Zoro and Nami to sweat drop at his introduction while Luffy smiled at his antics. Usopp was a slim tan-skinned teenager with medium-length black woolly hair, prominent lips, and a long nose. He wore an olive-green plaid bandana, a blue and white striped armband on his left arm, brown overalls with a white sash and no shirt underneath. He also carried with him a yellow satchel. If you dare try to attack this island, my arm of 8 million super pirates will squash you like bugs, Usopp said. As he said that, a bunch of pirate flags tied to sticks began to rise from the bushes on the cliff surrounding the shore. Luffy raised an eyebrow at this before he spoke. Don't you mean 3 little kids? Luffy asked. The moment Luffy asked the question, Usopp began to shake in his boots with sweat pouring down his face. From the bushes that the pirate flags were raised from, 3 little kids ran out screaming. Usopp turned to the running away kids and screamed. Hey, where are you going? He asked, yelled. Luffy couldn't stop himself from chuckling. Some crew you got there, Captain Usopp, Luffy said mockingly. At the corner of his eye, he saw Nami bent down and picked something up before she spoke. A pirate using a slingshot, huh? Now I have seen it all, she said. Usopp got angry when she made fun of him using a slingshot. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a green slingshot before aiming it at Luffy. Shut your mouth, or I'll shut it for you. I am a proud man and I won't stand for it. This is your last warning or you'll get to see why they call me Proud Usopp and not Pushover Usopp, he said as he pulled back on the slingshot and aimed at Luffy's head. You've already seen just how good I am with this thing. So, you know I can rival anyone carrying a pistol, he said. Luffy looked at him while placing his hand on his hat and tilting his head down a bit, causing the hat to cast a shadow over his eyes before he spoke in a chilling tone. Now that you've drawn your pistol, are you willing to use it? Luffy asked, causing Usopp to sweat a bit. Guns aren't for threats, they're for actions. Are you willing to risk your life for it? Because. Quote. Luffy paused before pulling out his own pistol and aiming it at Usopp before continuing. I sure as hell am, he finished, causing Usopp to shake in his boots. However, even though he was absolutely terrified, he did not drop his slingshot, he kept it aimed at Luffy. Luffy smirked before sending a small amount of lightning into the gun so he wouldn't kill Usopp and pulled the trigger. Faster than anyone could track, a bolt of lightning left the gun and traveled through the air before flying straight through Usopp's slingshot and collided with the pellet he had loaded in there, effectively destroying it. Everyone could only stare at the crumbling pellet with their jaw on the floor. Usopp dropped to his knee and looked at Luffy in awe. Luffy chuckled before he spoke once more. Nice shot, huh? He asked, making Usopp nod dumbly. Yay, your dad taught me how to do that, he said, making Usopp's eyes go wide before he tumbled down the cliff, causing Luffy and everyone else to sweat drop. You know my dad? Usopp asked as he got back up and dusted himself off. Luffy placed his gun back in its holster before he spoke. Why don't we go get something to eat and we can talk there, Luffy said. Usopp nodded his head before leading Luffy and his crew towards a restaurant per bar called Meshi. When they got to the bar, everyone ordered food and sat down to eat while they listened to Luffy tell Usopp stories about sailing with his dad. To say Usopp was amazed at the fact that his dad was the sniper for a Yonko's crew would be an understatement. Luffy looked at Usopp and can see that he was proud of his dad being a pirate. After they finished eating, Luffy was about to ask Usopp about buying a ship, but before he could speak, Usopp stood up, puffed out his chest before he began to speak. It is decided, he said at the top of his voice, one day I too will travel the seas like my father and become a brave warrior. Usopp said with a determined look on his face. Luffy chuckled before he spoke to him. Well, what a coincidence, I happen to be in search of a sniper for my crew. In fact, it is one of the reasons I came here, Luffy said, getting Usopp's attention. Your dad said you would make a good addition to my crew if you ever wanted to become a pirate. So, how about it? Do you want to join my crew and let's turn this whole world upside down? Luffy asked with a smirk on his face. Usopp looked scared and nervous at the thought of joining a pirate crew. He fidgeted around for a bit before he finally replied to Luffy. Can I think about for a while? He asked softly. Luffy just nodded his head yes. Usopp was about to leave but Luffy's voice stopped him. Hey Usopp, Luffy said, getting his attention, do you know where we could purchase a ship? Luffy asked. Usopp placed his index finger to his chin and began to think for a minute before he replied to Luffy. There isn't any shipyard on this island, however, if you want to buy a ship your best bet is to check the mansion up on that hill, he said while pointing out the window at the lone mansion on the hill. When Nami heard mansion, her eyes immediately changed into belly signs at the thought of the money that was in the mansion. She looked at Usopp and asked him a question. Who lives in the mansion? She asked. Usopp smiled brightly at her before replying to her. An orphan girl named Kaya. Her parents died 3 years ago and she has been in a depression since then, Usopp said, making Nami look down sadly. I have been visiting her every day trying to cheer her up ever since her parents died, and I am headed over there right now, so if you want you can come along and I'll introduce you, Usopp said. Luffy smiled and replied. That sounds great, Usopp, Luffy said as he and his crew stood up and followed Usopp out the restaurant. After walking up the hill for about 5 minutes, the group arrived at the mansion where Usopp led them around the side to the hedges and removed a piece of the hedge, creating a hole big enough for someone to crawl through. Nami looked at Usopp and spoke. Why do I get the feeling that you are not welcomed here, Usopp? She said, making Usopp chuckle nervously before replying. Well, you see, the butler here doesn't really like me. So, I have to sneak in to talk to Kaya, he said. Luffy and Zoro couldn't stop themselves from bursting out laughing, making Usopp blush in embarrassment. After Luffy and Zoro calmed down, the group went through the hole in the hedge one by one and entered the yard. The group stood under a rather large tree at the side of the house. Usopp bent down and picked up a pebble and then proceeded to climb the tree. He threw the pebble at one of the windows of the house and suddenly it opened and a brightly smiling girl stuck her head out and spoke to Usopp. Usopp, you came, she said happily. Usopp smiled back before replying. Of course I came, and I brought some friends who came here to join the Usopp pirates and meet you, Usopp said, pointing to Luffy and his crew standing at the bottom of the tree. Kaya, this is Luffy, Nami, and Zoro, he said while pointing at each of them as he spoke. And guys, this is Kaya. When he said that, Luffy and his crew waved at her, making her smile and wave back. Kaya was a slim and pale-skinned girl with blonde hair. She had wide brown eyes, that are of a sort of lighter shade, and she wore a pale long dress. Kaya looked at Luffy and spoke with a warm smile on her face. It is nice to meet you all, she said. Luffy smiled at her and spoke in a kind voice that his crew had never heard him use in the short time they knew him. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Miss Kaya. However, this is more of a business meeting more than a social one, Luffy said, making Kaya raise an eyebrow before replying. And what business do you have with me exactly? She asked. Luffy took a step closer to the house before he spoke again. It was brought to our attention that we would be able to purchase a ship from you, Luffy said while looking up at Kaya. Kaya took on a thoughtful look for a second before turning around in her room and began shouting someone's name. Mary, she shouted, could you come here for a second? 10 seconds after she yelled out, Luffy heard someone open the door to her room. Luffy watched as a strange-looking man came and stood next to Kaya and spoke. You called Miss Kaya, he said while looking at Kaya, not noticing everyone else who was outside. Kaya smiled at him before she replied. Yes, I did. I would like you to meet a friend of Usopp, she said before pointing outside at Luffy and the gang. This is Luffy and his friends. He is interested in buying a ship. Can you take him to the docks and show him our ship? She asked, making Mary looked at the group a bit skeptical at first before nodding. Mary then exited the room and headed to the outside where Luffy and his crew were to lead them to the docks. Mary arrived outside with the group and spoke to them. If you all would follow me, I will take you to the ship, he said. Luffy turned towards Nami and Zoro and spoke. Why don't you guys stay here and keep Kaya company with Usopp while I go check out the ship, he said. Zoro nodded, trusting his captain, while Nami also nodded her head because she thought it was boring to pick out a ship. Luffy then looked over to Mary and nodded his head slightly, telling him to lead the way. Mary then led Luffy towards the back of the mansion where they had their own personal docks for their use only. It was at the docks Luffy saw a beautiful ship docked. Luffy looked over to Mary and saw him with a proud smile on his face as he looked at the ship. As they got closer, Mary turned to Luffy and spoke. This is the Going Mary, he said, pointing at the ship. It is a ship I built all by myself, he said proudly. Luffy turned and looked at the ship, examining it every inch. The Going Mary was a Caravel-class ship designed by Mary and had a jib and a central steer rudder. The ship's armaments consisted of 4 cannons, 1 in the bow pointing forward, 1 in the stern, and 2 pointing to either side and to top everything off, and the figurehead of the ship was a sheep's head. After examining the ship, Luffy came and stood next to Mary once more and spoke. It's a beautiful ship, he said while looking at Mary. How much for it? He asked. Mary took on a thoughtful look for a few seconds before he replied. 80 million, he said, surprising Luffy at how cheap it was. We don't really get to take her out that much anymore, and she is only sitting here collecting dust. So, if you were wondering why she is that cheap, that's why, Mary said, causing Luffy to nod his head. I understand, he said before he walked up to the ship and placed his hand on it before he spoke. However, I plan on going into the Grand Line, and a ship like this won't survive the Grand Line as it is right now, Luffy said, making Mary nod his head in an understanding way. Mary was about to speak, but Luffy spoke before he got a chance to. I will pay 100 million for the ship if you can make a few upgrades to it, Luffy said, surprising Mary. And what sort of upgrades do you have in mind? Mary asked. Luffy looked over at him and spoke. I noticed that the ship doesn't have a captain's quarters. I would like one to be added in, Luffy said, to which Mary nodded his head. Also, the current cannons on the ship are of an older model. I would like for them to be replaced with new models. I would also like for the rudder to be replaced. Currently, as it is, would snap against a strong current, Luffy said. Mary made note of everything he asked for before he spoke. I will also check the wood on the ship to see if any needs replacing. This won't make her survive the Grand Line, however, it should extend her lifespan a bit longer, allowing you to find a stronger ship, Mary said. Luffy nodded his head before he spoke again. And how long will all these upgrades take? He asked. Mary brought his finger to his chin and thought for a moment before he replied. About 2 weeks or so. I will have the builders start on it right away, he said, making Luffy smile at him before he replied. I would really appreciate that, thank you, Luffy said before the two of them made their way back to the mansion to meet up with the rest of the crew. As the crew came into view, Luffy and Mary saw that some sort of commotion was going on between Usopp and a rather well-dressed man who Luffy take to be the butler that didn't like Usopp. Luffy looked at Mary as they were walking there and spoke in an amused voice. I take it that is the butler that Usopp said didn't like him? He asked, causing Mary to chuckle before replying. Yes, that is Clawhador, he said. As they got closer, they were able to hear Clawhador insult Usopp and his dad Usopp, causing Luffy's smile to immediately vanish from his face. Luffy saw Usopp was really close to hitting the guy and decided to let his presence be known by speaking. You know, some might think you have a death wish for insulting a member of a Yonko's crew, Luffy said as he and Mary got closer. Clawhador and Kaya turned and looked at him with wide eyes. Clawhador quickly regained his composure and spoke to Luffy. I do not know what you are talking about. I did no such thing, he said while staring at Luffy. Luffy walked up to him and stared at him in the eyes and spoke once more. Usopp's father is the sniper and left hand to red-haired Shanks, Luffy said, surprising everyone there including Usopp. Usopp knew his father was on Shanks' crew, but he had never thought his father would be Shanks' third in command. Usopp was interrupted from his thought when Luffy spoke once more. So let's be honest here, do you really want to piss a Yonko off, butler? Luffy said, putting emphasis on the butler part. Luffy could easily see in Clawhador's eyes that he was scared even though he kept his face stoic and emotionless. So what? The butler said, surprising Luffy. Even if he is the son of a member of a Yonko's crew, I highly doubt that a Yonko from the Grand Line will come all the way here to the East Blue for something like this, Clawhador said smugly. Luffy then gave a chuckle that sent shivers down the spine of the butler before he spoke. Why would Shanks need to come when I'm already here? Luffy said before pulling his coat back and lifting up the left side his red shirt, giving everyone there a look of his well-toned 8-pack abs. However, the thing that caught everyone's eyes wasn't his abs, but the tattoo that was on the left side of his abdomen. When Clawhador saw it, he immediately began to sweat. On the side of Luffy's abdomen was a tattoo of a Jolly Roger, but not just any Jolly Roger, the Jolly Roger of the red-haired pirates. That's. Clawhador stammered as he pointed at Luffy's tattoo. Luffy smirked before he spoke. The Jolly Roger of the red-haired pirates. Yes, Luffy said before he pulled his shirt back down and looked over to his crew to see Zoro had a smirk on his face at the thought of how strong his captain was, while Nami had a slight blush on her face as she remembered Luffy's abs. Luffy turned back to Clawhador and spoke once more. You see, Shanks is practically my adopted father because he and his crew raised me for the past 10 years, and eventually I became part of the crew as well. hence the tattoo, Luffy said before he turned to Kaya and spoke. I will take the ship, Miss Kaya. I already spoke to Mary on some things I want to be done on it and we already agreed to a price. I am sure Mary will fill you in on everything, Luffy said as he turned to leave with his crew and Usopp. As Luffy was walking away he turned and looked at Clawhador and spoke in a deadly tone. If I ever hear you insult one of the red-haired pirates again I will kill you myself, butler, Luffy said before walking away with his crew. After leaving Kaya's mansion, the group was currently walking down the hill to head back to the village. While walking Zoro noticed that Luffy was in deep thought and decided to ask his captain what was wrong. You okay there, captain? He asked, knocking Luffy out of his deep thought. Luffy shook his head slightly before turning to Zoro and spoke. Huh, was all he said, showing that he wasn't paying attention to what was going on. Zoro raised his eyebrow and spoke again. I asked if you're okay. You look a bit distracted, he said, making Luffy nod his head before he replied. Yay, I am. There is something about that butler that is familiar, but for the life of me I can't figure out what is it about him that's so familiar, he said in a frustrated voice. Zoro then began to think and try to help his captain figure out what was familiar about the butler, but he came up empty as well. Nami, who was looking at the two of them, sighed and spoke to them. Maybe you are thinking too much into it, she said, getting their attention. Why don't we check into one of the local inns and get some rest? Maybe that will help you figure it out, she said, making Luffy nodded his head in agreement. Usopp took the three of them to a local inn and Luffy checked everyone in and ordered dinner for the three of them and Usopp before they all went to sleep for the night. Maybe a good night's rest will help me figure out why he is so familiar, Luffy thought before he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Chapter 6. A Foiled Plan. After a good night's rest, Luffy was the first one up at around 5 a.m. and decided to go for a stroll through the village. Luffy walked for a while before ending up on one of the cliffs surrounding the southern shores of the island. He spotted a nice tree and sat down at the base of the tree and stared up at the sky while enjoying the peace and quiet. Luffy's peace and quiet was interrupted by two voices coming down on the shores of the beach. Wanting to see who it is, he got up on all fours and crawled to the edge carefully to make sure he wasn't seen or heard by whoever was down there. When Luffy reached the edge, he peeked over to see who it was, only to see Clawhador talking to a strangely dressed man. Is everything set, Django? Clawhador asked the man. Django took a seat on one of the nearby rocks before he replied to Clawhador. Rest assured, everything will go accordingly to plan. Captain Kuro, Django said, causing Luffy to smile in satisfaction, having finally figured out why that butler seemed so familiar. So, that's why you're familiar, Luffy thought as he watched the two men. Captain Kuro of 1000 Plans. Looks like I'll have some entertainment while we wait for the ship, Luffy thought to himself. He was brought out of his thought when Kuro shouted at Django. Don't call me that idiot. Kuro screamed. I gave up that name a long time ago, he said as he readjusted his glasses. Django sighed before he stood up and spoke to Kuro. Fine, fine. Just hurry up and give the signal so we can kill this rich girl and inherit her money, Django said nonchalantly. Luffy could have sworn he saw steam come out of Kuro's ears when Django said that. You idiot, I can't get her inheritance because I am not related to her. Kuro said before he adjusted his glasses once more. Miss Kaya need to perish in an unfortunate accident, but before she perishes in an unfortunate accident, I need you to hypnotize her and make her create a will leaving all of her fortunes to her butler, Clawhador, Kuro said with a pompous smirk on his face. Django sighed and sat down on one of the nearby rocks before he spoke again. Right, he said with a sigh. Just hurry up and give the signal, the boys are getting bored, he said with a sadistic smirk on his face. Kuro looked at him for a while before he spoke again. There is something that has come up which may be a hindrance to our plan, Kuro said, making Django look at him with a raised eyebrow. There is a boy currently in the village who wears a straw hat. I want you to avoid him and his crew at all cost, Kuro said, surprising Django even more. Why? Was all he asked. Kuro looked at him with a serious look on his face before he replied. He has ties to one of the 4 emperors, Kuro said, making Django's eyes widen. I doubt he will get involved after all, he is a pirate. However, if he does, I will deal with him, Kuro said before he turned to leave. Django stood up and turned to leave as well, but spoke one last time before he left. Right, I'll have the boys on the north shore at daybreak to storm the village, he said before he walked off. Kuro didn't reply to what he said, he simply walked off as well. Luffy got up from his position on the ground and started to head back to the village to tell the crew about what he had heard. After walking for a few minutes, he arrived at the inn and saw that everyone was up and Usopp was there already. Luffy then proceeded to tell them what he had heard, making Usopp dash out of the inn to warn Kaya. Luffy looked at him and shook his head before speaking to the rest of the crew. Well, he is about to get his heart broken, Luffy said before he took out a glass and poured himself some whiskey. Nami looked confused at what he meant. What do you mean? She asked with a confused look all over her face. Luffy took a sip of his whiskey before he answered her. Usopp is famous around the village for being a liar. He is about to go tell Kaya the man who her parents left in charge of taking care of her is a pirate, Luffy said before he took another sip of his drink and spoke again. Would you believe him if you were Kaya? He asked. Nami looked thoughtful for a moment before she shook her head saying no. Zoro took a seat opposite his captain and spoke in a serious voice. So, what are you going to do, Captain? Zoro asked. Luffy downed his drink before he answered in a cold and deadly voice that sent chills down the spine of both his crewmates. I owe a debt of gratitude to Shanks and his crew that I can never repay. So, I'll be damned if I let a small-time pirate from the East Blue run amok on the island that Yasopp's wife is buried, Luffy said, causing Zoro and smirk while Nami had fear written all over her face. The crew had spent the rest of the day planning with Usopp, who had returned heartbroken as Luffy had predicted. The day had arrived, and the entire crew got up around an hour before daybreak and headed to the north shore to wait for the pirates. The group stood in a line across to the top of the slope leading up from the shore. Luffy stood there looking bored while Nami and Usopp looked scared and Zoro looked excited. Finally, the Black Cat pirates' ship docked on the shore and a large group of pirates came off the ship and started running towards the village, but stopped when they saw Luffy and his crew standing at the top of the slope. One of the pirates turned to a man who Luffy recognized to be Django and spoke. Captain, there is a bunch of kids here, he said, causing Django to look up the slope. He looked at everyone at the top of the slope, and when his eyes landed on Luffy's straw hat he immediately grew pale and started sweating. He pointed to Luffy and spoke with a stutter. That boy, he said, making everyone look at Luffy. Captain Kuro said we should avoid facing him, but if we don't get by him we will have to deal with Captain Kuro himself, he said in a scared voice before he cleared his throat and screamed out an order to his men. Men! Kill them before the captain gets angry, he yelled, causing all of the pirates to charge at the group. Luffy looked at Zoro and nodded, causing him unsheathed his swords and charge at the group. Zoro started cutting down pirates left, right, and center. Usopp looked at Zoro with stars in his eyes while whispering something about being so cool. Django saw his men were dropping like flies and turned to his ship and screamed out. Sham! Butchie! Get out here now! He screamed, and two other pirates came out of the ship. Django then ordered them to attack Zoro, causing the two of them to look at Zoro in fear. The two of them reluctantly attacked Zoro while saying how scared they were until their entire demeanor changed into a more confident one, showing that they were only acting scared. Luffy watched as Zoro got two of his swords taken away from him, causing him to go on the defensive. Luffy then looked at Nami and Usopp and spoke. Nami, Usopp, he said, getting their attention. Go get Zoro back his swords, or else he won't win, he said, making them look at him in fear. Nami was about to protest, but the look she got from Luffy caused her to swallow her words. Luffy watched as Nami and Usopp ran down the hill towards Zoro's swords laying on the ground. Just as they were about to reach the swords, they were intercepted by Django holding some sort of metal ring tied to a string. Django then tried to hypnotize Nami and Usopp, only to have Nami use her staff to flick Zoro's swords towards him before she and Usopp began fighting Django. Luffy then turned his attention away from Nami and Usopp to Zoro. Luffy saw Zoro caught both of his swords before he started to go on the offensive, however, he was still struggling against the amazing tag team of Sham and Butchie. Luffy then saw Butchie was about to attack Zoro from behind while he was too busy fighting off Sham. He turned his body into lightning and teleported behind Butchie, getting his attention. Luffy then coated his right palm in lightning and backhanded him across the face, sending him flying down the slope, crashing into their ship's figurehead before continuing his path through the ship's cabin. "It is rude to attack a swordsman from behind," Luffy said before he looked back up the slope to see a very pissed off Kuro standing there, causing Luffy to smirk. "What the hell is going on here?" Kuro yelled, causing everyone to stop fighting and look at him. The Black Cat pirates looked scared out of their minds at the sight of Kuro. Django looked like he was about to wet himself. "See Captain K. Kuro, these kids are monsters," he stuttered out, making Kuro looked at everyone there with a pissed off look on his face. When his eyes landed on a smiling Luffy, all he could do was stare at him with a look of pure hatred before he reached into the bag he was carrying and pulled out a pair of furred gloves with full-length katana blades at the end of each finger. Luffy saw this and looked at Zoro and spoke. "Finish up your fight, Zoro, and get off this slope," he said. Kuro looked at Django and spoke in a deadly tone. "You have 5 minutes to clean up this mess, Django," he said as he started to put the gloves on, "or else I'll kill you." Luffy went down the slope to help Nami take care of Django quickly while leaving Zoro to finish off Sham. When Luffy reached the bottom, Django didn't know who he should be more scared of, Kuro or the man who just slapped one of his crewmates through an entire galleon. As Luffy got closer, Django immediately tried to hypnotize him, but before he could react, Luffy was already behind up with his index finger pressed against the back of his neck. Before he could do anything, he felt an electrical shock at the base of his neck, causing him to pass out. Luffy then looked at Nami and spoke. "Why don't you go clean em out, Nami?" he said, causing her to smile widely before rushing off to the ship with Usopp to steal their treasure. Luffy then looked up the slope to see Zoro and just finished defeating his opponent and was walking towards Luffy. Kuro looked beyond pissed. He couldn't fathom how a group of kids had caused all of his plans to crumble this much. 3 years of planning had all gone down the drain thanks to these kids. He looked at Luffy and his crew with a murderous look in his eyes before he took off towards them. He was moving too fast for Zoro to track, but Luffy could see his every move. Luffy then took off after Kuro at speeds far greater than his and intercepted him in the middle of the slope with his fist buried in Kuro's stomach, causing him to fall over on all fours, gasping for air. "Why?" Kuro asked from his position on the ground, making Luffy look at him with a raised eyebrow. "Why are you getting involved?" he asked. Luffy chuckled and spoke in a deadly tone. "I'm bored. So, I'll kill time by killing you," he said, pissing Kuro off even more. Kuro then shot up and slashed at Luffy's head, but was surprised when Luffy made attempt to dodge. His eyes widened even further when his cat claws cut Luffy's head clean off, but instead of blood, all he saw was electric blue sparks of lighting from Luffy's neck and his separated head. Then suddenly Luffy's separated head turned into a bolt of lightning and reattached itself to Luffy's body. Usopp, Zoro, Nami and Kuro had their jaws on the floor at what they just saw. Luffy just stared at Kuro with an impassive look on his face before he spoke once more in a bored tone. "Is that it?" he asked. Just what are you?" asked a bewildered Kuro. Luffy chuckled a bit before he replied. "A demon," he said before he punched Kuro square of the face, sending him tumbling 15 feet back before finally coming to a stop. After about 5 minutes, Kuro shakily stood up to his feet and looked at Luffy before he spoke. My plan cannot fail," he screamed out at Luffy, causing everyone there to look at him as though he was crazy. "I think I hit him a bit too hard," Luffy joked, angering Kuro further. "I will kill you, Straw Hat. You, and your band of misfits. Then I'll make Kaya sign over all of her fortunes to me before I kill her." Kuro screamed, not noticing a teary-eyed Kaya behind him. Luffy chuckled menacingly before he spoke. "Before you do all of that, I have a question for you," Luffy said, puzzling Kuro and everyone there. "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of lightning?" Luffy asked, puzzling Kuro at first before his eyes widened when Luffy appeared crouched in front of him. Luffy then kicked him from his crouched position right under his chin, sending him flying 50 feet into the air. Luffy then turned his body into lightning and teleported to the left side of Kuro with his left foot from the knee down covered in lightning. Luffy then spun his body to the right and delivered a lightning speed kick of Kuro's midsection, sending him flying towards the ground at lightning speed, causing Kuro to break the sound barrier before he impacted the ground. The moment Kuro's body impacted the ground, it created a crater 10 feet wide with his broken body lying in the center. When Luffy landed back on the ground, he placed his hands in his pockets and investigated the crater and cringed slightly at the sight of Kuro. Kuro had 4 of his ribs sticking out of his chest, his neck of clearly broken, and his right foot was facing the wrong way. One thing was clear, the oh-so-great Captain Kuro was dead. He did all that with just one kick. Came the frightened voice of one of Black Cat pirates, getting Luffy's attention. Luffy turned to see some of the Black Cat pirates were starting to wake up, making him realize that Zoro didn't kill them. I highly suggest you take that weird guy with the rings and get the fuck off this island before I slaughter all of you. Luffy said, making all of them scatter to pick up their fallen comrades before hopping on their ship and sailing away scared. Luffy then walked over to Kaya and spoke to her with a smile. Miss Kaya, how about I treat you to breakfast? He asked, making her look away from Kuro's dead body. You've had a pretty rough start to your day. So, what do you say? Kaya looked at Luffy teary-eyed and nodded before she spoke. But, what about Klaha? I mean Kuro's body, she asked. Luffy smiled before he looked up into the sky, making Kaya and the rest of his crew look up as well. They all say a small thundercloud began to descend from the sky over Kuro's body and swallowed the corpse up before returning into the sky. What body? Luffy asked, making Kaya smile. He then turned to his crew and spoke. Well, are you 3 going to stand there all day because I am hungry? He asked rhetorically, making them run towards him and Kaya before all of them walked back into the village. Timeskip. 5 days later. Luffy and the crew were currently standing on the southern shore of the island staring at their ship. The Going Merry, her cannons upgraded, the figurehead was repainted and a lot of the wood on the ship was replaced, making her a bit stronger than how she was previously. Luffy and his crew were in the middle of saying their goodbyes to Kaya and Mary when they heard someone scream behind them. They all looked up the hill to see Usopp carrying a big bag tumbling down the hill. Someone please stop me, he screamed. Luffy and Zoro walked forward and stuck out their foot, planting it right on Usopp's face, effectively stopping him. Thanks, Usopp said as he fell face first on the ground. Don't mention it, replied Luffy and Zoro. Usopp then dusted himself off and told Kaya he was setting out to sea like his father to become a brave warrior. Luffy chuckled as he and Zoro boarded the ship. When Luffy got on, he leaned over the railing and spoke to Usopp. So Usopp, are you going to join my crew? He asked. Usopp looked up at him and placed his finger on his chin and before thinking for a while before he replied. I will happily join your crew as you captain. He proclaimed proudly, making Kaya giggle at his antics. Try again, said Luffy in a deadpan voice. As your vice captain then. He proclaimed once more. That's Zoro. However, I do need a sniper, Luffy said. Usopp smiled before he shouted out to the heavens. Yosh, I will be the head sniper. Usopp shouted, making everyone sweat drop. Just hurry up and get on, Luffy said. Usopp got on board and placed his things away. Luffy then summoned the cloud that they were using for traveling and which also had all their stuff. When the thundercloud arrived, Luffy had Zoro and Usopp place the food and liquor in storage while he gave Nami her treasure. Luffy then dissipated the cloud and a medium-sized chest fell out, getting everyone's attention. What's in the chest, Luffy? Asked Nami. Luffy walked over to the chest, picked it up before he replied to her. Nothing you need to worry about, said a very serious Luffy before he took it into the captain quarters of the ship and locked the door. Zoro and Usopp shrugged their shoulders, not really caring about what's inside. Nami, however, stared at the closed door of Luffy's quarters with a determined look on her face. Whatever is inside that chest must be very valuable. I will have it, she thought. Chapter 7. Finding a cook. Luffy and his crew were currently sailing on the Going Merry towards a floating restaurant that Luffy had heard of. It is rumored to have fighting chefs, and in Luffy's mind, that is exactly what he needed. Luffy was currently sitting at the back of the ship on a throne he had made from a thundercloud. He was sitting there with a glass of whiskey in his hand watching all his crew members do their own thing. Zoro was training. Usopp was standing not too far from Luffy getting the cannons ready for a test, and Nami was laying on a lawn chair behind Luffy reading a book on navigation. Luffy looked up on the main mast of the ship and smiled at the sight of his pirate flag with the Jolly Roger he created flying proudly. His Jolly Roger was a Japanese Hanya skull wearing a straw hat with 2 lightning bolts replacing the usual crossbones. Luffy had made Usopp paint a larger version of the Jolly Roger on the sails of the ship, striking fear in the hearts of his enemies from a distance. Luffy then turned towards Usopp and spoke. "Hey Usopp," he said, getting Usopp's attention. "Is it ready?" he asked. Usopp gave a wide smile before he replied. "Yes, it is all set," Usopp said before he made some ridiculous pose and began speaking again. "Just give me a target and I will show you what the great Captain Usopp can do," he said proudly, causing Luffy to sigh and take a sip of his whiskey before he replied. Luffy looked out into the distance and saw a giant rock off the starboard side of the ship. "Look over there," Luffy said while pointing at the giant rock. "I want you to hit that rock," he said. Usopp looks in the rock and began to aim the cannon. Luffy could see he was sweating a bit but didn't say anything. Usopp took aim and fired the cannon. The cannonball sailed through the air before colliding with the rock, smashing it into pieces. Luffy smiled when he saw Usopp hit his target. He was a sniper just like his father. All Luffy needed to do was get him to stop acting like a coward. "Good job Usopp," Luffy said, congratulating him. Usopp turned to Luffy and smiled and made another ridiculous pose before he spoke. "You can expect only the best from the great Captain Usopp," he proclaimed proudly. Luffy shook his head before he looked over at Zoro and yelled out. "Zoro!" he called out, getting Zoro's attention. "Could you come here for a second?" he said before looking over at Nami and spoke again. "You too Nami," he said, causing her to close her book and walk over to Luffy. When everyone arrived, Luffy stuck his hand into the cloud that he was sitting on and pulled out 3 bags that obviously had something in them. "What's with the bags, Captain?" Zoro asked. "I think it is time to give all of you your share in Kuro's bounty," Luffy said, making Nami's eyes to turn into belly signs. "Kuro's bounty was 16 million and there is 4 of us. So, it is 4 million a person," Luffy said as he handed the bag to each of them. Usopp thanked Luffy and so did Nami. However, after thanking him, she immediately began cuddling with the bag of money, causing the 3 guys to look at her funny. When Luffy handed the bag to Zoro, he took it before he spoke to Luffy. Could you hold on to it, for now, Captain?" he asked as he handed the money back to Luffy. Luffy nodded and took the money and placed it back into the cloud. Usopp then handed Luffy the money back and asked the same thing, to which Luffy agreed and then looked over to Nami to see if she wanted him to hold on to hers as well. Nami shook her head vigorously, saying no. Luffy just shrugged before he spoke in a serious voice once more. "Just so we are clear," he said, getting all their attention. "This is probably one of the few times I am going to be sharing a bounty with you," Luffy said, puzzling Nami and Usopp. "What do you mean, Luffy?" Nami asked. "As I already told Zoro, the treasure we find and loot from other pirates and marines will be divided equally among the crew. However, any bounties we get from defeating someone with a bounty on their head is going to who defeated that person," Luffy said, earning a nod from Usopp and a pout from Nami which he ignored. Luffy then stood up, causing the thundercloud to rise into the sky before he began walking towards the kitchen. "I am hungry, let's eat," he said, causing his crew to follow behind him. Upon entering the kitchen, Luffy sat down at the table and refilled his glass before he turned towards Zoro and spoke. "How much food do we have left?" he asked. Zoro walked over to the fridge and looked inside before he replied. "We have about 2 days' worth of food left," he said. Luffy nodded his head before he turned towards Nami. "How long till we reach the restaurant?" he asked. Nami looked outside and looked at the map before she replied to Luffy's question. "We should reach there in a few hours if the wind keeps up," she said. Luffy took a sip of his drink before he spoke. "Well, it seems we will be okay," he said, earning a nod from everyone. In the event that we do not get a cook from the restaurant, we will stock on food there before we move on, Luffy said. Before anyone could say anything, they all heard a loud crash outside and a man yelling. "Get out here, you damn pirates!" A man yelled from outside, startling the crew. Luffy got up and walked out of the kitchen to see who in their right mind thought it was a good idea to attack his ship. As he opened the door and looked down at the deck, he saw a very angry man wielding a sword staring up at him. "You better have a damn good reason for being on my ship," Luffy said in a menacing tone as he jumped down from the upper deck. The man stood in front of Luffy with his sword raised in the air and yelled out. "And now you think you can kill my partner?" he yelled as he swung his sword to cut Luffy in half. Luffy easily saw the swing coming and stepped out of the way. However, the moment he stepped out of the way, the man's sword collided with one of the railings of the ship, effectively breaking it apart, and that pissed Luffy off. Luffy teleported in front of the man, scaring the crap out of him before he grabbed his head and flung him across the ship, causing him to slam into the wall of the captain's quarters. Luffy looked up at the upper deck to see Zoro walking towards the edge of the railing to see who it is Luffy was fighting. Zoro saw the man and his eyes were immediately widened, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow at Zoro's reaction. Before Luffy could question him about it, Zoro spoke. "Johnny, is that you?" Zoro asked while looking at the man now named Johnny with a surprised look on his face. "Where is Yosaku?" Zoro asked again before the man Johnny could reply to the first question. Johnny looked up at Zoro from his position on the ground to see who was calling his name. The moment he saw Zoro, he immediately sprang to his feet and spoke to Zoro. "Big bro Zoro," he yelled, asked. "Why are you on a pirate ship?" he asked again. Zoro sighed before he spoke again. "Would you calm down?" Zoro said as he began walking down the stairs. "Where is Yosaku?" Zoro asked again. Johnny then began to tear up before he ran to the side of the ship, causing Luffy and Zoro to follow him. Then they got there, they saw a man lying on the small boat looking ill. "He's been sick," Johnny said. Zoro signed before he turned towards Luffy, who simply nodded before walking away. Zoro then turned back to Johnny and spoke. "Bring him on board," Zoro said to Johnny, causing him to nod his head rapidly. When Johnny jumped off the ship to get his friends, Luffy spoke to Zoro. "I take it you know these two?" he asked as he sat on a nearby barrel. Zoro sighed and walked over to Luffy before he spoke. "Yeah, I met them a while back during my bounty hunting days," he said, causing Luffy to nod his head. "They're good people," Zoro said as he watched Johnny drag Yosaku's body on the ship. Zoro then walked over to them and spoke. "What's wrong with him?" he asked. "Up until a few days ago, he was healthy and full of life. And now he keeps fainting and getting pale," said a very emotional Johnny. Nami and Usopp had just arrived next to Luffy and Zoro on the deck of the ship as Johnny explained what was wrong with Yosaku. "So, I thought maybe we should rest on a little island, but then a cannonball came flying from this ship," he said, causing Luffy and Usopp's eyes to widen. Luffy chuckled nervously a bit before he spoke. "Yay, sorry about that," Luffy said as he got up from the barrel and walked over to Johnny while ignoring Usopp's rapid apologies. "Don't worry about your friend," Luffy said, causing Zoro and Johnny to look at him, waiting for him to elaborate on what he meant by that. Luffy then turned towards Usopp and gave an order. "Head into the kitchen and bring all the limes we got," he said, causing Usopp to nod his head rapidly before he dashed into the kitchen. "What does he have, big bro?" Johnny asked Luffy. Luffy turned towards him and was about to speak, but Nami beat him to it. "He has scurvy," she said, making Johnny look to Luffy for confirmation, to which he nodded. When Usopp returned, Luffy told him to squeeze the lime juice into Yosaku's mouth. Usopp got to squeezing while Luffy went back to sit on the barrel. "Scurvy is caused by a deficiency of plant-derived nutrients like vitamin C," Luffy said from his position on the barrel. "You and your friend are two morons," Luffy said, surprising Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny, while Nami simply nodded her head in agreement. "Every sailor should know about scurvy before they set out to sea, dumbass," Luffy said, causing Johnny to look down in shame. "But don't worry, your friend will live," he said, causing Johnny and Zoro to take on a bright smile on their faces. Just as Luffy finished speaking, Yosaku shot up into a sitting position before looking around trying to figure out where he was. When his eyes landed on Johnny, he smiled and shot up to his feet and started dancing with Johnny. "I'm cured," Yosaku shouted as he and Johnny danced around. Luffy sighed and looked towards Nami and nodded. Nami then slugged the two of them over the head and began scolding them about not being cured just yet. Just as she started to scold them, Yosaku passed out again. Luffy sighed and looked towards Zoro. "Take him inside and have him get some rest," Luffy said, earning a nod from Zoro. Luffy then walked back to the back of the deck and summoned his cloud throne again and sat down. Johnny, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp soon joined Luffy at the back of the ship. Luffy then turned towards Nami and asked a question. "How long till we get there?" he asked. Nami looked ahead of the ship and replied. "I would say less than an hour," she said while pointing off into the distance ahead of the ship. Luffy and the others looked ahead and saw a tiny silhouette of something which Luffy assures is the restaurant. "Ah, I see you guys are going to the Bharati," Johnny said, getting all of their attention. "You've been there?" asked Nami, to which Johnny nodded. "Yes, I have," he said. "The food is to die for. However, lately I've been hearing rumors about a certain hawk-eyed man showing up there," he said while looking at Zoro. The moment Luffy and Zoro heard what he said, both smiled a bit. However, Luffy's smile was less noticeable compared to Zoro's. When the ship was about 50 feet away from the restaurant, Luffy and the crew was startled by a loud horn and the sound of bells ringing coming off of the starboard side of the ship. Everyone looked over to see a marine ship coming up beside them, causing all of their eyes to widen at the fact that the marines snuck up on them so easily. Luffy got up from his throne and walked down towards the main deck of the ship before he jumped up on one of the rails and stood there staring at the marines with Zoro by his side. "I have never seen that pirate flag before," a pink-haired marine said as he walked over to the edge of the marine ship. "I am Iron Fist Full Body, but you can just call me sir," said the marine as he stared at Luffy. Luffy could tell he was one of those marines who were too cocky for their own good. "I don't recall ever asking who you were, marine," Luffy said in an emotionless tone. Full Body was clearly pissed off by Luffy's comment, so he clenched his fist and slammed it on one of the rails of the marine ship before he yelled at Luffy. "Just who do you think you are, punk?" yelled Full Body. "Me," Luffy asked while pointing at himself. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of this ship," he said. "Why is it that I don't recognize your flag?" asked Full Body. Luffy looked at him like he was an idiot before he replied. "Well, maybe because it is only a day old," Luffy said. As Luffy said that, he noticed Full Body's face took on a cocky smirk before he began to chuckle. "Is it?" he asked in a condescending tone. Full Body was about to speak again, but something caught his eye. He looked over towards the main cabin of Luffy's ship to see two men hiding there. Luffy looked over to see what Full Body was looking at and saw Johnny and Yosaku peeking out of the door. "You two," he said while looking at Johnny and Yosaku. "You're that bounty hunting duo that goes after the small fish," Full Body said mockingly. A beautiful woman in a red dress then walked out from behind Full Body and spoke to him. "Come on babe, let's go," she said as she latched onto Full Body's arm. Full Body looked at her and nodded before he turned his back to Luffy and the crew and began walking away. As he was walking away, Johnny jumped out and pulled out a large stack of wanted posters and threw it in the air and screamed. "Do you think small-time bounty hunters will go after these guys?" he yelled as the wanted posters scatter all over the ship. Full Body paid no attention to him. Instead, he looked to his marines and gave out an order before leaving the ship. "They're an eyesore. Sink 'em," he said before leaving. As he said that, the marines aimed one of their cannons right at Luffy, causing him to narrow his eyes. "They're pointing a cannon right at us," Usopp screamed. Luffy held up his hand, silencing Usopp before he spoke. "Relax, I'll handle it," he said, shutting, causing everyone except Nami to look at him to see what he was about to do. Without any warning, the marines fired their cannons right at Luffy. Luffy just stood there and stared at the incoming cannonball before he stuck out his right hand and caught the cannonball, causing all of the marines, Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku's eyes to widen. "Now, that wasn't ever nice," Luffy said in a tone that made the marines wanted to shit themselves. Luffy then pulled his arm back and sent some lightning into the cannonball, causing blue spack of sliding to be seen around the black ball. He then threw the cannonball at lightning speed towards the marine ship's main mast. The cannonball then collided with the main mast and exploded, destroying the mast and a large chunk of the deck, while also sending a group of marines flying back. Johnny and Yosaku stared at the scene with their jaws wide open. They had never seen anything like this before. They had heard stories of people with devil fruits and the things they can do, but they never actually saw someone with one. Full Body, who was already on a small dinghy with the woman in the red dress and two marines, quickly ordered the two marines to turn the dinghy back around after they heard the explosion on their ship. Luffy hopped off the railing and turned to face his crew. He was about to speak, but Johnny spoke before he even had a chance. "Wow, big bro Luffy," he said as Yosaku stared at Luffy. "You took out that a Navy ship with just one move," he said, causing Luffy to turn and look at the burning marine ship and spoke. "They're lucky I didn't completely destroy the damn thing," he said, causing their eyes to widen. Luffy then turns back towards his crew and spoke. "I'm hungry. Let's go eat," he said as he formed a small boat out of a thundercloud to fly everyone to the restaurant. As everyone was boarding the small cloud, Luffy saw Nami staring at a wanted poster in her hand, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes at her. "Just what are you hiding?" Luffy thought to himself before he turned and hopped into the cloud. When Luffy hopped on a few seconds later, Nami joined them with an obviously fake smile on her face, which Luffy saw right through. Luffy leaned over to Zoro, who was sitting next to him, and whispered in his ear. "Keep an eye on Nami for me," he said, causing Zoro to look at him weirdly before nodding and narrowing his eyes at the back of Nami's head. When the crew reached the door of the restaurant, they hopped off the cloud and Luffy shoved the two large doors open. When the doors opened, everyone in the restaurant stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Luffy and his crew. It was obvious that they were pirates, and it was even more obvious who their captain was based on how Luffy was dressed. Luffy noticed a few women in the restaurant was looking at him with small blushes on their faces. Luffy saw a man walking up to them holding a silver platter. He was an average-sized, muscular man with a lot of hair on his arms and legs, wearing a navy blue short-sleeved shirt with yellow buttons on both sides, and light blue on the end of the sleeves. He had on knee-length shorts that are the same color as his shirt, along with brown shoes. He also wore a white apron, a pink ascot, an earring in his right ear, and a white rope tied around his head. "Hello and welcome to the Bharati," he said with a smile on his face, which Luffy clearly saw was fake. "May I ask how you will be paying for your meal?" he asked, causing Luffy to chuckle before he replied. "With money, of course," he replied, causing Patty's fake smile to be replaced with a real one before he spoke again. "Well then, allow me to show you to your table," he said before leading Luffy and the crew towards an empty table. "Your waiter will be with you in a moment to take your order," he said as he handed out the menus. Luffy nodded his head in acknowledgement before looking through the menu. 5 minutes later, a blonde-haired man wearing a black suit came over to the table and spoke. "Hello, my name is Sanji. I am the sous chef here but will be acting as your waiter for today," he said with a cigarette in his mouth. Chapter 8. Defending the Bharati. Luffy and the crew were currently sitting down at one of the tables in the Bharati enjoying the meal they had ordered. Luffy ordered a bottle of whiskey with a large platter of meat, Nami ordered a glass of wine to go with a salad, Usopp ordered a medium seafood platter with a bottle of Coke, while Zoro, Johnny, and Yosaku ordered a large meat platter and 2 bottles of sake. The entire crew was sitting there enjoying their meal, laughing with each other, and having a good time. Then suddenly the doors of the restaurant were roughly shoved open, gaining the attention of everyone that was in there. Everyone looked at the door to see a very pissed off Full Body standing there breathing heavily while giving Luffy the death stare. Luffy just looked at him for a second before he went back to his meal. Full Body saw this and it pissed him off even more. He stomped into the restaurant making a beeline straight towards Luffy. The people in the restaurant along with Luffy's crew began to get nervous while Zoro placed his hands on his swords getting ready to fight for his captain. When Full Body reached Luffy, he stood on the right side of Luffy staring down at him as he was eating. "Just who do you think you are?" asked a very angry Full Body rather loudly for everyone in the restaurant to hear. Luffy didn't even bat his eyelashes at him, he just continued eating his food. Because of you, my men are either dead or seriously wounded and my ship is in chaos. He yelled at Luffy. Luffy looked up from his food and looked at Full Body before H spoke in a bored tone. Well, maybe you shouldn't have attacked me, Luffy said before going back to his meal. Full Body was now enraged by the way Luffy simply dismissed him as though he was nobody. He was a Navy lieutenant from Navy HQ, this was completely acceptable. So, he raised his fist in the air and slammed it on the table, spilling everyone's drink except for Luffy's because he picked his drink and his plate up when he sensed what Full Body was about to do. Do you have any idea who I am? Shouted Full Body. Luffy sat his drink and plate back down before he answered him. Are you a Navy admiral? Luffy asked calmly, startling Full Body by the question. Because if you're not one and you continue to annoy me. Luffy paused and looked up at Full Body with the cold, emotionless eyes of someone who will kill you without hesitation before he spoke again. Quote. You will surely die here today. When Luffy said that, Full Body unconsciously took a step back before he regained his senses and was about to speak, but before he could say anything, the waiter that was in charge of serving Luffy's table came over and spoke. Is there a problem over here, sir? Sanji asked Luffy. Luffy looked up at Sanji and smiled before he replied. Yes, there is, Luffy said before pointing his fork at Full Body. This gentleman here is disturbing my meal, he said. Full Body looked at Sanji before he looked back at Luffy and yelled. I don't care about your meal. He screamed as he picked up Luffy's plate off the table and began to examine it before he spoke again. And this food looks disgusting, he stated before tossing the plate of food over his shoulder. Luffy was about to blast him right out of the restaurant with a bolt of lightning, but before he could, Sanji performed an amazing spinning heel kick that connected to Full Body's head and sent him flying across the restaurant. As Sanji began walking over towards a down Full Body, Luffy turned to his crew and smiled before he spoke. I think I found our cook, he said, causing Zoro to voice his complaints. Why do we need that perverted cook? He yelled, causing Luffy to chuckle. Don't worry about it. I am sure you two will get along great, Luffy said with an amused smile. Luffy then turned to see what Sanji was doing and saw him and Patty along with another chef, who had a wooden leg, a really tall hat and an impressive mustache, kicking Full Body towards the door. When Full Body reached the door and began to shakingly get up, one of his surviving Marines came bursting in the door. Lieutenant Full Body. The Marine yelled, getting everyone's attention. We've got trouble. The prisoner has escaped. Pirate Kriega's henchmen attacked us and vanished, the Marine said. Full Body's eyes went wide before he replied. What? That is impossible. When we picked him up 3 days ago, he was on the verge of starving to death and we haven't fed him anything, so where did he get the strength? Quote. Full Body asked. Luffy looked around the restaurant and saw everyone was beginning to panic when they heard Kriega's name, which confused Luffy because he had never heard of a pirate named Kriega. Luffy then turned his attention back to Full Body and the Marine to listen to what they were saying in order to get some information. I'm sorry, Lieutenant. Bang. The sound of a gunshot rang out through the entire restaurant, and the next thing everyone saw was the Marine drop dead on the ground. Standing behind the now dead Marine holding a smoking gun was a man in a gray tracksuit who looked like he was on the verge of death. The man walked into the restaurant and sat down at one of the vacant tables before he spoke. I do not care what it is, just bring me something to eat, he said, causing Patty to walk over to him with a large fake smile on his face and spoke. Hello and welcome, you damn crook, he said happily, causing the remaining guest to jump back in fear. Might I be so bold to inquire how you will be paying for your meal? Patty asked. The pirate looked up at him and pointed his gun right between Patty's eyes before he replied. Would a bullet be enough? He said. Patty's face lost its smile and took on a more angry look. So, you don't have any money then? Patty asked before he slammed his fist on top of the pirate's head, breaking the chair the pirate was sitting on and sending crashing in the ground. Even if you are a pirate, we only cook for paying customers. Patty said before two other chefs came and picked the pirate up and take him to the back of the restaurant. What no one seemed to have noticed was that Sanji had left the commotion that was going on between the cooks and the pirate and went back to the kitchen. Luffy turned towards his crew and spoke. "Wait here, I'll be back," said before he got up and headed in the direction of where the chefs took the pirate. When Luffy opened the door leading to the back of the restaurant, he saw the pirate laying on the ground hunched over holding his stomach. Luffy stepped outside and stood against the rail of the ship and stared at the pirate for a while before he spoke. "What's your name, pirate?" he asked, getting the pirate's attention. The pirate looked up from the ground and stared at Luffy and was about to speak, but before he could, a plate of food was placed in front of him along with a glass of water. The pirate and Luffy both looked to see who it was that placed it here and saw Sanji standing there with smoking a cigarette. "Eat," Sanji said before moving to stand next to Luffy. The Kriega pirate stared at the food and began to tear up before he yelled at Sanji. "I don't want your charity," he said before pushing the plate of food away. Sanji looked at him for a while before he spoke. "Shut up and eat," he said before taking a long pull of his cigarette before he spoke again. "It is unwise to refuse food on the open sea. If you do not eat that food, you will surely die by tomorrow morning," Sanji said nonchalantly, causing the pirate's eyes to widen. After trying to argue with Sanji for a few more minutes, the pirate finally gave in and ate the food. Luffy just stood there watching the interaction with an emotionless look on his face while waiting for the pirate to answer his question. When the pirate finished eating, Luffy decided to remind him of his question. "You still haven't answered my question, pirate," he said, getting the pirate's attention. The pirate looked at Luffy for a while before he replied. "Forgive me, my name is Jin, better known as Man Demon, Jin. I am the right-hand man to the great pirate Admiral Don Kriega," he said proudly. "Never heard of him," Luffy said plainly, causing both Sanji and Jin's eyes to widen. "What the hell do you mean by you don't know who Don Kriega is?" Sanji yelled, earning a nod from Jin. Luffy simply shrugged his shoulders as he replied. "It's just as I said, I never heard of him," Luffy said, earning another disbelieving look from the two of them. Luffy then turned towards Sanji and spoke once again. "If I remember correctly, your name is Sanji, correct?" Luffy asked, earning a nod from Sanji. "Good. I want you to join my crew," Luffy said, surprising Sanji. "As interesting as that offer sounds, I have to refuse. I owe the owner a debt that I cannot repay," he said. Luffy looked at him with a bored look on his face and spoke. "I refuse your refusal," Luffy said, causing Sanji's jaw to drop at Luffy's statement. Sanji was about to yell at Luffy, but Jin spoke before he could. "Pardon me," Jin said, getting Luffy's attention. "By chance are you a pirate?" he asked, earning a nod from Luffy. "And what are your dreams, if you don't mind me asking?" Jin asked, earning a confused look from Sanji, wondering where he was going with all this. "Conquer the Grand Line, find the One Piece and become king of the pirates," Luffy said nonchalantly. "I see. Allow me to give you some advice as someone who has been to the Grand Line," he said, earning an amused look from Luffy and a curious look from Sanji. "Stay away from that place. Our entire fleet of 50 ships went in there and only lasted a week before our entire fleet was destroyed by one man," Jin said, surprising Sanji and causing Luffy to chuckle before he replied. "That just means you guys were too weak to survive paradise," Luffy said, earning a pissed off look from Jin. Before Jin could speak, Luffy cut him off and spoke first. "It doesn't matter how much ships you have in your fleet and how much men you have. Only the strong can survive, and I know that because I am from the Grand Line," Luffy said, causing the two of their jaws to drop. "Why, you're from the Grand Line?" Jin asked, to which Luffy nodded. "I see. I guess you will be more prepared than we ever were," Jin said sadly. Luffy didn't say anything, he simply pushed off the rail headed towards the door. As he opened the door to re-enter the restaurant, he turned towards Sanji and spoke. "I won't be leaving here until you join my crew, Sanji," he said before he walked inside, closing the door behind him before Sanji could reply. As he returned to his crew, he saw they were still eating, so he decided to join them and finish his meal. About 4 hours had passed since Luffy had his conversation with Jin and Sanji. Currently, Luffy and his crew were sitting at the same table drinking and conversing, getting to know each other a bit more. Luffy had told the crew that he wasn't leaving here without Sanji, so they were going to be there till then. As the crew was sitting there chatting with each other, a large shadow was cast over the restaurant, gaining everyone's attention. A random customer got up from their table and looked out the window to see what was casting the shadow over the restaurant. When the man looked outside the window, his entire body began to shake and a look of pure fear could be seen. The man started to back away from the window in fear before he started to stutter. It's the dreadnought Saber. It's Don Krieg's ship. He yelled before he ran back to his table. After he said that, everyone in the restaurant began to panic. Luffy just sat there watching the chaos as it unfolded. Suddenly the doors of the restaurant were blown open and standing there was Jin with a man who looked like he was on the verge of dying slung over his shoulder. Jin dragged himself and the man into the restaurant and began to beg for food and water. Please bring us some food and water. Jin begged while barely being able to hold up his the man Luffy fee assumed as Don Krieg. We have money, he said as he pleaded with the restaurant staff. To say the chefs and the customers in the restaurant were shocked would be an understatement. They had their eyes widen and their jaws hanging. The only people whose face lacked any emotion was Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the owner Zeph. The rest of Luffy's crew were just as shocked as the rest of the customers. Then all of a sudden Krieg fell face first on the ground, causing Jin to beg some more. When that happened, Luffy noticed Sanji heading towards the kitchen. Patty then denied him the food and water, causing the rest of the chefs to start making comments on how much of a monster Krieg is. Don Krieg then did the unthinkable in Luffy's opinion. He bowed his head and began to beg the chefs for food. Jin tried to stop him and pleaded for him to raise his head, but Krieg didn't listen. Instead he continued to beg for food. He even went as far as to beg for the scraps. The next that happened was Luffy hearing Sanji's voice. Hey, step aside Patty, Sanji said before kicking Patty in the face, sending him crashing in the wall. Sanji then walked over to Jin and Don Krieg and placed a bowl of food and a bottle of sake in front of him. Here is something for your captain, he said as he placed the bowl on the ground. Krieg then began to gulp down the food using his bare hands like a wild animal. One of the chefs then ran down the stairs and yelled at Sanji to get the food away from him, but Sanji did nothing. He only stood there watching the chef with a bored expression on his face. Krieg then slammed the bottle on the ground and sprang to his feet before he punched Sanji, sending him flying. The people in the restaurant started running for the exit, leaving only the chefs and Luffy's crew behind to face Don Krieg. Luffy then sensed something with his observation haki that made him smile before he turned towards his crew and spoke. Hey, go move the ship to the other side of the restaurant. We are about to have more guests, he said, making Nami, Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku run outside to move the ship, leaving him and Zoro in the restaurant. Luffy then turned his attention back to Krieg. This is a pretty good ship, I believe I'll take it, Krieg said with a sinister look on his face. As you can all see, my ship is a wreck. Naturally, I will be needing a nice new one. After a few small chores, one of you will leave this ship, he said, causing one of the chefs to protest. What? No. One random chef yelled out, but Krieg paid him no mind. There are about 100 men left on my ship. All are weak with hunger and many are seriously wounded. If you value your lives, you will prepare food and water for every last one of them, he said. You're telling us to feed our executioners. Do you hear how stupid that sounds? We refuse, Patty said. I am not asking you, I am telling you to do it, Krieg said, making all of the cooks tremble in fear while Luffy simply scoffed. Sanji then goes up and announced that he will be cooking for 100 people and began to walk towards the kitchen, but was stopped by all the rest of the cooks who pointed large knives and forks at him and began accusing him of being a spy for Krieg. Patty then knocked Sanji to the ground before walking over a small door at the bottom of the stairs and pulled out a rather large handheld cannon before pointing it to Don Krieg and firing it. The cannonball sailed through the air at amazing speed before colliding with Krieg and creating a whole lot of smoke in the restaurant. The cooks started celebrating their victory but were immediately silenced by Krieg's voice coming from inside the smoke. Are you a chef or a comedian? Because your jokes are lame, Krieg said, scaring all of the cooks and surprising Luffy a bit. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Krieg standing there in golden armor with guns coming out of his shoulder along with 2 pistols in his hand. He then pointed them at the group of chefs and yelled. So, die, he screamed as he fired his weapons. You cooks should not have defied me, I am the world's strongest man. He yelled boastfully. Luffy wanted to laugh so hard at his comment about being the strongest man alive but held it in. Luffy then heard someone's footsteps and turned and looked up the stairs and saw the owner carrying a large sack walking down the stairs and heading to Krieg. Zeph placed the large sack down in front of Krieg and spoke. This is about 100 meals. Now, take it to your men right away, he said in a serious voice. Owner Zeph, what are you doing? Asked all of the other cooks simultaneously. Krieg, on the other hand, looked shocked beyond belief. Your red foot Zeph, Krieg whispered out, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. I know his name sounded familiar. Luffy thought to himself. Zeph then walked away from Krieg and headed back to stand with his chefs. Owner Zeph, why did you do that? One of the chefs asked. If his men regain their strength, they will kill us. The chef yelled in a scared voice. That is only if they still have their will to fight, Zeph said before he turned and looked at Krieg. Tell me, did your will survive defeat? Zeph asked Krieg, causing all of the chefs to look at Krieg in disbelief. Not even a pirate ship with 50 ships could make it on the Grand Line. Patty asked in disbelief. Krieg, however, just stared at Zeph for a while before he spoke. It is you, isn't it? Your red foot Zeph, he said once more. So, you are alive, the unrivaled pirate captain who was also the ship's cooks, he said. Yes, that is right, I am still alive, but what does any of this have to do with you? Zeph asked a question that Luffy also wanted to know. I haven't been a pirate for many years now. I chose the life of a cook, Zeph said, making Krieg start laughing before he spoke. Chose the life of a cook, huh? Yay, right. You didn't have a choice, old man. You live as a cook because the only thing you can be now is a cook, Krieg said while pointing to Zeph's wooden leg. Krieg then went on to tell the legend of Redfoot Zeph for everyone to hear. Enough chit-chat, let's get to the point. What do you want from me? Zeph asked, causing Don Krieg to smirk evilly at him before he replied. You're the man who sailed the treacherous seas of the Grand Line and came back unharmed, Krieg said, causing everyone including Luffy to look at Zeph with a look of pure shock on their face. There should be a log book detailing your tactics, a full year of your journey there. Give it to me, Krieg said, making Luffy narrow his eyes at him. Yes, there is such a book in my possession, but I will never hand it over to the likes of you, Zeph said, causing Krieg to take on a pissed off look on his face. That log book is the of the crewmen I sailed with. It is far too important to give to you, Zeph said. Luffy could understand why Zeph wouldn't want to give up that book, especially if the men who Zeph served with had perished in the accident that took his leg. It was far too scared of a treasure to any decent captain to just hand over to another. Then I'll just take it, Krieg said, knocking Luffy out of his thought. Yes, it is true that the Grand Line beat me. Still, I will never give up on it, for I am Don Krieg. It is just another ocean. I had enough men, enough weapons, and enough ambition. Regrettably, the only thing I lacked was information, but now I will fix all of that. Once I have your log book, I will form another pirate fleet and capture the legendary One Piece. Krieg yelled, causing everyone to fall silent. The silence was broken by the sound of laughter, causing everyone to look at Luffy, who was laughing as he began to get up from his seat. Man, that was the funniest thing I had in a while, Luffy said as he got up from his seat and looked at Krieg. You think you having that log book that means you are going to survive the Grand Line? Don't make me laugh, Luffy said as he stood in the middle of the restaurant between the chefs and Krieg. It doesn't matter how much men or ships you have. It doesn't matter how much information about that place you have. It all means shit if you are weak. And you, Krieg, are as weak as they come, Luffy said, causing all of the chefs including Zeph's eyes to widen at Luffy's statement. Krieg looked beyond pissed that some kid was talking down to him and calling him weak. Just who do you think you are, punk? Krieg asked in a dangerous voice that made some of the cooks tremble in fear. Luffy was about to respond, but before he could, Jin spoke. Don Krieg, Jin said, getting his attention. He is the pirate I told you about. The one from the Grand Line, Jin said, making everyone look at Luffy in awe. Krieg stared at Luffy for a while and was about to speak, but Luffy spoke before he could. I mean, come on, Krieg, you couldn't even survive paradise for a week and you think that you are going to be able to conquer the Grand Line and find the One Piece. Get real, Luffy said as he began walking towards Krieg. When Luffy was within the reach of Krieg, he tried to punch Luffy with a glove that had a rather large diamond on it. Luffy saw it coming and caught the fist with his left hand, causing Krieg's eyes to widen. Before Krieg could fire any one of his weapons, Luffy flipped Krieg in the air and slammed them down on the ground while still holding on to his fist. Don Krieg! Jin yelled as he stared at his captain laying on the ground staring at Luffy in disbelief. Luffy looked over to Jin and spoke. Don't worry Jin, I won't kill him, he said, surprising everyone. He is Hawkeye's prey, Luffy said, causing Jin's eyes to widen in fear along with Krieg's. Luffy then let go of Krieg and went back to sit next to Zoro before he spoke to Krieg again. I suggest you go feed your men cause he will be here any moment now, Luffy said, causing Zoro to look at the door excitedly. Shouldn't have interrupted his nap, Luffy added before taking a sip of his whiskey. Krieg got up from the floor and walked over to the bag containing food, picked it up and began to leave. As he was out of the door, he turned towards Zeph and spoke. In 1 hour I will come back for this restaurant, anyone still in here will die, he said before he left. Luffy simply scoffed at him. Luffy then looked at Zeph and spoke. Hey, old man, Luffy said, getting Zeph's attention. I'll kick Krieg's ass for you if you give me that chef, he said while pointing at Sanji. Zeph smiled and replied. You got yourself a deal, kid, he said, causing Sanji to protest, but everyone ignored it. 1 hour later. Everyone was still inside the restaurant waiting on Krieg to shop up again when suddenly they heard loud banging outside and the entire restaurant started rocking against what appears to be large waves. He's here, Luffy said as he got up and began walking towards the door with Zoro and the chefs following right behind him. As Luffy stepped out of the door, he saw Krieg's giant galleon get sliced in half. It's been a while, hasn't it, Luffy? Asked a man standing on a coffin-shaped boat. Luffy smirked before he replied. Indeed it has. Hawkeye. Chapter 9. Betrayal and the World's Strongest Swordsman. It's been a while, hasn't it, Luffy? Asked a man standing on a coffin-shaped boat. Luffy smirked before he replied. Indeed it has. Hawkeye, Luffy said as he stared at the man now named Hawkeye. All of the chefs had come outside and are now standing behind Luffy and Zeph, who stood there watching Hawkeye's interaction with the Krieg pirates. Zoro, who was Luffy's right, was staring at Hawkeye with a look of pure excitement. There he is. The greatest swordsman in the world, Zoro though excitedly as he placed his hands on his swords. I didn't think I would meet him so soon, but I am not about to back down now, he thought with conviction. Before he could continue his thought, the voice of one of the cooks interrupted his thought. How did he split that giant galleon in half? Yelled a random cook. Zoro too had wondered that. How did one man break a ship that size into two? It was at that time Luffy chuckled a bit before he provided everyone an answer to the cook's question. He cut it, Luffy said while narrowing his eyes at Hawkeye while everyone else stared at Luffy waiting for him to elaborate a bit more, but he never did. Zeph saw the confusion on his chef's and Zoro's face and decided to try and help them understand. That man right there is Dracula Mihawk, also known as Hawkeye. He is the greatest swordsman in the world, Zeph said, surprising the chefs. Mihawk was a tall, lean man with black hair, a short beard, mustache, and sideburns that point upwards. His eyes were strangely colored yellow, which resembled a hawk. He wore a black and red ornate clothing with a crucifix pendant, which gives him the appearance of a Spanish swordsman. His attire consists of a wide-brimmed black hat decorated with a large plume, and a long, open black coat with no shirt underneath, with red, flower-patterned sleeves and collar. He had on light purple pants held up by a decorated belt and tucked inside overly large boots in comparison to his leg size. And if you are wondering what he cut that ship with, he cut it with that sword that is strapped to his back, Zeph said, causing everyone looking at Mihawk's back to get a look at the swords. The blade was an ornately decorated and very long blade. On the hilt of this blade is a cross guard, though the bars between the blade and the hilt are much longer than average. The blade itself is pitch black with a very strong sheen, a single-edged long sword with a slight curve at the end of the blade. Overall, the blade looks like a large black cross. One of the chefs looked like he was about to say something about Mihawk's sword, but as he was about to, Mihawk reached behind him and grabbed the hilt of his sword, getting ready to draw it, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes and placing his hand on his sword, getting ready to defend himself if necessary. Everyone held their breath waiting to see what Mihawk was about to do. Luffy was about to ask him what he is planning, but before he could speak, Zoro walked out from behind Luffy and moved to stand beside Luffy with his green bandana tied around his head. Luffy turned and looked at him to see what he was planning, but with one look Luffy already knew what Zoro was planning. As Zoro was about to jump off of the restaurant and head towards Mihawk, Luffy grabbed him by the back of his shirt collar and tossed Zoro behind him. Zoro, being surprised by Luffy's action, jumped up to his feet and yelled at him. "Why the hell did you do that?" he yelled. Luffy kept his eyes on Mihawk and didn't even turn towards Zoro as he replied. "You were about to throw away your life for no reason," Luffy said, pissing Zoro off. "What is that supposed to mean?" Zoro asked angrily. "Are you saying I can't beat him?" he yelled out. Luffy, who still had his back towards him, spoke in his usual emotionless tone. "That is exactly what I am saying," Luffy said, surprising the Krieg pirates and the chefs there. "You have no idea just how big the ocean is and just how small a fish you are in that ocean," Luffy said as he unsheathed his sword and raised it in the air before he continued to speak. "If you can't even do this, you are no way ready to challenge the world's greatest," he said. As he finished speaking, Luffy brought his sword down in one swift motion aimed at the already split in half Krieg pirate ship. As Luffy's sword came down, the next thing everyone saw was both halves of the pirate ship split into two right down the middle, causing the ship to split into four pieces. Zoro and the chef stared at the sight with eyes as wide as dinner plates. The pirates, along with Krieg, who were still on the ship, were screaming and clutching on pieces of wood that broke off of the ship in order to stay afloat. Krieg himself managed to climb back onto a piece of the ship and stood there soaking wet and stared at Luffy with a look of pure hatred. Luffy paid him no mind. Instead, he turned towards Zoro and spoke. "Still think you got what it takes?" Luffy asked. Zoro looked at him for a while before he tightens his bandana around his head and spoke. "Only one way to find out," he said before he leapt off of the restaurant and landed on a large piece of the ship that broke off. Luffy sighed and looked towards Mihawk before he spoke. "I want him back alive, Hawkeye," Luffy said with a sigh. Mihawk looked at Zoro for a while before he turned and looked towards Luffy and spoke with a light chuckle. "I'll try," he said, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes. Zoro then unsheathed all of his swords and spoke to Mihawk. "Dracula Mihawk," he said, getting everyone's attention. "I challenge you to a duel for the title of world's strongest swordsman," Zoro said with conviction, causing Mihawk to step off of his coffin-shaped boat and hop onto the same broken piece of the ship before he spoke. Luffy was right. "You have no idea just how big this world is and just how little a fish you are in this world," Mihawk said, pissing Zoro off. Zoro was about to charge towards Hawkeye, but before he could, everyone heard someone yelling off to their right. "Luffy!" came the voice that was too familiar for Zoro and Luffy. Everyone turned towards their right and saw Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku on a small lifeboat rowing towards them. The one thing Luffy noted was that Nami was not with them. "What's wrong and where is Nami?" Luffy asked as he walked over to the side to meet them. Usopp, after he finally stopped, yelled, "Calm down," and spoke to Luffy. "It's Nami. She tossed us off of the ship and stole it," Usopp said. As soon as he said that, Luffy turned his head quickly towards Zoro and yelled out. "I thought I told you to keep an eye on her." Luffy yelled at Zoro. Zoro took his sword out of his mouth and replied to Luffy. "I was watching her all the time before he left to go move the ship," Zoro yelled back. "How was I supposed to know she was going to steal the ship?" Zoro asked. Luffy was about to reply, but Mihawk spoke before he could say anything. My, looks like you already have a mutiny on your crew, Luffy," Mihawk said with a chuckle, pissing Luffy off. Soon blue electric sparks could be seen around Luffy's body. The wind started to pick up and skies overhead started to darken and was completely covered with thunderclouds. All of a sudden a loud booming thunder sounded overhead, scaring everyone, even Mihawk, a bit. Luffy then turned towards Zoro and spoke in a deadly tone. "Hurry up, whatever you are doing there, and go get me my ship back while I get a cook and kill Krieg," Luffy said, causing Zoro to nod his head in agreement. Luffy then turned towards Usopp and spoke. After Zoro finishes, I want you guys to follow Nami and get the ship back. I will be right behind you guys and I will deal with Nami myself, Luffy said, causing everyone there to think one thing in common. I feel sorry for her, they all thought. Luffy then turned towards Zoro and Mihawk to watch their fight, which had already begun. Mihawk was fighting Zoro with a small dagger that Luffy knew he carried hidden in the cross pendant around his neck. Luffy could see Zoro was trying his hardest but couldn't match Mihawk's skill, but was pissed off because Mihawk was using a small dagger and not his actual sword. Luffy and everyone there watches as Mihawk stops Zoro's strongest attack with little to no effort at all. Welcome to the real world, Zoro, Luffy thought as he watched Zoro start to question his strength after having his attack stopped. Everyone around couldn't believe what they were seeing. They couldn't believe that even the great bounty hunter Zoro couldn't beat Mihawk. Luffy paid no attention to murmurings that were happening around, instead he kept his eyes on Zoro. The next thing that happened surprised everyone, including Luffy. Mihawk stabbed Zoro right in the chest. From the angle that Luffy was standing, it looked as though Zoro got stabbed right in his heart. However, even though he was stabbed, Zoro did not back down. He did not fall. Instead, he placed his guard up and attacked Mihawk again. Luffy could see that they were talking to each other, but he could not hear what they were saying. Whatever Zoro said to Hawkeye, it made he smile before he took out his actual sword and slashed at Zoro, breaking two of his swords and cutting him across his chest. Zoro then fell into the water, causing Usopp and the bounty hunter duo to scream out. Zoro! They yelled as they jumped into the water to save Zoro. Luffy placed his hand on his sword and unsheathed it, all while staring at Mihawk, who was staring right back at Luffy with a smirk on his face. The next thing everyone was Luffy disappear from where he was standing, causing the pirates and Cook's eyes to widen at the speed he possessed. The next thing everyone heard metal hitting metal right before a huge shock wave was felt, causing debris to go flying all over the place, along with knocking a few chefs and pirates off their feet, while at the same time creating large waves blocking the restaurant and the unstable pieces of what's left of the Krieg pirate ship. At first, it puzzled everyone when it came to where the shockwave came from. It wasn't until they looked at the center of everything only to see Mihawk and Luffy standing there with their swords clashing. Luffy looked eyes with Mihawk before he spoke. I thought I said I want him back alive, Luffy said before he pushed off of Mihawk's sword and placed some distance between him and Mihawk. Mihawk placed his guard up before he replied to Luffy. Guess I got carried away, he said. As he said that, Luffy kicked off and rushed him faster than anyone's eyes could track. Mihawk was barely able to raise his sword in order to block Luffy downward slashed. As the two swords connected, it created another shockwave, causing a lot of pirates and chefs to fall over. Krieg stared at the two swordsmen with wide eyes before he whispered to himself. Such power in a single swing of their swords, he whispered as he stared at Luffy and Mihawk as they squared off in the middle of everyone. Sanji, who also had his eyes widen at the sheer power of the two men, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Are they even human? Sanji asked out loud. Zeph scoffed and folded his arms before he replied. That's what exists in the Grand Line, he said before he tapped Sanji's shoulder, causing him to look at Zeph. Look at the sky, he said as he pointed to the sky. Sanji and the rest of the chefs, along with the Krieg pirates and Usopp and company, looked up to the sky to see all of the previous thunderclouds were split right down the middle, creating a sort of trench in the sky. Clouds from both sides were rushing into the trench, but neither one dare crossed over the trench. Everyone stared at the sky in utter disbelief. They split the sky. No, the heavens in two, a scared Cook said in a surprised voice. Everyone was brought of their staring by Zoro's voice. Luffy! Zoro yelled out, getting everyone's attention, especially Luffy and Mihawk, who separated the moment they heard Zoro's voice. Luffy looked over to Zoro to see him laying on his back with one hand holding the only sword he has left in the air. Luffy, can you hear me? Zoro asked in a shaky voice. Luffy sighed before he chuckled and resheathed his sword before he replied with a smile. Yeah, I hear you, Luffy said. Zoro took a breath before he began to speak again. Sorry for worrying you, Zoro said, causing Luffy to smile. If I don't become the greatest swordsman in the world, you'd be in a dilemma now, right? he said before he coughed up some blood, causing the bounty hunter duo to yell at him to stop and save his energy, which Zoro ignored and continued to speak instead. I will never lose again, Zoro yelled out with tears streaming down his face. Until I defeat him and become the world's greatest swordsman, I'll never be defeated anymore. As Zoro said that, Mihawk and Luffy's face split into a wide grin after hearing what Zoro said. Do you have a problem with that, Pirate King? Zoro asked. Luffy chuckled to himself before he replied. Not a single problem, Luffy said. Luffy then turned to Mihawk and saw him standing there with his arms folded and his sword already strapped to his back. Luffy was about to speak to him, but Mihawk looks in the direction and spoke first. It is still too early for you to die. My name is Hawkeye. Mihawk, you are strong, but there is still much for you to learn. No matter how much years it takes, I will hold this title as the greatest in the world and wait for you. Until that day you must hone your skills, then seek me out, Roronoa Zoro, Hawkeye said, surprising everyone there including Luffy. Hawkeye then turned towards Luffy and spoke. Is your goal still to become the king of the pirates? He asked. Luffy smirked before he replied. You already know the answer to that question, Luffy said, causing Mihawk to chuckle before he started walking back to his boat. As he was walking away, Luffy spoke once again. By the way, he said, getting Mihawk's attention, if you come across Shanks, let him know I'll be entering paradise in a week, he said before he turned and headed back to the floating restaurant. Mihawk turned back around and continued to walk to his boat. As he was about to reach his boat, the sound of someone landing of the piece the broken ship got his and everyone's attention. He looked over his shoulder to see Don Krieg standing there in his golden armor. Hawkeye, Krieg said, making Hawkeye's turn around to look at him. I was under the impression you were here to kill me, Krieg said. Hawkeye looked at him with a bored expression on his face before he replied. I was, but I had enough fun for today. So, I am going back home to rest, he said before he turns around and began walking back to his boat. As he was walking back to his boat, Krieg spoke again. That's too bad because I am just getting started, he said as he pulled out 2 pistols and activated his hidden guns that were hidden under his armor and aimed it all at Mihawk. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bolt of lightning came out of the sky and struck Krieg, causing him to collapse on the ground smoking. Everyone stared at the smoking form of Krieg with wide eyes before he looked back up at the cloudy sky. It is as though the gods themselves judged Krieg, Patty said in a voice of utter disbelief as he stared up at the sky. Luffy was looking at all of them with an amused look on his face. You know I could have handled that, Luffy. I didn't need your help, Mihawk said, causing everyone to look at Luffy with eyes the size of dinner plates. Luffy chuckled before he replied. I know, but I got a deal with the old man, he said, earning a nod from Mihawk before he stepped onto his boat and sailed away. Luffy then turned his attention towards Usopp and company, who had just got finished bandaging up Zoro. Usopp, Luffy called out, getting his attention. You 4 head after Nami. I will catch up with once I get the cook, Luffy said, making Usopp standing up straight and salute him before he replied. You can count on the great Captain Usopp to get the ship back, Usopp said before the 4 of them sailed after Nami. Luffy then looked at Zeph and spoke. I do hope our deal still stands, Luffy asked, earning a chuckle and a nod from Zeph. Good, he said before he turned and looked at Krieg, who was now trying to stand back up. Luffy turned his body to lightning, surprising everyone there, and teleported himself in front of Krieg. When Krieg stood up straight, he saw Luffy standing right in front of him, looking at him with a bored expression on his face. Krieg stared right back at Luffy with a look of pure hatred before he raised one of his pistols and pointed it at Luffy's head. The chefs were beginning to get worried for Luffy, while the pirates all smiled at the fact that their captain was going to kill the Straw Hat Boy. Even though he had a gun pointed to his head, Luffy's expression didn't change. He had that same bored expression on his face, which pissed Krieg off even more. One of the chefs was about to yell at Luffy to move out of the way, but before he could, Krieg pulled the trigger. What happened next surprised everyone, even Krieg and Zeph. The bullet hit Luffy right between the eyes and seemed to just pass right through him as though he was a ghost. When Krieg saw this, he stumbled back a few steps in surprise before he pulled the trigger again and again, only to have the same thing happen each time. Dropping his gun, Krieg began to stutter. Why you? 8. Devil fruit, he said, surprising everyone who was there. People around Luffy began murmuring about hearing about devil fruits and myths about devil fruits. Luffy just tuned all of them out and focused on Krieg, who regained his composure and began to speak. It doesn't matter if you ate a devil fruit or not, he said, causing the murmuring to stop and Luffy to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. I'll just blow you into the water and have you drown, he said before he reached behind him and pulled out a speak with two big gold plates, like the ones on his shoulder, on the side. Krieg then rushed towards Luffy and tried to strike him in his chest, but Luffy sidestepped and grabbed the wooden pole of the spear with his left hand and held onto it, preventing Krieg from pulling it away. You are without a doubt the biggest idiot I have ever met, Luffy said in a bored tone as he held on the spear. What did you say, brat? Asked an angry Krieg. Luffy just sighed before he replied. What kind of idiot puts a metal speak with two giant gold-plated discs on a piece of stick? Luffy yelled before he crushed the wooden stick with his left hand, causing Krieg's eyes to widen. As the tip of the spear was falling to the ground, Luffy spun clockwise and kicked it in the direction of Krieg's ship. The spear sailed in the air before he stuck onto Krieg's ship right in the middle of a group of pirates. As the tip hit the ground, it exploded, blowing the group of pirates away and into the water. Luffy then looked at Krieg, who had a look of fear written all over his face. Faster than anyone could blink, Luffy grabbed onto Krieg's face and smashed his head into the ground. Luffy then stood up and placed his right foot on Krieg's chest plate before he spoke. You should be careful walking around with all this metal, Krieg, Luffy said in a voice that sent chills down the spine of everyone there. You could get struck by lightning, he said before he covered his entire body in lightning and electrocuted Krieg. Everyone staring at the scene could clearly see Krieg was in a great deal of pain and he was trying to scream, yet no voice came out. Jin stared at his captain with wide eyes. He wanted to help his captain, but fear didn't let him move from the spot that he was in. Luffy electrocuted Krieg for about 4 minutes before he finally turned off the lightning and stepped off of Krieg and began walking back to the chefs. Everyone stared at Krieg to see if he was going to get up, but with one look everyone there knew. Don Krieg, the pirate admiral, and ruler of the East Blue, was dead. As Luffy was walking back to the restaurant, he stopped and turned to the pirates and looked at them with cold eyes, causing them to flinch under his gaze. I suggest all of you get out of here before I kill you as well, Luffy said, causing them to scramble and run to find pieces of the broken ship to use as a boat. When Luffy reached the chefs, Zeph was the first one to speak. You are just going to let them go? He asked. Luffy chuckled and smiled at him before he spoke. A dead man tells no tales, he said before he walked into the restaurant. As he said that, Zeph started to laugh. Indeed they don't, Zeph said before he followed Luffy into the restaurant along with the rest of the cooks. Chapter 10. Farewells and Fishmen. Luffy was currently sitting at one of the tables in the restaurant eating a bowl of soup with Sanji and all of the chefs. It had been a few hours since Luffy defeated Krieg and everything seemed to have calmed down a bit. Other than a few pirates who chose to give up the pirate's life to become waiters at the restaurant, everything was somewhat peaceful. That was until he heard Patty yell out. Who made this soup? He asked loudly. Sanji got up from his seat with a smile on his face and walked over to Patty before he spoke. I did, he said with a smile. Isn't it the best soup you ever tasted? He asked. However, what Patty said next wiped the happy smile right off of his face and replaced it with an angry scowl. More like the worst soup I ever tasted, Patty said before he tossed the bowl of soup on the ground. Sanji then grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and yelled at him. What did you said, you bastard? He asked angrily. Before Patty could reply, some more cooks started to comment on the soup. Yay! This thing this disgusting, said one chef. Taste like garbage in a bowl to me, said another. It continued like that for a while before every chef in the restaurant was yelling at Sanji for how disgusting his soup was. Luffy was beyond confused. He was wondering if he was eating the same soup that everyone else was tasting. He looked over next to Patty at the pot that was on the table to see if it was the same pot that he took his food out from. To Luffy's surprise, it was the exact same pot. So, he took his spoon and took another taste of his soup, while ignoring the fight that broke out between Sanji and the chefs behind him. The soup tasted amazing to Luffy. It reminded him of the home-cooked food that Makino used to cook for him when he was a kid on Dawn Island. Luffy was interrupted from his reminiscing by the sound of what Luffy could make out as Zeph's wooden leg hitting the floor as he walked. The sound got everyone in the restaurant's attention. They all looked at the stairs to see Zeph walking down the stairs with a spoon in his hand. He walked straight to the pot of soup on the table before he dipped his spoon into the pot and scooped up some soup. All of the commotion stopped. People who were fighting and eating all paused and looked at Zeph with bated breath to see what he would say about the soup. In Luffy's mind, if there was anyone who could truly judge the taste of the soup and be right about it, was Zeph. Zeph placed a spoonful of the soup in his mouth and swirled it around in his mouth to get a good taste of it before he gave his opinion. "This soup is horrible," he said before he spat on the floor. As he said that, Luffy had his jaw practically hanging. He was about to take a sip of his whiskey before he stopped and looked at the glass and think to himself. "Is the whiskey burning away my taste buds?" He thought to himself before he shrugged his shoulders and tossed his drink back and savored the taste. He then turned his attention to Sanji, who was walking over to Zeph with an angry expression on his face. "What did you say, you only geezer?" Sanji yelled. Zeph folded his arms before he replied. "You heard me the first time, brat," he said before he turned around and started walking back towards the kitchen. As he was walking, he looked over his shoulder and spoke to Sanji once more. "Might as well join that kid's pirate crew because I don't need a crappy cook like you working here," Zeph said. Luffy, who saw how much that comment hit Sanji and decided to add his 2 cents. So, he got up with his bowl and walked over to the pot and started to take out some more soup. As he was serving himself seconds, he spoke to the entire restaurant. "You know, I don't know what you guys are talking," he said, getting all of their attention. "This is the best soup I've had in years," he said, causing Sanji to smile. Sanji then looked at Luffy before looking back and Zeph and spoke. "Fine then," he said, making everyone look at him. "If you bastards can't appreciate good cooking, then I'll just go where my cooking will be appreciated," he said before turning towards Luffy, who was walking back to his table. "You got yourself a cook, Luffy," he said before walking out of the restaurant. As he said that, Luffy smiled at the fact that he just found his cook. Now all he need to do was go sort out his navigator issues. As soon as Sanji walked out of the restaurant, Luffy looked at Zeph and spoke. "You know, I really didn't taste anything wrong with the soup," he said, causing Zeph to chuckle and a few of the chefs to look at him slightly ashamed, which confused Luffy. "There is nothing wrong with the soup," Zeph said with a warm smile on his face. "Sanji is a great cook, one of the best chefs in the restaurant," Patty said, causing a few of the other chefs to nod in agreement. "So, why did you tell him his food sucks?" Luffy asked before he started to eat his food. Zeph walked over to Luffy's table and sat down opposite him before he started to speak. "That boy is extremely stubborn. He has dreams of his own, yet he sticks around this restaurant thinking that he needed to repay a debt that I never expected him to pay back," Zeph said, causing Luffy to nod his head, showing he understood what Zeph was saying. "He would have never left on his own," he said with a chuckle. "So, we decided to give him a push. A pretty hard push," Patty added, making everyone laugh. It was at that moment that Luffy's observation Hawkeye alerted him that Sanji was standing at the door listening to everything everyone was saying about him. Luffy smiled and said nothing. Instead, he got up and headed towards the back door to meet Sanji. When he got out there, he saw him leaning over the side of the ship with tears in his eyes. Luffy walked and stood next to him with his back braced against the side of the ship. "Got any dream, Sanji?" Luffy asked, getting his attention. Sanji wiped his eyes before taking out a cigarette and lighting it. "Yeah, I got one that I want to achieve before I die," he said before he took a deep pull on his cigarette. "Have you ever heard of the All Blue?" he asked. Luffy turned away from him and looked up to the sky and sighed before he replied. "Yeah, I have," Luffy said, surprising Sanji. "It is said it is a mystical sea of legend, rumored to be the only place in the world where the North, South, East, and West seas meet. In this legendary ocean, it is said that there are fish from each of the 4 seas. From what I heard, it is the ultimate dream of every chef," Luffy said before looking back at Sanji to see his eyes were wide at the fact that Luffy had heard about the All Blue. Do you think it exists? Sanji asked in a voice that sounded as though he was scared of the answer. Don't know, Luffy said, making Sanji's mood drop a bit. However, Luffy continued, causing Sanji to look up at him with hopeful eyes. There is only one way to find out whether it exists or not, he said with a grin, causing Sanji to grin alongside him. Guess there is only one way, huh? He asked rhetorically with a smirk on his face. Luffy then turned around and looked out into the open sea with a smirk of his own and spoke. Let's turn this world upside down, he said in a voice filled with conviction before he turned to Sanji and spoke again. Go get your stuff ready. We need to leave as soon as possible, he said before starting off in the direction that Nami went. I have a thief to catch, he said before heading back inside. When he got inside, he saw everyone was cleaning up the restaurant and a few chefs were sitting back relaxing. Luffy walked over to an empty table and sat down with a glass in his hand before he poured himself some whiskey to drink. While Luffy was enjoying his drink, the doors of the restaurant came flying off of its hinges and something came crashing in. Everyone in the restaurant was startled by the sudden change of events. It went from being a calm and peaceful moment to one long and scary one. A lot of the chefs thought it was the Krieg pirate came back for revenge, or the Marines heard about to fight between Luffy and Krieg and had come to arrest everyone. When the dust cloud finally settled, everyone was left staring at a truly strange sight. Laying on the ground was a man inside of a shark's mouth. For the second time today, Luffy was left wondering if he should stop drinking. He looked around to see if everyone was seeing the same thing that he was seeing, and much to his surprise they were. Is that a fishman? Asked one of the cooks. Did he come all the way from Fishman Island just to eat here? Another cook said, going off of the previous. You idiot, it is a human in a pan shark, Patty said to the two cooks. Luffy finally decided to get up from where he was sitting and walked over to get a good look in the man. What he saw caused his eyes to widen. It was Yosaku. Yosaku! Luffy yelled before he pulled him out of the shark's mouth. When he pulled him out of the shark's mouth, some of the chefs picked up the shark and set it free while another brought a blanket for Yosaku. After sitting him down in a shark, Luffy then began to question Yosaku. Why are you here? Where are the others? Did you find Nami? He asked. Yosaku wrapped himself up in a blanket before he spoke in a somber tone. We never actually caught up with her, but from the direction she is heading, we think we've figured out where Big Sis is going and what she plans on doing, he said, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes a bit. I see, he said before taking a sip of his whiskey. So we can get the ship back, Luffy said, causing Yosaku to look down a bit before he replied. Maybe, he said, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. But if our suspicion turns out to be true, then the place she is going could mean certain death to all of us if we follow her, Yosaku said, surprising Luffy and everyone there with that comment. The point is, we really need your help, big bro Luffy. Please come with me, Yosaku said in a desperate voice. Okay. I don't really get it, but I got it. Let's go, Luffy said before he started walking towards the front door with Yosaku following right behind him along with all of the chefs who want to say goodbye. As they were walking out of the door, everyone saw Sanji standing there with a bag over his shoulder. He then looked towards Luffy and spoke. Are you ready to go, Captain? He asked, surprising the chefs that were there. Yeah, looks like the rest of the guys are going to need some help, Luffy said before he walked towards the edge of the restaurant with Yosaku, leaving Sanji to say goodbye. He could hear Sanji in the background yelling at the cooks about their bad acting, and he could also hear Sanji crying while he thanked Zeph for all he did for him throughout the years. Luffy then decided to block out Sanji and look up to the sky and began concentrating to summon a cloud for them to ride on. A small part of the sky began to be filled with a small number of thunderclouds. After the size was suitable to Luffy's liking, the cloud started to descend from the sky to the restaurant. By now Sanji had finished thanking Zeph and came to stand next to Luffy, not noticing the cloud coming down from the sky. How are we going there? He asked while wiping the remaining tears away from his eyes. If you want, I have a small boat that would be able to carry us, he said. Luffy didn't say anything, he simply pointed up at the sky, causing Sanji and the chefs to look up as well. To say they were surprised at what they saw would be an understatement. Their eyes were as wide as he can be and their jaws were practically hanging from their mouth as they saw a thunder slowly descending from the sky and stopping at the feet of Luffy. When the cloud arrived, Luffy jumped on, surprising everyone, except for Yosaku, who had seen it before. From the cloud, a throne was formed along with 2 seats in front of the throne. He then looked at Sanji and Yosaku and spoke. "Are you two going to stand there all day or get on already?" He asked rhetorically, knocking the 2 of them out of their staring. They quickly hopped into the cloud and sat down in the seats. As he sat down, a bolt of lightning came out of the cloud and went around them, strapping them to their seats. Luffy then turned towards Zeph and spoke. "Do take care of yourself, old man," he said before the cloud raced away across the water at an amazing speed in the direction of where the others went. "Cheeky brat," Zeph said as he stared at the cloud getting smaller and smaller as he sped away. Back on the cloud, Luffy was calmly sitting on his throne pouring himself a drink while Sanji and Yosaku were poking and touching the cloud, trying to wrap their head around the fact that they are riding on a cloud. "How are you able to do this?" asked an astonished Sanji. Luffy took a sip of his drink before he replied. "I ate a lightning devil fruit. I can control lightning and become lightning itself," he said as he turned his right hand into a large bolt of lightning. "For some reason, I can control thunderclouds to a certain degree. It surprised me as well when I first discovered it," Luffy said. Sanji nodded his head and went back to admiring the cloud, but was interrupted when Luffy spoke to Yosaku. "So, Yosaku," he said, getting Yosaku's attention. "Do you want to tell us what is so bad about where Nami is going?" he asked. Yosaku then sat as straight and spoke to both Luffy and Sanji. She went to Arlong," he said, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes and Sanji raise his eyebrows. "Arlong. As in, Saw-Tooth, Arlong?" Luffy asked in a surprised voice. Yosaku nodded his head before he spoke again. Nami couldn't stop looking at Arlong's picture when she saw it. And it wasn't a normal kind of stare. There was something different about the way she was staring, something focused. "I'm telling you, Nami is planning of taking down Arlong and collecting the 20 million berry bounty," Yosaku said, causing Sanji's eyes to widen. Luffy didn't say anything, he simply waited for Yosaku to continue before he said anything because something did not add up in Luffy's mind. The warlord and captain of the Fishman Pirates, Jimbe, left Arlong here in the East Blue, and since coming here he has taken control of 20 towns, Yosaku said, surprising Sanji once more. As Yosaku was about to speak, Luffy interrupted him. "Jimbe didn't leave Arlong here to cause trouble. The 2 of them had a fallen out a long time ago, and Arlong and a few other fishmen who think themselves to be superior to humans took up shop in the East Blue after leaving the Fishman Pirates," Luffy said, shedding some light on the subject. "How do you know that?" asked Sanji, getting a nod from Yosaku, showing he too wanted to know how Luffy knew that. "I met Jimbe a long time ago when I went to Fishman Island," Luffy said, surprising the 2 passengers on the cloud. "He was really nice. He even gave me meat," Luffy said with a smile, causing the 2 of them to sweat drop. "Anyway, while I was there he told me the story of Fisher Tiger and other stories about his pirate journey. The story about Arlong happened to be one of them," he finished. "Wow, you went to Fishman Island," Sanji said with a weird look on his face. "You've got to tell me. Daughter, the mermaid's as beautiful as the stories say?" he asked with hearts in his eyes while his cigarette was puffing out heart-shaped smoke. "The stories don't do them justice," Luffy said, causing Sanji to have a nosebleed. "But you don't have to take my word for it, you can see for yourself when we go there," Luffy said, causing Sanji to smile widely and started singing about how many mermaids he's going to marry. Luffy just shook his head and turned to Yosaku and told him to continue where he left off. Arlong set up his main base of operation on Konami Islands. He calls it Arlong Park, and that's where Nami is headed, Yosaku said. Luffy sighed and took a sip of his drink before he replied. "This girl is more trouble than she is worth," he said while massaging his forehead with his right hand. "I mean, if she wants to kill Arlong for his bounty, why didn't she just say so and all of us would have helped her? Is she that greedy that she wants it all for herself?" he asked, causing the 2 of them to shrug their shoulders. "Something about her behavior doesn't add up." "Hold on tight," Luffy said, suddenly puzzling Sanji and Yosaku. Then all of a sudden the thundercloud that they were riding on sped up and angled itself upward a bit and began to climb higher and higher in the sky. What are you doing? Screamed Yosaku. Going to a higher altitude. We will get there faster this way, he said before he increased the speed of the cloud once more. Now the cloud was flying across the sky at about 80 miles per hour and was about 20,000 feet in the air. Yosaku and Sanji looked beyond scared at the height they were. Sanji was doing a better job of hiding it while Yosaku was screaming for his life. After traveling for about 30 minutes high in the clouds, the thundercloud began to descend from the sky until it was back to about 10 feet above the water. Looking ahead of them they could see an island in the distance. Luffy looked to Yosaku, who was trying to compose himself and spoke. Is that the island? He asked. Yosaku looked ahead of the cloud before he spoke. Yeah, that's it, he said while pointing ahead. And that's Arlong Park right there, he said pointing at the silhouette of the tall building just at the front of the island. As he said that Luffy turned the cloud to the right and started moving away from Arlong Park. What are you doing? Arlong Park is right there, Yosaku asked with a confused look on his face. We are going to the other side of the island. Let's find Zoro and the rest of the guys before we go tearing this place apart, he said getting a nod of agreement from Yosaku and Sanji. They flew around the island until they reached the rear shore that looked to be secluded enough for them not to be noticed by anyone. The cloud flew ashore before coming to a stop. When it stopped, the lightning bolts that were holding Sanji and Yosaku in their seats disappeared. Luffy then stood up from his throne, soon followed by Sanji and Yosaku. The cloud then began to get closer and closer to the ground until it touched the ground. Upon contact with the ground, it slowly started to dissipate until the entire cloud was gone and 3 boys were left standing in the shore. So what now, Captain? Asked Sanji as he lit a new cigarette. Luffy looked around for a bit before he replied. There doesn't seem to be any towns or villages nearby, Luffy said while using his observation Hawkeye to check around for people. There is probably one more inland. For now, I think we just need to find the rest of the guys, he said. How are we going to do that, big bro Luffy? Asked Yosaku with a confused look on his face. Luffy thought for a bit before he came up with an idea. I think we just let them know we're here on the island and then take it from there, he said, confusing both Sanji and Yosaku. And how do you plan on letting them know? Sanji asked, causing Luffy to smirk. You'll see, he said before looking up to the sky. At Arlong Park, sitting tied up in front of what looks to be some kind of pool is Zoro. Surrounding him are numerous fishmen and Nami. Sitting behind Nami is the leader of the Arlong pirates, Arlong. Arlong is a large, muscular, light blue saw shark fishman. He has long, black hair with a widow's peak reaching down to his shoulders, under a brown ushanka. He has a fin on his nape, surrounded by his hair, and the gills are located on both the sides of his neck. On the left side of his chest is the tattoo of the Fishman Pirates, while his own Jolly Roger is on his lower left arm. He was sitting on a white lawn chair staring at Zoro, who was staring at Nami. I guess you finally get it. I just used you guys to get what I wanted. You were skilled enough to get me my needs, but boy were you guys a bunch of suckers, Nami said with a smug look on her face, causing Zoro to grit his teeth. The moment she said that, Arlong started laughing. She had you guys completely fooled. It's no use, she is cold-blooded, she betrayed her own family for money, so you really shouldn't feel too bad, Arlong said, causing Nami to flinch, which didn't go unnoticed by Zoro. If I were you, I would just admit defeat and try to forget the day you even met her, he said, causing Zoro to look down a bit before he started to chuckle, which puzzled everybody including Nami. Here was a man who was most likely about to die and he is laughing as though everything is alright. Forget about it? Zoro asked rhetorically. That's kinda impossible. And as for the thing about us trusting her, we didn't. Well, the captain sure didn't, Zoro said, surprising everyone including Nami. The only reason she stole our ship is 'cause I wasn't watching as the captain told me to. I got distracted a bit, he said. What are you talking about? Nami asked. Zoro chuckled some more before he replied. You see, the captain told me to keep an eye on you before we went to that restaurant, but after someone showed up I got distracted and took my eyes off you, he said, causing Nami to scoff at him. And as for not being able to forget about this, let's just say she pissed off the wrong person, Zoro said cryptically. Arlong was watching the interaction with narrowed eyes along with every other fishman. What are you talking about? Nami asked in a curious voice. Zoro's face took on a serious look before he answered. You joined the captain's crew, then committed treason, and on top of them stole his ship with his Jolly Roger on it, Zoro said, scaring Nami a bit. You don't really think there won't be any repercussions for your actions, do you? He asked with a smirk on his face. He is probably on his way here right now, and for your sake, you better hope he calmed down a bit from the last time I saw him, he said. As he said that, a large shadow was cast over Arlong Park and was spreading outwards towards the sea. Everyone looked up and was surprised by what they saw, well, everyone except Nami and Zoro. Nami's face lost all color while Zoro was smiling as he looked up to the sky. Up in the sky, lightning could be seen flashing and striking random parts of the island. Then out of nowhere, a loud thunderclap was heard throughout the island and in a few neighboring islands. The fishmen were confused at what they were seeing. It was as though a major storm just came out of nowhere without any warning. Zoro and Nami, however, they knew that wasn't a normal storm. That could only mean one thing. Luffy was here and he is still pissed. Chapter 11. The Fall of Arlong Park. Luffy, Sanji, and Yosaku were currently walking through a forested part of the island for about 10 minutes now. Not too long ago, Luffy turned the sky black and began raining down thunder and lightning as a way to let the others know that he was here on the island. At first, Sanji and Yosaku were okay with what he was doing. After all, they saw what he did during his fight with Don Krieg, but they were immediately beginning to get scared when the thunder was so loud that the island itself shook, and lightning bolts were striking random parts of the island. After Luffy was done sending his signal to the others, the three of them began walking inland. Even though Luffy was finished giving the signal, the thunderclouds were still present in the sky with lightning flashing every now and then. I can sense a large number of people ahead, Luffy said, getting their attention. It is still a distance away. About another 10 minutes and we should reach where they are, he said, causing Sanji and Yosaku to look at him strangely. How do you know that? Sanji asked with a curious look on his face. I used my observation haki to sense them. Don't worry, as soon as we sort out all of this I am going to teach it to all of you, he said, earning a nod from Sanji. After walking for another 10 minutes, the group exited the forest and ended up in what appears to be a small village of some kind. Luffy looked around expecting to see someone in the streets, but there was no one there. It looked to be completely deserted. It was odd because Luffy remembered he sensed people in this exact same location 10 minutes ago. So he decided to use his observation haki once more to try and see where all the people were. Closing his eyes, he began to try and sense the life force of people around. After a few seconds, he reopened his eyes and spoke. I sense that all the people in the village are just ahead of us, he said, point in front of them. The three of them then began walking up what appears to be the main street of the village until they spot a large group of people gathered around a man. The man was wearing a police uniform with a pinwheel on his hat, and his entire body was covered in scars from his face down to his legs. The three of them stood at the edge of the group observing what was going on before they made their presence known. Luffy then tapped Sanji and Yosaku on the shoulder, getting their attention, add pointer off to the left of the group, causing them to look in the direction of where he was pointing. When they looked, they saw a house completely destroyed. Usually, when a house is destroyed, the parts of the roof would still be at the top, but this time it was at the bottom. It looked as though someone picked the house up and flipped it upside down before slamming it into the ground. What could have the power to flip a house like that? Yosaku whispered to the two of them. A fishman, Sanji replied, causing Yosaku's eyes to widen in fear. It was at that point Luffy decided to make their presence known. It looks like we missed quite the party, he said, getting everyone's attention. After people starting to notice the three of them standing at the back, the crowd of people began creating a path for the three of them to walk through. Luffy stood in the middle with Sanji on his left and Yosaku on his right as they walked through the path towards the man with all of the scars. Who are you three? Asked the man in the police uniform. I've never seen you here before, he said. Luffy looked at him with an emotionless look on his face for a while before he replied in his usual monotone voice. "We're just a couple of sailors looking for our friends who came to this island," he replied as he walked and stood next to the man. "You wouldn't happen to see them, would you?" he asked. The people in the town were starting to get a bit nervous. They don't really get a lot of visitors to this island. "Are you pirates?" the man asked, making the people in the villages even more nervous. "Yes, we are," Luffy said, causing everyone's eyes to widen in fear before they all started to back up slowly. "Relax, I mean you no harm, I am just here looking for my crew. One of them is a swordsman with green hair. You may know him as Roronoa Zoro," Luffy said, surprising everyone at the fact that the famous pirate hunter became a pirate. "The next one is a long-nosed guy who goes by the name of Usopp," he said. As he said that, he noticed a look of recognition across everyone's face. "That brave boy is a part of your crew?" the man asked, earning a nod from Luffy. "I see. I don't know about Roronoa, but that long-nosed man was here, but Arlong's men went after him and they went running in that direction," he said while pointing off in the distance. Luffy's eyes were as wide as dinner plates when he heard that. "Damn it, Usopp," Luffy thought to himself. He then sighed and began massaging his forehead before he spoke. "Thanks. I didn't get your name," Luffy said. "Oh, forgive me. I am Genzo," he said as he stretched out his head for Luffy to shake. Luffy grabbed his hand and shook it before he replied. "Thanks for your help, Genzo. I'm Luffy," he said as he shook Genzo's hand. Luffy, Sanji, and Yosaku then began walking off in the direction that Usopp was chased in before Luffy stopped and turned back to Genzo to ask another question. Genzo," he said, getting his and everybody's attention. "I am also looking for a girl by the name of Nami. Know where I can find her?" he asked, causing everyone in the village to flinch slightly. The one thing that caught Luffy's eyes, however, was the reaction of a blue-haired girl. Not only did she flinch upon hearing Nami's name, but her facial expression changed from that of a serious one to a worried one, and using his observation Haki, Luffy could tell that her emotions were all over the place, ranging from curiosity to worried. Before Luffy could question the village about their reaction, he heard Zoro's voice coming from behind him. "Luffy!" screamed Zoro as he ran up the road with his only sword in hand to meet Luffy. Luffy turned around and saw Zoro running towards him, but frowned when he saw neither Johnny nor Usopp was with him. Luffy had thought that Johnny would for sure be with him, for sure, knowing how much Johnny and Yosaku look up to him. When Zoro finally arrived and caught his breath, he spoke to Luffy. "Luffy, Nami is a member of Arlong's crew," Zoro said, surprising the three of them. "What did you just say?" Luffy asked with a surprised look on his face. "You heard me. She is a part of Arlong's crew. She even has his Jolly Roger tattooed on her shoulder," Zoro said, surprising the three of them again. After he said that, Luffy began to think back and soon realized he never saw Nami's shoulder. She always wore short sleeves hiding it. That's not possible. Arlong hates humans, so there is no way he would let one join his crew. Something doesn't add up, Luffy thought to himself. Luffy then walked back over to Genzo and took a seat next to him before sighing and pulling out a bottle of whiskey and a glass from his coat and pouring himself a drink. "Okay, forget about Nami for now. Where are Usopp and Johnny?" he asked. Zoro looked around before shrugging his shoulders, causing Luffy to sigh once again. Just as Luffy was about to speak, everyone heard Johnny's voice. "Big bro Luffy!" screamed Johnny as he ran through the crowd with tears streaming down his face, confusing everyone. Upon arrival, he immediately dropped down to his knees in front of Luffy and began crying, causing everyone to look at him strangely. "Johnny, calm down. Where is Usopp? Is he going to come running in like you and Zoro?" Luffy asked, trying to calm Johnny down, but instead calming him down, he made Johnny start crying even more. "Big bro Usopp is dead," Johnny said, causing everyone's eyes to widen and making Luffy shot up to his feet. "Nami murdered him," he screamed, causing the villagers to gasp in shock before they all scream in fear when they heard a loud thunderclap above. Luffy immediately bent down and picked Johnny up by the scruff of his neck before speaking in a cold, emotionless tone. "Don't fuck with me, Johnny," he said as he stared into Johnny's eyes. "Nami doesn't have what it takes to kill anyone. Stealing is as far as she goes," Luffy said. Luffy is right, even though she is with Arlong there is something off about her behavior when I saw her, Zoro said. It's true. Johnny screamed as Luffy let go of him. She was a traitor all along. She is trying to gain Arlong's favor so she can gain the treasure in Kokoyasi village all for herself. You don't have to believe me, but I know what I saw. Nami killed Big Bro Usopp, Johnny said. Zoro was about to speak but stopped when he saw Luffy with a serious look on his face staring up the road he came from. Zoro turned and looked up the road, causing everyone to do the same. Everyone saw someone walking up the road towards the village. After a few minutes, everyone makes out that it was Nami walking towards the village with a bow staff in her hand. When she arrived in front of everyone, her eyes immediately made eye contact with the girl with the blue hair, and a sad look came across both her and the girl's face. This did not go unnoticed by Luffy. He looked at Nami with cold eyes and spoke. "Where is Usopp, Nami?" Luffy asked as he stared at her. Nami smirked before she replied. "With the fishes," she said, causing everyone in the village to gasp once more. Genzo looked like he wanted to say something to Nami, but before he could, the sound Luffy chuckling filled the air, causing everyone to look at him strangely. "Oh. Now I'm really mad," Luffy said. As he said that, a lightning struck the destroyed house, setting the rubble on fire. Johnny then shot up to his feet and pointed at Nami before he screamed at her. "Damn you!" he screamed while pointing at her with tears streaming down his face. "Because you Big Bro Usopp is gone," he yelled. Nami didn't look the least bothered by his reaction. She just stared at him with a smug look on her face before she replied. "Yep, that's right," she said, causing Luffy to raise his eyebrow at her. "So why don't you kill me and get your revenge?" she said, causing Luffy to chuckle a bit before he spoke. "Kill you?" he asked as he took a few steps forward. "Killing you would simply put you out of your misery. I'm going add on to your misery," Luffy said as lightning flashed behind him. "You know, even though you stole my ship and committed treason, I wasn't really going to do anything other than killing Arlong and leave with the bounty. But now you crossed a line," he said, making everyone in the village a bit nervous. "So, I am not going to kill you," he said before reaching behind him and grabbing the blue-haired girl with the tattoos by her hair and threw her down on the ground in front of him, causing the girl to scream out in pain. He then placed his left foot on her chest and pulling out his pistol and aiming it at her before he continued to speak. "I am going to kill her instead," he said as he stared at Nami with cold eyes. "What do you think you are doing, Luffy?" yelled an angry Sanji. "She has nothing to do with this," he said. "Oh, she has more to do with this than you think," Luffy said as while looking at Sanji. "You see, when you first arrived here, I noticed the first person you made eye contact with was this girl, and a look of recognition came over both of your faces. So I came to the conclusion that the two of you have history. Hell, I'd go as far and say the two of you are related," Luffy said, causing Nami to flinch. When he saw her flinch, he smiled and spoke again. "Seems I hit the nail right on the head. I would go further and say you two are sisters," he said, causing her to clench her fist and grit her teeth. "And you see, Usopp's dad in a way raised me. So, Usopp is in a way like a brother, and seeing how you kill him, it is only right I kill her. An eye for an eye, right?" Luffy said with a smug smirk on his face. "Those tactics you normally pull are good for the pirates here in the East Blue, but the thing you seem to be forgetting is that I am from the Grand Line. We pirates from there tend to be a bit more ruthless and smart than these ones you got out here. So, any last words you want to say to your sister, Nami?" he asked as he pulled the hammer of his flintlock pistol back, getting ready to fire while waiting for hear what Nami has to say. Everyone had their eyes widen when they saw Luffy pull the hammer back. A few villagers hid their face, not wanting to see what was about to happen. Genzo looked like he was getting ready to steal the gun away from Luffy, and Nami looked like she was seeing a ghost of some kind. After a minute, she finally screamed out loud. "Usopp is not dead," she screamed, causing everyone's eyes except Luffy's to widen. Luffy just smiles at her before he spoke. "I know," he said before he took his foot off of the girl and placed his pistol back in its holster. Nami looked beyond confused along with everyone who was there. What do you mean you know?" she asked in a surprised voice. Luffy looked her with a smirk before he spoke. "He is right over there," he said while pointing between two houses. Everyone looked over and saw Usopp hiding behind two barrels between the houses. Upon seeing him, Johnny and Yosaku immediately ran towards him and began hugging him. While they were doing that, Luffy looked down at the girl he was about to kill and stretched out his hand to pull her up from the ground. The girl was a bit hesitant at first, but eventually, she took Luffy's hand for support in getting up. "Sorry about that just now," Luffy said while looking at the girl. "Just needed to teach your sister a lesson," he said. "It's no problem," she said while dusting herself off. "She can be a bit of a problem sometimes," she said, causing Luffy to chuckle a bit before he turned his attention to Nami. "So Nami, what's your plan now?" Luffy asked with a smug smile on his face. Nami looked at Luffy with rage written all over her face before all that rage transformed into a smug smirk similar to Luffy's, which confused him. "You know, I feel really sorry for you guys," she said in a condescending tone. "Thanks to Zoro's stupidity, Arlong is going to kill him and anyone who is a part of his crew," she said, causing Luffy's eyebrow to twitch a bit when she said Zoro's crew. "I don't care how strong you guys think you are no match for the real monsters. I guarantee that if you stay on this island you will surely die. So it's a choice of life or death," she said with a smug smirk as she stared at Luffy, expecting some sort of fear to be written on his face, but instead, he was staring at her with the same smirk before he then started to chuckle. "Oh, Nami, do I really look like the type of person who is scared of dying?" Luffy asked rhetorically before he looked at Zoro and spoke. "What about you, Zoro? Are you scared to die?" he asked, causing Zoro to chuckle. "Not even in the slightest," he said with a smirk. "And Nami," he said, causing her to look at him. "If you think Arlong is a monster, you are in for a rude awakening," he said as lightning flashed behind him. Nami turned away for a second, preventing Luffy and the others from seeing her face while she clenched her fist. When she turned back around, she looked at Luffy and screamed. "Fine. Go ahead and die," she said before running off in the direction of Arlong Park. As she ran off, Luffy looked around to see everyone looking at a running away Nami. Luffy began to start walking in the same direction, soon followed by Zoro and the rest of the crew. "We are going to find a good spot to talk about what happened while you guys were here," Luffy said, earning a nod from everyone. After walking for a while, the crew came upon what appears to be a flooded field where the villagers plant rice. At the end of the field was a tree that was providing a decent amount of shade, so Luffy decided to go there and relax for a bit. Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny then began to tell them everything that happened from the time they left the restaurant to the time they reunited with Luffy. They began to tell him about how Usopp and Johnny basically left Zoro to the fishmen and went to hide in a town that Arlong had destroyed because one person couldn't pay tribute money. At first, Luffy was angry at the fact that Usopp had to abandon Zoro to save themselves, but after hearing what Zoro did at Arlong Park, it calmed him down. Apparently, after Nami broke Zoro out of prison and told him to leave, he decided to wait there and kill a bunch of fishmen while he was there. Luffy assumed that was what Nami was talking about when she said Arlong wanted to kill Zoro for his stupidity. Luffy was then surprised to find out Nami saved Usopp's life by stabbing herself in the hand, and now that he thought about it, she was wearing a black glove when they encountered her. "So Nami saved you from being killed by Arlong?" asked Yosaku. "Yeah, she did," Usopp replied. "Why would she do that if she is a member of Arlong's crew?" asked Johnny with a confused look on his face. "I believe I can help with that," came the voice of a woman, startling everyone. Luffy looked up and saw it was the Nami's sister. "And who are you?" Zoro asked while he looked at her with calculating eyes. Before she could reply, Usopp answered Zoro's question for her. "That's Nami's big sister, Nojiko," he said while pointing at her. "She saved me from a fishman when he arrived and took me to her house," he said. Luffy sighed before he spoke to Usopp. "I really need to teach you Haki, Usopp," he said in an exhausted tone. Upon hearing that was Nami's sister, Sanji immediately went into his flirt mode, causing Luffy to look at Zoro and nod his head, signaling Zoro to smack Sanji across the head. "You all need to know the reason she joined up with Arlong's group, and if that doesn't get you to leave here, I don't know what will," she said, earning a raised eyebrow from Luffy. "Well, tell us all about it. I have to admit I'm curious," said Usopp. Luffy then got up from where he was sitting under the chair and began walking away. As he was walking away, he spoke. "I'll pass," he said while walking away. "I don't care about her past. I'm going for a walk," he said, confusing them. Zoro sighed and went and sat against the tree was sitting against before he spoke. "Don't mind him. That's just how he is," he said as he placed his arms behind his head. "We'll hear you out," he said. After Luffy left the rest of his crew to hear what Nojiko had to say about Nami, he began walking on a lonesome road that was in the middle of the flooded rice fields and the forest. He had been walking for a while and he was quite some distance away from the rest of the group. It was then he noticed there were 3 figures in front of him. As he continued walking towards the 3 figures, he noticed that they weren't moving, they were just standing there looking at Luffy. As he got closer, he realized that they were fishmen. They were all slightly taller than Luffy and were definitely more muscular. The 3 fishmen stared at Luffy as he got closer, and when he was close enough for them to speak, the octopus fishman was the first to speak to Luffy. "Hello there, stranger," he said with his arms folded. "Hey," Luffy said while walking right past the 3 of them. "I've never seen you on this island. Are you a guest?" The octopus asked while the other 2 stared at Luffy with a calculating look. "Just passing through," he replied, never stopping to even look at them. "And where are you headed?" the fishman with a rather long mouth asked. "Nowhere in particular. Just walking," he said as he began walking away from the fishman. The octopus fishman smiled and began waving at Luffy while he spoke. "Well, have a good walk, stranger," he said happily as he waved at Luffy. Luffy didn't say anything, all he did was continue walking away from the group. If you were to ask Luffy why he was walking, he couldn't give you an answer because he didn't know himself. It was very odd for Luffy. Usually, he would always make well thought out decisions, and everything he did it for a reason, but right now he didn't have a reason for what he was doing. After walking some more, Luffy reached a cliff that gave a great view of the beach and the open ocean. While staring out at the ocean, Luffy couldn't help but smile as he looked out to the ocean and thought about the freedom that comes with being a pirate. While he was looking out and enjoying the view, he noticed something at the corner of his eye. When he turned his head slightly to the left, he saw a marine ship, and from the looks of it, it was from Marine Branch 16. Did the Marines finally decided to take action against Arlong? Luffy asked himself as he stared at the marine ship. "I better head back. Got a weird feeling that trouble is just around the corner," he said to himself as he turned and started walking back to meet the rest of the crew. He decided to take a different route back, mainly because he didn't want to run into those fishmen again. So, he took the long way that would take him straight to the village, and then from there he was going to head back to the rest of the crew. After walking for about 15 minutes, Luffy entered the village and began walking up a pretty busy street. Suddenly everyone in the street, including Luffy, stopped and looked ahead. Walking towards Luffy was a group of Marines along with Genzo. Luffy narrowed his eyes slightly before he began moving to the side of the road and ducking into one of the allies. "Did Genzo call the Marines here to arrest me?" he asked himself. Just as the Marines were passing by, Luffy managed to hear their conversation. "What do you want with Nami?" Genzo asked, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. "Your job is just to lead us there. I suggest you do that and stop asking questions," HTE Marine captain that looked a lot like a mouse said. Just as the Marines left, Luffy turned his body into lightning and teleported himself to the crew's location. Zoro and the rest of the crew were sitting around waiting for Luffy to arrive for about 5 minutes now. Usopp was doing something to his slingshot, Sanji was smoking, Zoro was sleeping, and Johnny and Yosaku were playing cards. Then out of nowhere a bolt of lightning struck the ground, kicking up a lot of dust and scaring everyone half to death. When the dust had finally settled, everyone saw Luffy standing there with a serious look on his face. Upon seeing him, Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku immediately shot up to their feet and shouted at Luffy. "Luffy!" they yelled while running towards Luffy. Luffy looked at everyone before he spoke. "Come on, it's time to move," he said before he turned and started walking towards the village with Zoro on his right and Sanji on his left, while Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku followed behind. As the group was walking towards the village, they passed a mob of villagers armed with weapons headed in the direction of Arlong Park. As they walked by, Luffy turned towards Johnny and Yosaku and spoke. "You two go make sure those villagers don't do anything stupid before I get there," he said, causing them to nod before running after the villagers. Luffy the rest of the crew continued on towards the village where he can sense Nami. When they got there, they saw Nami kneeling on the ground with a dagger in her hand while she was clawing the tattoo on her shoulder while crying. The next that happened caused everyone's eyes to widen. She took the dagger and stabbed it right in her shoulder where the tattoo was while screaming Arlong's name over and over. "Arlong! Arlong! Arlong! Arlong!" She screamed while stabbing her shoulder every time she said his name. Just as she was about to stab her shoulder again, Luffy turned his body into lightning and teleported behind her and caught her hand before she could stab herself again. She turned around and looked at Luffy with tears streaming down her face before she spoke in a soft voice. "Luffy," she said before she dropped the dagger. "What do you want?" she asked while looking at the ground. "You don't know anything. You don't know what's been happening on this island for the past 8 years, she said while crying. "Nope, I don't," Luffy said in an emotionless voice. "This has nothing to do with you. I told you to leave this place," she said while digging her fingers into the ground. "Yep, you sure did," he said once again in the same emotionless voice. "So leave. I told you to leave. Get out of here," Nami screamed while tossing sand from the ground at Luffy, which he ignored. She then hunched over on the ground with tears streaming down her face and blood running down her arm, crying while Luffy just stared at her, crying with no emotion whatsoever on his face. She then turned and looked up at Luffy and stared into his cold eyes before she spoke in a soft voice. "Luffy, help me," she said. As she said that, Luffy reached up on his head and took off his straw hat and placed it on her head, causing her eyes to widen when she remembered what the hat meant to Luffy. "Hold on to this for me," he said before turning and walking back to Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro. "Let's go," he said to them. "Right." The three of them replied in unison before they began walking towards Arlong Park, leaving a sobbing Nami behind. The four of them walked for about 5 minutes in complete silence, and the closer they got to Arlong Park, more the sky would darken. When they came in sight of Arlong Park, they saw the mob of villagers standing in front of the gate being blocked from entering by Johnny and Yosaku. When they got into speaking distance, Luffy spoke. "Step aside," he said, causing the crowd to part into two, allowing Luffy and his crew to walk through. When the group was in front of the large gate that was the entrance to Arlong Park, Luffy looked to Usopp and spoke. "Do you think we should knock?" Luffy asked jokingly, causing Usopp to laugh before he replied. Let me think. No," he said before he started laughing with Luffy. Luffy then walked up to the gate and covered his fist with armament Hawkeye before he punched the gate, destroying it. When the gate was destroyed, it kicked up a lot of dust, preventing those who were inside to see who was outside, and those who were outside couldn't see inside. When Luffy destroyed the gate, the villagers' eyes were as wide as dinner plates at the strength that Luffy had. When the dust finally settled, everyone saw the fishmen standing around a larger fishman sitting on a white lawn chair staring at Luffy and the group of villagers with wide eyes. "What that?" Arlong said in surprise at the sight of his gate being destroyed by one man who didn't seem to use any weapons. Luffy dusted off his captain's coat before he looked at the fishmen and spoke. "Now which one of you is Arlong?" Luffy asked as he stared at the fishmen with cold, emotionless eyes. "Arlong," asked the shark fishman sitting on the white lawn chair. "That just happens to be my name," he said. "Good, then you can call me Luffy," he replied while standing in front of the group with Zoro on his right and Sanji on his left while Usopp was hiding behind the broken down wall. "Luffy?" Arlong asked from his position in the chair. "And what exactly does Luffy want with me?" Arlong asked in a condescending tone. Luffy stared at him and smirked before he replied. "Oh, nothing really. Just here to kill you," Luffy said, causing Arlong and his entire crew to start laughing loudly. "Shahaha. You pitiful human think you could kill me? A fishman?" Arlong said while laughing. "Yes, I do," Luffy said, getting slightly bored. Arlong finally stopped laughing and looked at Luffy before he started to speak. "Let me enlighten you humans about us fishmen, because it looks like you clearly don't understand the hard truth that is right in front of you. From birth, We fishmen are able to breathe not only underwater but also up above the surface while you humans can only do one. We are also 10 times stronger than any normal human above the water, and in the water where you humans have your strength cut in half, ours increase astronomically. Heaven gave us the power to separate us from you. So we are different. Humans are lower and weaker since the day they were born. Arlong boasted to Luffy, who was beginning to get bored. Are you going to run your mouth all day, or are we going to fight? Luffy asked in a bored tone. It pissed Arlong off at how easily Luffy was dismissing him. Who does this lowly human think he is? I am the man who will rule the seas. This human should be honored to be in the very presence of a being like me. Arlong screamed in his head as he stared at Luffy with a look of pure bloodlust. Just as Arlong was about to scream at Luffy, the octopus fishman spoke. Let us deal with these guys, boss, he said, getting Arlong's attention. Arlong thought about it for a second before he replied. You're right, Hachi, he said to the fishman now named Hachi. These lowly pieces of trash isn't worth my time, he said before he looked up at the sky. And make it quick, it seems like a storm is coming, he said, causing Luffy to smirk along with the rest of his crew. You have no idea, they all thought with a smirk on their face. Hachi then walked over the side of the pool-like structure that seems to lead out into the ocean and placed both of his hands on his rather long mouth before he started to play it like a trumpet. As he did that, the people of the village were beginning to get scared. Then all of a sudden the ground beneath their feet started to shake and the water in the pool began to get rough and rather large waves began to form. As Luffy looked at sea, he saw something rather large coming towards the island rather fast. It was underwater, but judging from the size of the wave that was heading in their direction, whatever it was really big. Hachi then began to laugh loudly as he spoke. Ha ha ha. Now every single one of you will become fish food. He said with his arms spread out wide. Momu. Rise. Hachi said. As he said that, something very big began to rise out of the pool. What came out of the pool was something Luffy hadn't expected. It was a giant sea cow. It has a big round nose with a gold nose ring, cow-esque face, and horns, green spots throughout its body. Hachi then pointed at Luffy and his crew before he gave an order to the giant sea cow. Get him, Momu, he said, causing the sea cow to turn its attention to Luffy and the gang, along with causing the fishmen to charge at Luffy. Sanji and Zoro were about to attack the fishmen, but Luffy stretched out his arms, stopping them. Stop, Luffy said with his arms stretched out to his side. I got this, he said before electric blue sparks of lightning to surround his down. He then looked up to the thundercloud-infested sky and spoke in an icy tone. Raging thunder, Luffy said as he closed his fists. Just as his fists closed, a loud booming thunder sounded above before 50 bolts of lightning came down from the sky and struck Momu and every fishman except for Arlong and the 3 who Luffy had met before. It electrocuted every one of Arlong's men, killing them, and because of the fact that Momu was in the water, that added an extra level of torture to its suffering. However, even though it was in the water, Momu did not die. Luffy assumed that it was because of its size that the lightning bolt was not big enough to kill it. So instead, Momu fell back into the water with its eyes rolled back in its head. The villagers all had wide eyes at what they just saw. It was like lightning rained down from the heavens and killed all of Arlong's men. What kind of man is he? Asked one of the villagers. He defeated. No, slaughtered Arlong's entire crew with just one attack, the village doctor said. That's big bro Luffy for you, he has devil fruit powers, Johnny said, enlightening the villagers. Devil fruit powers? Asked Genzo, earning a nod from Johnny and Yosaku. I thought they were just myths, he said as he stared at Luffy. Arlong and his 3 officers had their eyes widen as they looked at their fallen brethren. Way to steal all the fun, Luffy, Zoro said, causing Luffy to chuckle before he replied. Don't worry, those were just the trash. They aren't worth your time, Luffy said before pointing at the 3 fishmen standing in front of Arlong. Those are your targets, he said, causing Zoro and Sanji to smile while Usopp was shaking in his boots. How dare you? Arlong said with rage written all over his face. How dare you kill my brothers? He screamed before turning towards his officers and yelled out an order. Kill them. Kill them all, he screamed. Yes, boss, they said before the three of them charged towards Luffy. Before they could reach Luffy, Zoro intercepted Hachi. Sanji intercepted the fishman with weird elbows, while Usopp from distance away from Arlong Park used his slingshot to send a flaming bomb at the fishman with a long mouth, causing him to chase after Usopp. Luffy stared at Arlong from his same position he stood from the time he entered Arlong Park. Why don't we let our subordinates fight it out first before we throw down? Luffy said before he pulled out a bottle of whiskey and summoned a thundercloud to create a throne from him to sit. He then poured himself a drink and sat back and watched all of his crew members fight the fishmen. He was using this time to see exactly how Sanji and Zoro fighting style was so he can decide how to advise them in using their haki. He was interrupted from his observing by Orang's voice. You have devil fruit powers, he noted, causing Luffy to roll his eyes. You just figured that out? Luffy asked in a bored tone. I thought you would figure it out when I killed all of your men and send you pet cow to sleep, he said while shaking his head. Why you? Arlong growled from his sitting position as he stared at Luffy with a look of pure hatred. Soon both Luffy and Arlong's attention was drawn to Zoro's fight with Hachi. When they looked over, they saw Hachi airborne with all 6 of his swords broken and blood gushing out of his body. His body was landed behind Zoro, kicking up a lot of dust. When the dust settled, everyone saw Hachi laying in a small crater out cold. Luffy looked over to Zoro and saw he was in pretty bad shape. He's still not fully healed from his fight with Mihawk. That being said, he manages to defeat a pretty strong fishman while being severely wounded, Luffy thought to himself before he spoke to Zoro. You did well, Zoro. I expected nothing less from my vice captain, Luffy said with a smile as he watches Zoro stumble over to him. Rest now. You earned it, Luffy said as another thunder cloud came down in front of Zoro from him to collapse on. Luffy then turned to look at Sanji's fight and was surprised at what he saw. Sanji's fighting style seems to revolve around his legs, but the thing that puzzled Luffy the most was the fact that Sanji was not using his hands. In Luffy's mind, he would be more effective if he just started using his hands, but everyone has their style that represents who they are, can't really tell them to stop being themselves. Luffy then watches as Sanji kicked the fishman whose name Luffy learned to be Karubi, through the main building of Arlong Park. Well, that takes care of that, Sanji said before lighting up a cigarette. He then looked over to Luffy and began walking towards him and Zoro. You did well, Sanji. Now all that's missing is Usopp, Luffy said before taking a sip of his drink. Do you think it is a good idea to let him fight that guy alone? Sanji asked. Yeah, he'll be fine, Luffy said as he stared at Arlong, who was looking at the fallen forms of Hachi and Karubi with nothing but rage in his eyes. How? How is this possible? Arlong screamed. Humans can't defeat fishmen. We are superior beings in every way, shape, and form. He yelled before he stood up from his seat, causing Luffy to do the same. Guess it's my turn, Luffy said before downing his drink. Just as Arlong was about to rush at Luffy, he spotted someone behind Luffy and smiled. Puzzling Luffy, he turned around to see what Arlong was looking and saw Nami wearing his straw hat with her shoulder all bandaged up and her bow staff in her hand. Hey Nami, Arlong said. Did you come here to see me kill these pathetic little pirates? He asked cockily. I'm here to kill you, Nami said in a chilling voice that surprised Luffy slightly. Arlong was about to respond to Nami, but before he could, the voice of Usopp interrupted him. Luffy. Usopp screamed from behind the broken wall, causing Luffy to smile. I got you back, he said with a smile. Usopp looked like he'd been through hell and back. His nose was broken, there was dirt all over him, and he was covered in bruises. Impossible. Chu was defeated? Arlong asked in disbelief as he stared at Usopp. Usopp simply smiled and gave Arlong a thumbs up. Luffy chuckled before he turned his right hand into lightning and sent it towards Nami, causing everyone's eyes to widen. The lightning hand raced towards her faster than she can move. She closed her eyes expecting pain and waited for it to come, but nothing. She slowly reopened her eyes and saw Luffy placing his straw hat back on his head. Luffy smiled at her before he spoke. You need to relax, Nami, he said as he placed his hat back on. Your punishment will come, he said, causing her shiver in fear of what Luffy had planned. He then turned towards Arlong and spoke. "Time to die, shark," he said, causing Arlong to start laughing. "Shahaha. Foolish human. Do you seriously think Arlong was interrupted from his speech by a lightning-coated fist being buried in his stomach, sending him flying backward, crashing into one of the walls of Arlong Park. "You talk way too damn much," Luffy said as he stared at Arlong picking himself out of the rubble. The villagers and Nami stared at Luffy with eyes the size of dinner plates. "He laid Arlong out with one punch," said one villager. "Amazing," said another. Luffy ignored all of the villagers cheering and focused on Arlong. "It doesn't matter what species you are from," Luffy said, getting Arlong's attention as he stood up. "Your strength is useless if you don't know the proper way to use it. I guess that's why you could never beat Jimb," Luffy said with a smirk, pissing Arlong off. "Don't mention that bastard's name," Arlong screamed as he rushed towards Luffy. Luffy just stared as Arlong rushed towards him and didn't move. Arlong then grabbed Luffy's head with one hand and his shoulder with the other before he opened his mouth to bite Luffy's neck. Everyone saw they had their eyes widen, well, everyone except for Luffy's crew, who knew exactly what was about to happen. Arlong bit down on Luffy expecting to taste blood, but instead of blood, he got a mouthful of lightning that exploded in his mouth, blowing him back. From the spot on Luffy's neck that Arlong clearly bit off, everyone saw in place of blood and flesh was electric blue sparks of lightning that started to reform Luffy's neck. Arlong from his position on the ground stared at Luffy. "Did I forget to mention I ate a Logia-class devil fruit?" Luffy said with an innocent look on his face. "Oops," he said, pissing Arlong off. "I'll show you why we fishmen are superior," Arlong said before leaping into the water. Luffy looked at the spot where Arlong dived into with a confused look on his face. "Did he not get the part where I control lightning?" Luffy asked out loud before walking towards the edge of the pool and held out both of his hands in front of him. "I guess he was dumber than I thought," Luffy said. "Electro murder," Luffy called out, causing ropes of lightning to shoot out of all 10 of his fingertips and go into the water, electrocuting everything in the water. After a few minutes, Luffy shut the technique off and stared into the water, expecting Arlong's body to float up to the surface. He waited and waited for about 5 minutes, but nothing. Then all of a sudden Luffy saw a shadow in the water racing towards him. Then faster than any of the villagers could blink, Arlong shot out of the water with his pointed nose aimed right at Luffy's heart. Luffy simply sighed before he covered his palm in armament Hawkeye and caught Arlong by his nose, causing his eyes to widen. "So, this is the unbreakable nose," Luffy said before he bent it downwards, breaking. Everyone present heard the sound of Arlong's nose break. It was loud enough to make a few of them wince at the sound. Luffy then tosses Arlong over his shoulder, causing him to go crashing through one of the windows of the second floor. Luffy then turned his body into lightning and teleported himself to where Arlong was. Luffy appeared in a room filled with paper, books, and sea charts hanging up to dry. He looked around the room and saw there was also a desk, and in the corner of the room was Arlong laid out bleeding on a bunch of sea charts. When Arlong noticed what he was laying on, he immediately shot up to his feet and began trying to get the blood off of the charts. When he noticed it was futile, the map was already ruined. His head shot around to Luffy was looking around the room. When Luffy turned and looked at Arlong, he noticed that Arlong's eyes were similar to that of an enraged sea king. "You bastard!" Arlong screamed while clutching a map covered in blood. "Look what you've done," he said while pointing at the bloody maps in the corner. "I made Nami draw all these maps for the last 8 years and now you ruined it." Arlong screamed. Luffy walked over to the desk in the room and picked up a pen that clearly had blood stains on it before he spoke. "So, this is Nami's room?" Luffy asked in a cold tone. "Yes, this is where I had her draw all these sea charts," Arlong said. As he said that, Luffy took a step back before he kicked the desk straight through the window, angering Arlong even further. "You bastard! What are you doing?" he screamed as he saw a bunch of maps fly out with the desk. "You just pissed me off. So, no more games," Luffy said as he flipped the pen around and covered the tip in Hawkeye before stabbing it in the side of Arlong's neck, causing him to scream out in pain before falling to his knees, clutching the side of his neck. When he looked from at Luffy, who was staring down at him, it was the first time in Arlong's life that he was afraid for his life. Staring back at him was the cold emotionless eyes of Luffy that seemed to stare right into the departments of Arlong's soul. Luffy then took a step back and placed his right hand on the top of his straw hat and tilted it down a bit before he spoke in a chilling tone. Judgment, he said, confusing Arlong and scaring him at the same time. As he said that, a pillar of lightning came down from the sky and swallowed the building and some parts away from the building. The villagers and Luffy's crew were startled when they saw a giant pillar of lightning come down from the sky and swallowed up the main building in Arlong Park. The villager and the crew ran back a few feet, not wanting to get caught in whatever was going on. Luffy, Usopp and Nami screamed out in fear of the worst happening. Zoro, who was now awake, looked towards the two of them and spoke. Relax, he said, getting their attention. Luffy told me once that lightning doesn't affect him. So, he is fine, Zoro said as he stared at the pillar of lightning. The pillar was there for about an entire minute, preventing any of them from seeing what was going on. When the pillar disappeared, what they saw caused their eyes to widen. The entire building was gone. All that was left was a pile of ash, with Luffy with a serious look on his standing in the middle, while some ash flying around him and lightning flashing behind him. There was no Arlong, no Fishman, not even a brick from the building was left. Everything was now just ash. Luffy then walked towards the group and stopped beside Nami with his back towards Arlong Park and his eyes looking straight ahead. "You're my navigator. Got that?" Luffy asked, causing a teary-eyed Nami to nod her head yes before Luffy walked past her and everyone in the direction of the village.